to Shift Split 2017. I need to know one thing and one thing only before we get going. Who here is from the city, the glorious, beautiful city of Split? Let's see. Wonderful. Okay, so Shift. You clap for yourself. That's fantastic. If you wish to do so. Right. Anybody else from other parts of Croatia? If you are from Zagreb, let me see. Beautiful city. Okay, nobody's clapping there. That's fine. Slavonski Brod. If you're from Slavonski Brod, one man. Welcome so far to come. It's nice to see so many people. Right. Anybody else from other parts? So many smiles and the sun. Here, are you from anybody from Istria? There, that's fine. Slavonski Brod. 3 people from Slavonski Brod. One man. You have the sun. You have the sun there, and many other things as well. Right. Let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Shift Split 2017. Before we go any further, just let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Hopwood, and literally for the next 2 days, I'm going to be with you, taking you through these 2 days of insights, valuable tips, everything to do with what developers need, want, and value certainly in a conference. What I do, I'm actually a keynote speaker coach. I help people to stand on stages just like this to share their messages to people just like you, helping them with their stories. And we are going to hear lots of fantastic stories over the next 2 days, certainly on this stage. Now, let me tell you a thing or two about developers. Now, some would say, those of us maybe that are not in this developers community, that a developer is kind of never really seen, they're never heard, but we know they're there. Some people would say that, again, that are not in the community, that doing a developers conference just like this is maybe not too exciting. Would you agree? Some would say. However, we know it's not true at all. We know the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conference. It's sophisticated. So many sophisticated people like yourself. Would you agree? Maybe not. Right, okay. Slavonski Brod? Yes. He's like, yeah, absolutely, I am. This is snazzy. It's even in some ways sexy. And we'll see by the end of the next 2 days how sexy it actually is. So remember, nerdy, geeky, moving away from that, it's hip. We're all hipsters here and we're ready for the next 2 wonderful days of Shift Split 2017. So there are 3 main areas of what this gathering is all about. So we've got the talks, we've got fantastic cutting-edge technologies here on stage, sharing with you to get the value you need when you walk away. Also, remember, we have workshops. So, again, a little bit different maybe from other conferences or events in the region and around Europe as well. We like you to actually get down and dirty. We want you to pull up your sleeves and actually do stuff. Do stuff so when you walk away, again, after 2 days here in Split, you're walking away with lots of value and you've learned stuff and you can take that back with you wherever you're going. Right, now, who here likes the thought of actually winning something for nothing? Nobody! Right, Slavonski Brod, what did you say? Yes, you're in? No, Slavonski Brod's not in at all, right. I'm sorry, your name is not Slavonski Brod, I'm sure. It is Slavonski, no, okay. Who would like to win something for free? Well, those of you that did put your hands up, and those of you that want to, but maybe don't want to show putting your hands up, there are many, many opportunities over the next couple of days to really win some fantastic, great prizes. So, JetBrain, they are actually giving away 10 licenses for free for their software. All you have to do to win that, right, couldn't be easier. It could not be easier. All you have to do is go on Facebook. Go on the Shift Split Facebook page. Click to say that you're going. You're all here already. All you got to do is say that you're here, and you have one chance of actually winning some fantastic prizes. As I say, 10 licenses giving away for free for their software. We also have a scholarship giving away for free. It's worth 90,000 kuna. It's from Aspira University, okay? And there, all you have to do is go to their booth downstairs. Go to their booth downstairs, talk to the people there, and again, you have a chance of winning something for free, not worth 90,000 kunas. We also have Sony. They're giving away some fantastic headphones and also 2 phones as well. Who'd like to win a phone? You don't really like to win stuff, do you? You like to get... We'll see. We'll see. 2 fantastic phones given away, headphones as well. And again, all you have to do is go onto the Shift Split Facebook group on Facebook, and you'll see all the details there. So really easy ways to win stuff. It's all about getting down and dirty, doing stuff while you're here, and again, walking away, having a great time. Remember, we have our hashtag. Everything you see here on stage, everything that goes on, the experience you have, the images, the selfies, whatever you want to do, throw it out. Let people know that you're here. Again, what we've got here in this glorious stage area and in this theatre isn't just for the people in this area. We are naturally live streaming literally around the world. So again, tell your friends, tell your colleagues or your clients, let them know you're having so much fun here in Split. Are you having fun? Okay, right, okay. Just pretend you're having fun, okay? Just give them the impression we've got the sun, we've got the sea, and we've got Shift Split as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to introduce a few people before we go any further. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the prefect of the Split Dalmatia County, Mr. Zlatko Zhevania.
Poštovani mladi prijatelji, dame i gospodo, poštovani gospodine rektore, od srca vas sve pozdravljam u ime glavnog pokrovitelja, znači glavnog sponzora ovogodišnjeg Shifta Splitsko-dalmatinske županije, iako i proteklih 5 godina Splitsko-dalmatinska županija je uvijek bila pri ruci ovoj sjajnoj manifestaciji, jer procjenjujemo da treba uz sve ono što se događa u našoj županiji, a to je uspješan razvoj turizma, da treba ulagati u prvom redu i u visoku znanost, a to je upravo evo i ova manifestacija koja pridonosi popularizaciji tog važnog gospodarskog sektora i često ističem da nije potrebno, odnosno da se ne smijemo samo osloniti na uspješan razvoj turizma, da moramo razvijati i druge gospodarske grane i proizvodnju hrane, znači prehrambenu industriju, energetski sektor i ponovno kažem visoku znanost. U našoj županiji je registrirano negdje oko 3000 malih i srednjih tvrtki koje se bave IT sektorom, koje zapošljavaju oko 3000 zaposlenika i to je evo i u našoj regiji brzo rastuća grana. Ova manifestacija svake godine doprinese da se utemelje i nove tvrtke koje se bave IT sektorom. Evo, zbog toga je bitno da cijela naša zajednica prepozna ovu vrijednost i da ulaže u ovu granu i da podupire ovaj Shift. Ja se evo zahvaljujem i čestitam organizatorima na ovoj sjajnoj manifestaciji koja okuplja više od 1000 informatičara iz naše domovine, iz šireg okruženja Europe i svijeta i na jedan način pridonosi općoj popularizaciji Republike Hrvatske. Evo, svima želim puno uspjeha u natjecanjima, našim dragim gostima da ponesu lijepe dojmove iz prekrasnog Splita i prekrasne Dalmacije. Hvala vam lijepa i ugodan boravak u Splitu.
Thank you so much, Zlatko Zhevania. Right, we move on steadily now to, I'd like to introduce a gentleman. Again, you know who he is. You've seen him on the stage many, many times. But before I introduce him, I just want to say just a few things. I'm really lucky to stand on many stages around Europe, around the world, different conferences, events, helping shape events just like this one, all different sectors, different areas as well. So I work with a lot of producers, a lot of organizers, just like the man you're about to see. And I think you'll agree with me, sometimes, certainly in this region, there's sometimes a lot of egos, a lot of people who are who think they're actually better than they actually are. This man is certainly not in that category at all. I'm really happy that he always calls me. This is, I think, the 4th time I'm working alongside Shift Split, and really happy to get the call to say, look, come back to the city of Split on this fantastic, glorious stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the founder of Shift Split and Code Anywhere, Mr. Ivan Burazin.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I just wanted to pause for a second up here because I usually sort of just like jump on, jump off the stage to let you listen to everyone that has something smarter to say than me. But over the last couple of years, so since the last shift we were here, a lot of things have happened throughout our company and stuff like that. And I want to just sort of take a minute to savor this moment, because you never know when it's your last, right? So last year we ended up Shift. It was great. And in our company Code Anywhere, we went into a turmoil, to say the least. I have to say that at one point, I think we actually practically shut down. So we were about to die. And what happened is that so a lot of stuff went wrong, and we didn't know what to do. But what we did was we sort of grabbed our bearings, put that shit together, and we started to build everything up and again. And I'm happy to say that this month has been our best month ever since the company has started. So ever, revenue, users, everything, the best ever. And also last week, I'll give you more info next year, last week we actually acquired our first company. So we actually bought a company. So Code Anywhere from last year, which was good, to last winter, which was almost dead, to today, which is the best ever. So I just want to take a moment to thank all my team members that are here. So if you could just give a round of applause for these wonderful people that work for Code Anywhere. And another thing, just wanted to thank, throughout everything that's going on, to Mr. Zevernia and Luca Abruzzo from the county prefect and from Five for agreeing to help us create this big-ass conference again. So you two guys helped us out, of course all the other sponsors as well, but a round of applause throughout all this. They decided to stick with me one more year to pull this off. So thank you very much, guys. And that's pretty much it. So let's get this party started. Peter.
Thanks. Right. I think it's time to get the party started. Are you ready for a party? Every question I ask, I get nothing. But that's okay, because I'm sure as the day unfolds, we'll start to get heated up until tonight's big party. Are you ready for tonight's party?
Peter, wait. You have to tell something very important to people. For the after parties, they have to bring their badges to get entry for free.
You just said it. Did you hear that?
So just tell everyone again.
You just said it. Well done. Okay, so badges getting for free. But, you know, one question I will ask and one answer I hope I will get. Are you ready for a party tonight and tomorrow? Right. That's right. Who said developers were geeks? Who said developers don't like to come out at night? Right. Well, they do, but in a different way. Right, we move on to our first main speaker. Okay, so this gentleman actually originally came from a radio journalism background, and he actually built his very first website back in 1997, and spent the following years working on large international websites. A gentleman that's really going to inspire you and give you really lots of insights as well. Talking about the soul in the machine, developing for humans. Please welcome to the stage from Microsoft, Mr. Christian Hellman.
Hello. This is a huge stage. I really don't know what to do with this. Should I go closer to you or should I get up further? I just see a lot of people are filming. If you film vertically, God kicks a puppy. always do it sideways. These are awful, awful videos on the internet, so please always do it sideways. Cinemas are not high, they're wide. So always think about that when you do movies. So I want to talk to you today to start this off about building more human interfaces using machine learning and using technology. This sounds like weird because we actually use machines to do things that humans don't understand. As a developer, people always think like we're doing these magical things that nobody understands. My parents, for 20 years, didn't know what I was doing. Whenever people came and visited them, and they're like, "What's your son doing for work?" They're like, "Oh, I don't know. Do you want another coffee?" And then I wrote my first book, and then they had something in their hand to show to people. So they're basically like, he does this, and then they're happy, and they have to look at the book, even though it's in English and nobody knows what's going on there. But they understood that doing something physical, making something more approachable for people, makes computers less scary and less problematic. And this is a world we live in right now. So to start with, let's have a bit of a prologue. Who are these people, and what do they have in common? This is George Orwell. This is Arthur C. Clarke. This is Aldous Huxley. And this is not Santa Claus impersonator, that's actually Alan Moore. And these are all people that wrote dystopian novels or dystopian comic books or graphic novels in the case of Alan Moore. And whenever we talk about machines and learning machines and automation, they always come up and then they vanish. Okay, technology problems. Are we getting this back now? Did I do something wrong? Oh, we're starting on a good start. Fair enough. I have no screen here. That's okay, so I just keep on going. So all of these people are authors of dystopian novels that showed us that the future is dangerous, that the future is actually something that we should be worried about, that machines are going to take over, that machines are going to take away our freedom, that we're going to be just a cog in the machine, and we're not going to be allowed to be creative, allowed to be human, allowed to be a person. But instead, the governments will control all our thoughts. The governments will control our feelings, and we'll be there just to do a menial task and boring work, and we should be afraid of governments and everybody around there. So, this is really good. I'm not doing anything here right now. The seminal work that people are always talking about here is 1984, the book that is written in 1948, and he just turned it around and said, like, the future is going to be a terrible, terrible world where computers, where machines are basically there to control the humans, and the government will not allow people to speak anymore. The government will not. Woohoo! Sponsored by AS Rock. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The fun thing is, my presentation is in Keynote on a Mac, so I don't know what's going on here right now. But in any case, 1984 is always the message where people give, okay, computers will be there to look at people. There will be a camera on every corner where people are being filmed. The government will spy on you, and you will not know, you will not be able to hide, and the government will be after you. Alan Moore's V for Vendetta took the same thing and said, like, this is what a British government could be like in the future if we went back to this kind of idea of a controlling state that actually doesn't allow you any freedom and will be there for you to go through that. I can't even go forward on this, but yeah, okay, fair enough, we have it. You don't have it yet, but I have it, so that's good. So V for Vendetta was a graphic novel that was kind of in the same vein as 1984, that tells you the government will be controlling you and the government will be shutting you down. Of course, nowadays, this is not an issue any longer because we're in a much more enlightened way. We have governments that don't want to control us, that trust us with their information, and they actually don't want to do things like that, except some of the governments are going back in these reactionary phases where they start using the power of terrorism or the danger of terrorism to say, like, we should be there to control you. And this is what 1984 was kind of about as well. So it's no wonder that people are kind of worried about technology, that people are worried about computers, that people are thinking computers and automation will be against their lives, will be against their work. In Arthur C. Clarke's 2001, which is a beautiful, beautiful movie by Stanley Kubrick, one of the best movies ever done, they had this HAL 9000 computer, that thing in the background here, that was basically a thinking computer. And it was controlling the whole space station, and then it got crazy. Something went wrong with the chips, and it started going after the people and killing them. That's a thing in every science fiction movie. And like Star Trek, the original series, always had a computer that was meant to actually cleanse the world of imperfection, and then they realized that humans are not perfect, and they started going after humans. Terminator had the same thing. People were basically always afraid of killing machines, killing robots that actually go after us. Which is kind of weird, because computers don't care. They're just like, why should we kill humans when we can actually make them work for us instead? And a lot of science fiction has this the total way around. You see, for example, in Total Recall, they have robots that are police officers. And they go through the streets and hold up the peace. And then they have humans in factories building robots. That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, why should we have robots that are police officers but not have robots building other robots? Why should humans do that? But we still had that. In one of the main highlights of 2001, they tried to hide from HAL because it has microphones everywhere and listens in on their conversations. So they're going into this pod to hide away from the robot or hide away from the microphones and communicate there with each other. Now, what they hadn't thought of is that the computer can lip read. So it actually realized from what they were saying, what they were doing. And this was a scary moment for us. Like, if computers get that good that they can start lip reading and they don't even have to listen in on us, then we're really in trouble, right? Now, Google's DeepMind has this right now. There is an algorithm, and there's actually an API as well, where you can lip read from video and turn it into subtitles. And an average human subtitling or lip reader has 12% quality, whereas this algorithm had 46.8% quality in English, of course. Like everything is much easier in English because SPO and these kind of things is much, much easier. But we are there. And Aldous Huxley, the writer of Brave New World, and also the French teacher, weirdly enough, of George Orwell, said technological progress has merely provided us with more efficient means to go backwards. And this is kind of happening right now. People are talking about a digital feudalism, where only a few of us can afford these very, very expensive phones, these very, very expensive computers. We're living in a bubble where we at these events where we're talking about everybody has a MacBook Pro, why should I actually care about other platforms and these kind of things. And we're not using technology to bring the whole of humanity forwards. We could be putting more effort into like trying to solve cancer, trying to solve world hunger, but instead we're talking to each other who's got the biggest online platform for buying collectible sneakers of each other and things like that. That's where the funding goes. Or we could use Twitter to support people with each other, but instead we do it to bully each other people. So that's really weird as well. Brave New World was a very, very exciting book, and I've read it many, many times. Because one thing that Aldous Huxley was kind of predicting that is true is that a part of humanity, the ones that actually have the money, the ones that have the power, are totally concentrating on not on educating themselves, not on educating other people, but on entertaining themselves. We're in a world where we use the best, coolest new technology to do entertainment things. Netflix is a great example. It gave us like video on demand, and we can watch things. And Netflix does deep machine learning on their compression algorithm to give us the best quality video depending on what's on the screen. So darker screens can get compressed more, lighter screens can get less compression, so the quality doesn't go down. But what he also predicted was there is going to be a separation of haves and have-nots. What Brave New World did, of course, is tell people, okay, you're born that way. They poison the water of children in test tubes that they're stupid and other people are not that stupid. But we're not in a world where this is not that uncommon. My parents have never had a proper school education. My dad's a coal miner, then he was a factory worker. My brother's a fireman, and he was a factory worker. Their whole life, they've been told by their peers that they're not good enough, that they're not clever enough, that they can't do the things that I could do, these computer things. I got the same DNA as them. I just didn't give a shit. I just went for it. I just said like, okay, I'm in the right moment, the right time. I'm going to learn this. I don't wait for a school to tell me. I'm just going to go for it. But we voluntarily go into different castes and basically become the things that our parents were, rather than moving humanity ahead. And what he didn't predict is that we bought all these machines that spy on us. We bought these cameras that monitor our every move. We're actually going for it because it's cool to share things on Facebook. It's cool to have a live video on Meerkat or whatever these things are right now. People give away their freedom. People give away their information. People give away their data for free services that then 4 months later are dead. But the data has been mined. The data has been taken somewhere. Your information is stored somewhere, and you have no idea if it's stored securely. And even governments do that wrong. I'm always fascinated when people are all about, the government is spying on us and it's going to do evil things with that. What most conspiracy theorists are not understanding is that they're assuming governments to be capable. They're humans. They make mistakes as well, all the time. So when they tell me that they're the only one who can protect me, I'm not believing this for a second. Now, on the other hand, I'm a happy person. I like technology, and I love what I can do with technology to teach other people what I'm doing. So if you follow me on Twitter at CodePoet, or you go to my blog, I share everything I do. Because if I get run over tomorrow by a truck, all my information is out there, and people can run with it and do something with it. I embrace the future of computing. I embrace that computers are there to make our lives easier. So, creature comforts we all enjoy. Let's take a look at what computers are actually doing for us that we don't quite realize. How much is that in part of our life already? So things machines do for us. The first thing is they prevent us from making mistakes. Then they actually do boring, repetitive tasks. They fill gaps in information. They remember and categorize for us. They make us understand better. They allow us to communicate more. And they protect us from harm. And this I will go through now in details so you actually know what's going on. So the first thing is they stop us from doing stupid things. And these are things we don't value. Every time you write something in Word or any other editor, you type something wrong, it gives you the offer saying like, hey, actually you did a mistake here. This is a spelling mistake. This is a very simple mistake not to do. So, do you want me to fix it for you? How cool is that? It's like you're not appearing stupid to people out there. The computer is helping you not to do that thing wrong. And yet people send out emails without getting rid of those squiggly lines and basically think it's too much work. I mean, how amazing is it that you can learn a language that way? Do boring, repetitive tasks. JP Morgan just announced that they have a new software that can do in seconds what cost their lawyers to do things in hours and hours, 360,000 hours or something like that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So what the thing does, it's actually, we always think lawyers have to be very clever people and not computers at all. But a lot of the job of a lawyer is to find a court case from the past where something has happened already. And this is what lawyers do. So computers are really good at doing boring, repetitive tasks over and over again. They're like, hey, I got the same job again, cool. Humans instead like, oh, got the same thing to do again. Like I give any of you the same task to do 10 times in a row, like keeping a projector up, and you'll be like, I don't want to do it anymore. This is boring. And when we're bored, we make mistakes. When we're bored, we don't do things with quality because we're bored. We don't want to do it anymore. Now, the other thing that we do is that what machines can do for humans is fill in gaps in information. And this has always been a thing, and you can imagine this now on the screen. I love this in science fiction movies. When you always get a CCTV footage, there's some gray thing, and then they're like, oh, look, there's a hubcap. Can you zoom in on that and enhance it? And then, oh, look, that hubcap is reflecting from somebody's sunglasses, and they reflect from somebody's license plate, so I can actually read that one. So they always have this really, really, really small video with really bad resolution, but they find the most amazing things in it. Now, there is an algorithm like that now, and that's not scared, but that confused the hell out of me because I always made that joke about computers will never be that good. They are that good right now. There's an algorithm called super resolution something. How is it? Pixel recursive super resolution. There's a paper out if you want to read that paper in case you suffer from insomnia or you basically understand these kind of things. You can read that one. And what it allows you to do is get from an 8 by 8 pixel grid of 4 pixels the in-betweens. So what they did is like they had like an image of like really, really blocky pixels, and they interpolated a face from it. This was a woman, this was a man, and so on and so forth. So the computer finds problems in information and fills them with things that might be fitting in there. NVIDIA then made that actually into a product. So there's a product that you can actually download in their 3D set that takes pixelated images and puts them in the round square, put the pixels in there that are missing. They can only do that with images that are known. But the good thing is, like with Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and others, we got trillions and trillions of photos on the web. Trillions and trillions of photos that have been analyzed, that have been recognized, and we can compare them with what you have. So if you have a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge, it's not a problem to actually give you a better version of that. If it's a picture of your kitchen sink, hopefully there's no information out there of your kitchen sink, but probably there will be. So the next thing computers are really good at is recognizing and categorizing things for us. You probably realize that when you go on Facebook and you upload a photo, it recognizes your friends already in the photo if you tagged them once. Normal people should be scared by that. People should be like, what the hell is going on? But it's convenient, isn't it? Like, why should I, knowing that this is a picture of my dog, go through all of my photos over and over again and tag them again as pictures of my dog? Because I gave the computer, I gave the system permission to realize that this is my dog and tell the world that this is my dog. And the same thing happens in things like Google Photos or Microsoft Photos. So there, the example that I have here is I type in selfie, and it recognizes pictures of me looking into the camera stupidly or whatever. And I never tagged them as selfie. I never described them as selfie. That would be embarrassing, right? But the computer realized, like, if the huge part of the picture is a face and it's staring at the camera and there's something in the background, it's probably a selfie. And I upload so many photos, I don't find my own stuff any longer. So I need to actually have a machine like that doing that for me. So it recognizes where I am, it recognizes what I've done. That's it. Let's go drink. I love that I'm giving a talk like, please trust computers, and this is what's happening. But going through my own photos, it recognizes me, it recognizes places where it's there, it recognizes even things that I didn't put in there. Another example that you have to imagine in your head right now is a picture of cats where I typed in Katze, the search term, the German word for cat. I never tag anything in German, but the computer did like a Katze search, realized there's nothing what that even might mean. Hey, maybe it's another language. Let's translate it to English and then do a search with that. Google Photos, Microsoft Photos, other services do these things for you. And I mean, how amazing is it that we find our own information that way rather than us spending hours and hours categorizing our own things? Other things, you can type in food, and it will recognize that this is food, that this is sushi, this is a soup bowl. These are all these things. And all of these are not done by humans. They don't have like lots and lots of people in the basement that they don't feed until they type in that soup is that. That's actually machine deep learning algorithms going through trillions and trillions of photos and having been trained the right way to recognize what is food and what isn't food. What is a cat? What is a dog? If a dog has these little pointy ears and whiskers, it's probably a cat. This is what these machines are doing. And as machines don't get bored, they can do it over and over and over again. That comparison is not boring them, it's not tiring them out as it would humans. Now, if you go to Google Maps, for example, you can enter a sentence in there. You cannot only say, like, get me to Zagreb, but the example that I would have had is take me from here to the capital of Denmark. I would never type that in because I'm a developer. You know, I worked on Yahoo Maps. I know that keywords are the things to do. But we trained people to be robots. Why? computers are clever enough to do natural language processing. So I can type in a sentence like, take me from here to the capital of Denmark. And here is recognized like, where's the computer or where's the mobile phone at the moment? Because it's a very simple term to find. And then the capital of Denmark, okay, let's do a search and ask Bing or ask Google, what's the capital of Denmark? Okay, it's Copenhagen. And then it showed me the map immediately between here and Copenhagen. And I didn't have to be a person that knew what the capital of Denmark was. The other option is if you upload a photo to Facebook, and you can see it here, it creates an alternative text for you. So if you do your developer tools and you open them, or you actually do a search, it will have a picture of a dog, and it says like, image may contain dog outdoor grass. So what this did is use, again, machine learning to give an alternative text to images that didn't have an alternative text, which is important for people who can't see, but also for other computers. So basically a search engine that finds this information will now find your website by saying dog and outdoor, and not only there's just an image, I don't know what that is. And again, you don't have to type that in. Machines can do that for you. This is ingrained in lots and lots of services. We even have it in PowerPoint. So if you're in the newest PowerPoint online, if you drag an image in there, it says like, hey, here's an alternative text. Is that okay? Or do you want to type something extra in there? And how good is that? How good is that extra work that we had to do that a computer does it for them? You know, if PowerPoint does something useful, we have no excuse anymore for our software not to do something useful. We built a system called CaptionBot.ai. If you want to try that out, where you can upload a photo and it then gives you a full sentence of what that might be. So the photo in your head right now is a man on a skateboard jumping, and the description that the CaptionBot.ai gave you is, I think it's a young man doing a trick on a skateboard. And this is not man, skateboard, jump. This is a full sentence coming out of doing the image analysis, finding the information in the image, and then making a sentence out of it using yet another machine learning algorithm to make a sentence out of it that makes sense for humans. This is how we interact already with our mobile phones, with Alexa Home, with like Google Home, these kind of things. People talk to their computers and expect them to give them human answers back. And we can do these things, and we don't have to be these large, amazing companies to do that. There's a company called iPoly in America, and they even went further with that. They have a phone app for blind people that just film. They can do it vertically because nobody's going to see it. They just film the environment, and it tells them what's there. It says like, okay, here's a chair, here's a table, here's a Coke can, here's a drunk person, these kind of things. We used the CaptionBot AI to do something similar for a blind friend of mine. So he had like smart glasses, so he can take a picture, and it says like, there's a man next to you, he looks bored, so probably you should say something different. But this one does it as a neural network on the machine itself, on the mobile phone itself. And that's pretty amazing that technology can do that nowadays. And this is the next step. I'm already talking about old stuff here. When you listen to the videos we just had at Microsoft Build or at Google I/O as well, all of this machine learning stuff is going into databases, it's going into the chipsets itself. Apple is working on a chipset that does these image analysis and language analysis on the chip with you having to go through the cloud and using these services already. So we're there already. Now, the other thing that we have is chat systems, especially in the Asian market, that translate while you actually type. So the person typing in English, the other person gets it in their language. And even when they speak into it, it translates it into the other language. There's a preview right now that you can download again for PowerPoint, where I could stand in front of my computer and present, and it automatically translates what I'm saying into subtitles. But you could connect with your phone, and that's any phone, not a Microsoft phone, because nobody has those. You can connect with your phone to the system and see the subtitles in your language. And I saw that, and I was like, this is Star Trek. We are here. This is freaking cool. I want to have more of that. This is pretty amazing. So this is what computers are doing for us. Google's Allo does another thing where you upload a photo, and then it automatically gives you answers when you get a photo from somebody else. It analyzes the content of the photo and then gives you 3 buttons to answer. So the demo here is linguine, like the pasta, and the answers that Google Allo offers you with one click of a button is saying like, yum linguine, or I love Italian food. So this is really, really useful if you're on the go and you want to quickly answer something. But I find it kind of like non-human. You know, if I don't have time to answer your text, why the hell did I read your text? You know, I shouldn't give you the impression that I have time for you if I don't have time for you. And kind of like if we get these images coming to me and me choosing an algorithmic answer to go back to you, what are we for? Are we a transportation service for computers to talk to each other? That's kind of like taking the human out of the equation, but the technology behind it is pretty incredible. Now, other things I've been having here is that, for example, in China, there's a company that just automated completely. There's no on the shop floor where they build cars, there's no human involved anymore. It's just robots controlling robots, building cars, and they got like an 80% rise in productivity, and they got a 50% less people getting sick. And this is, I'm invited to the German government as an expert about machine learning and automation, and everybody's afraid of like, oh my God, human jobs are going to get away. Well, these are jobs that should get away. These are jobs that make us sick. These are jobs that make us bored. These are jobs that we are too bored to do. That's why we make bad quality stuff. Having to do the same job over and over and over again is bad for humans, and they don't want to do it. So we shouldn't have these jobs. Computers and robots are happy to do these jobs for us. Now, the next section I want to talk about is what we can do with enabling here. Now, a few years ago, all of these things that you just saw have been science fiction. We saw it in Star Trek, and we're like, oh, we can never talk to a computer. The computer will never be able to translate some alien coming in and talking to Captain Kirk. That's just the future. But we have it right now. These things are already not science fiction any longer. And the problem, though, is like it seems to be too hard to do. We all see the press about machine learning and artificial intelligence is a thing that Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and all the other cool, clever kids in the Silicon Valley are doing, and we are all too stupid for that. But it's not. And to a degree, first of all, I'm very excited to work with data scientists. I'm very excited to talk with people at like machine learning conferences because I feel like an idiot. You know, I feel stupid, I feel out of my depth, but the people around me are super diverse. You know, you have lots of people who are in their 50s, you have a lot of women, you have a lot of like people from ethnic backgrounds that you don't expect normally to be at conferences because it's a human thing. We have to analyze data, and if only a white person who's 19 years old in the Silicon Valley makes a training data set for artificial intelligence, of course there's only going to be results for white humans coming out of that one. We need more diversity in the teams that do these kind of things, so instead we're actually not discriminating with our technology. There was a big case where Google's photos tagged people of color as gorilla. And the reason was not that this was racism by Google, the reason was that the data set was just didn't have enough picture of people of color in the data set. It was a small data set that they trained it with. So they took the next thing that was round and dark, so hey, maybe it's that. Is that okay? For a computer it was okay, for a human it's utterly not okay. But it was all a data problem, and this is where we all come in. You have to train your data the right way so the results are good for the humans that use your systems. And if they're not enough data, then you should do something about it. The trick to understand these all things, and I'm a JavaScript developer. I love working on the metal. I love working with a text editor and a browser, and I want to do everything myself, and I hate every other programmer because they're obviously not as good as me. So I want to do everything myself. But we have to understand that this is over. We have to understand that we live in a world of clouds and services and products. So you should not feel bad of taking three things, putting them together, and making something out of it. The games industry has done that for years. Nobody writes assembler code to write games any longer. Everybody just uses libraries that work with different hardware and different software and different graphics cards, so you don't have to do these kind of things themselves. Now, all the players are doing the same things. There is a great talk at Google I/O by Amy, a friend of mine who helped me with these slides as well, because I was using some of her examples that you can't see. She gave a talk about what Google does in machine learning and explains machine learning first and then shows some of their services, which does the same stuff that everybody else offers, that we offer as well in our cognitive services. And you can use these systems for your products. And this is what I'm begging you to think about right now. Don't let only the big players in the Google Homes and the Alexas and these kind of things use this technology. Make your interfaces more human by leveraging, oh God, I just used the word leveraging, by using the systems that other people give you. Use Google, use Amazon, use Microsoft, use a startup if you want to. Just make sure that you understand that machine learning is huge. It needs a massive amount of computers, a massive amount of computing power, so you probably don't want to maintain and buy these computers yourself. So using a cloud service for that makes it much easier for everybody involved. Almost every company offers APIs for this, and they have REST endpoints. So I don't care if you use Python, PHP, Java, Ruby, Haskell, JavaScript, whatever you want. It's just a REST API. So you throw things at it, and you get JSON back. So you put images in there, and you get a description what the image is about, what's on that image, if there's faces in the image, what these faces are they male, female, what age they might be, the emotions that are in these faces. You throw text to it, it gives you a translation of the text, it analyzes the text for you, and gives you only the keywords in that text for you. All these things are available for you as APIs. A lot of these work went into these APIs, and you might not want to do that yourself. Because machines are doing, and the people writing these APIs, we realize that if you send us a picture and you get back 3 keywords, is not good enough. If you send us a text and we basically tell you that's English, but we have no idea what it is, that's not a good result either. So we made these APIs go deeper and deeper under the hood, and you don't need to know about that functionality. You don't need to know about technology. You can just concentrate on making an interface that humans are not afraid of, that humans are not scared of. We harvested tons and tons of data over the years. You all, well, probably not you, but me and other people have happily uploaded tons of stuff to Facebook, not realizing that for years and years it's been using our stuff to sell to advertisers and also analyze it and make a massive database out of it. The good thing is that Facebook and others are now opening up to us developers to use this stuff to do some good as well, and not only advertisers. I always find it fascinating that advertising is on the forefront of artificial intelligence, and yet it does stupid things all the time. I bought a suitcase on Amazon the other day, and it has a lifetime guarantee. So if I tell a computer, this man bought a suitcase that whenever it breaks, he can get it replaced for free, why the hell do I see advertising for more suitcases? You know, it's not like you buy a suitcase every day. It doesn't make any sense. The people running these machines are not as clever as the computers are. So the biggest problem to understand is to understand the data. It was a mess. People uploading pictures without tagging them, people typing things wrong, people misunderstanding things, and every search box on the web should allow me to make a mistake, to type something in the wrong way so I can still get a result. Google does that, Bing does that, Yahoo does that, everybody does that, but our internal searches on our websites don't do that yet. So we train machines in thousands of iterations to get the best information out of a small set of data. If you take a sentence, what computers do is they don't only see that sentence, they cut it down into words. And they realize which word is dependent on which other word. And then they start going into the syntax of it. Then they go into grammar and understand that this is a verb, this is a subject, this is an adjective. And then they actually stem further and say, like, if something is called helps, the stemming is help. So if somebody types in help, that should be the same result that helps. So we made computers go through the syntax and also the meaning of the words to give us better results, and we don't do that as humans normally. We just said, you made a typo, I'm not going to answer your email. But we went deep down the rabbit hole in all these APIs to give you natural language processing. There's a system by Microsoft called LUIS. There's TensorFlow has a lot of stuff. AWS has a lot of stuff where you can say, okay, I want any input from users to be understood this way. So if there's a sentence that says flight, give it flight results. If there's a sentence that said plane, give it a flight result. And then the machine churns through it, and you get more information on top of it. So it realizes Flugzeug in German is also plane, so it will also give you an answer to that one. So you can train the machine to understand humans with graphical interfaces. You don't even need to do that on a computational level, you can actually be somebody who's more confident to actually use a graphical interface to connect things with each other and say, like, if a sentence contains that word, do that. So you have these like workflow things like you have in, for example, phone systems as well. So I click through a lot of stuff that you can't see right now. And the main thing what we did with that is better translation. Because translation originally was just word by word. And of course that means terrible translation. If we translate our own things and we do it word by word, nothing sensible comes out. So when I translate from French to English, for example, or from German to French, I do it word by word, and then I look at the whole text and rewrite it again. Because I rewrite it then in a more flowing, more human understandable way than just word-by-word translation. They can only get us so far. So by analyzing the syntax, by analyzing the grammar of the language that we used, we actually have much better translation results. And Google has like 80 languages. We've got a lot of them as well. And this is even live working on audio, on video, and on text right now. So translating on your website with a Bing button is probably kind of lazy, but if there's no other way for people to do it, they use, no, even my screen is now dead, actually. People use translation systems to access, for example, websites that have been blocked. I've seen universities that use translation, Google Translate, to translate a website from English to English so they can access it in their university. And that's quite an interesting one to do. So can we do something about this? I've got nothing now at all. Okay, so let's go further with that. Let me think what the next bits were that I wanted to talk about. Now, if you have graphical information, you can use these services to get some things out of them. We have called cognitive services in Microsoft, where you have 5,000 hits a day to an endpoint where you upload your image and you get a transcription back. You get a transcription back, you get the colors used in that image back, you get back what the image is about, and you can actually then see faces in these things as well. So you recognize there's a man swimming in a swimming pool, so you get tags of saying like swimming pool, face is at this direction and that place. And the facial recognition goes so far that it doesn't only give you, say, like there's a face in there, but it tells you all the three angles. So you can say like, it's like this, that, this, that, this, that. And that way you can actually put things on a face like Snapchat does with filters. But it also is very important for recognizing and recognizing faces and doing something with them. I'm working with a supermarket chain right now, where you look into a checkout and you pay. How much better is that than having to have money or having to put your credit card in? How many times have you been in a supermarket with some elderly person in front of you that put their card in and then went into their wallet and had their PIN number this big on a piece of paper because they keep forgetting it? Why do we need to go through these stuff when we've been analyzed, when we've been found out, when we know already who's been there? Of course this is creepy, of course this is scary, but it's already too late. If you have been at any airport in the last 10 years, if you have been at any train station, your face is recognized. You are known. Your passports are machine readable. We already are beyond the watershed there. We're actually in this space where we now should do something useful with it. I like, for example, Google Hello. I look into my computer and it recognizes me and I logged in. Phones do the same thing with fingerprints right now, and of course it's hackable. The Chaos Computer Club just hacked the new Samsung phone and said, like, I can just show it a picture. It doesn't work on a Surface Book because we actually have two cameras, so it actually looks at two angles, and it does an infrared camera in there as well. That's why these things are so expensive. So it realizes that I'm alive and I have a pulse. So if I just show you a picture or a sculpt of my head, it wouldn't work. The same way any finger reader should actually recognize the temperature and also if there's a pulse in it. So again, if we think like, okay, this is just creepy and nobody thought about this, security people have been thinking a lot about what's going on there. And you can build these things into your systems as well. We're working on a W3C standard now to allow you to log into our website with biometric data, which might be fingers, which might be your face, depending on what the operating system and what the machine that you're using does right now. And if that fails, just give people a text field and let them log in with the system. But don't, please do not just have a password field and a text field. This is over. It has to be a two-factor authentication. It's too easy to crack things that are just a password field, and people don't remember passwords. People don't use passwords. If every time there's a hack, there's a great data set I could show you on GitHub that shows you all the passwords that people have been using. Oh my God. That people have been using. And it's things like password 123, and it's like baseball, let me in, stupid computer, why you're asking again, these kind of things. So people are using human passwords, which are very easy for computers to crack. I think my most favorite thing that happened lately was when a researcher, you know, Google's reCAPTCHA, that are these distorted images, and you have to type them in. If you're blind, of course, it's hard for you to see the distorted images, right? So it has an audio capture as a fallback. So you can type on it, it says something, and you have to type that in. Now, what the researcher did is to use Google's image recognition to turn that audio, audio recognition, to turn that audio into text and then send it back to reCAPTCHA. So it used two Google APIs to crack each other. And I love that because they come from the same resource. They came from the trusted Google computer, so that's not a problem, right? So evil people will be much better in using these technologies than we are, so let's make sure we're actually better than those people and do something useful with it. Now, the last thing that I think I had on my slides, if they're ever gonna, yeah, fuck it, is that we should use these systems. And I'm happy to talk to you all day about this and show you some things as well on my computer, which I know that works. The last thing I want you to think about is preventing people from doing stupid things. So again, you remember Word telling you this was wrong. Please, if you do an upload on your websites, generate some text for people and say like, hey, just posting the image is not good enough. Here's an alternative text. Is that alternative text good for you? Go with it. WordPress has plugins for that. Other systems have plugins for that. It's a very, very simple thing to do. Another thing you can do with machine learning and images is do boring tasks for your graphical designers. Thumbnail generation is frigging boring. It's a very, very stupid thing that a designer has to do all the time. So what you can do instead is, oh God. Yeah. What you can do instead is use a service like Cloudinary or directly our service or Google's service for that. What it does for you is analyzes the image and finds out where the faces are, and then centers it on that and cuts around it in the size that you want. So instead of having a massive picture turn into a pixel mess that nobody understands, what you have is then a thumbnail that shows only the most important part of that page. So if your thumbnails are about a company logo, for example, it would center and resize that logo to be still legible rather than having like a big wide thumbnail with the text this big in the middle. And this can be all batched. This can be done on thousands and thousands of images without a designer having to do that, because their job should be to build UX, to build UI, to basically do the interfaces that make things more human. The last thing to actually talk about when it comes to protecting our users is think about moderation APIs. Google has it, Microsoft has it, Facebook has it, Amazon has it. And we've been working on those for decades now, together with the police, together with governments, to make sure that you not only know when a picture is racy or when a picture is adult, but when a picture has child pornography in it, no human should ever see this. This should never end up on the internet. So what these moderation APIs do is find out illegal content that is already known and automatically delete it without you having to know and without your end users ever having to consume that. So computers are totally okay to see things that humans should never see. So let them see that and not your end users. If you allow people to upload random stuff on the web, it will take 2 or 3 minutes and the first terrible thing will come out there that you should never show to end users. So letting the machines that have been trained to recognize things that are not there to be shown on the web is the right thing to do to filter out and make sure you protect your end users. William Gibson, the science fiction author, has said that the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. So I hope today, with all the demos that I showed and with all the things that I talked about, and please talk to me and other people out there. There's so many things you can do to make our interfaces more human. It's not that you have to become Siri, Cortana, or whatever OK Google is, but make sure that you use and use these services to the power that they have to build human interfaces, because we're already in the robot takeover. We're not going to be a Terminator world anytime soon, but we should be building more human interfaces because computers can do things that humans are too good for. And with that, I think I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christian Hellman. Listen, we know depending on tech is always sometimes risky, but listen, you probably don't know, but Christian actually did half of his talk without his slides. You didn't see him either, and I think he did a really great job keeping going all the way through. Good, well done. Thank you. There's a man who knows his stuff. One very good tip for you there. If all else fails and you haven't even got your own slides, make sure you know your stuff so you can share that with your audience. Right. We're going to move on now to our next speaker. But before I share with you who's about to stand on stage, remember, upstairs we've actually got the exhibition area as well. So that's where we've actually got different startups, different companies as well. And also the company 5, who is our general sponsor here at Shift 2017, they've actually got something a little bit different. Now, if you think to yourself, what kind of a company you would love to work for? Probably a company that has a really strong company culture. Really, they treat their employees very well indeed. Lots of respect and lots of fun as well. This is certainly a company that certainly does that. They've actually got what they like to do is in their spare time or trying to create bonds within their teams. What they like to do, they actually like to create their own cocktails. They create their own cocktails. Now, if you pop up a little bit later on, and you can see and taste some of those cocktails that they actually create in their company. And they've also got a competition running. It's a PS4 FIFA competition. Who fancies themselves as a PS4 football wizard? Anybody? One man, right. I challenge you, my friend. Actually, I challenge every single one of you to a game of PS4. And I'll tell you what, if you win and I lose, I will buy you, perhaps, I'm just thinking, a drink. That's maybe not good because I have to buy too many people a drink this evening. But we'll see. Anybody who wants to challenge me to a PS4 FIFA game? Yes, right. Who's that? Who said yes? Who said yes? Right, and where are you from? Oh, sorry, up there. Who's that? I can't see. Where are you from? Zagreb. Okay. Have you played PS4 before? Yes. Okay. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think you are at playing PS4? 9. Game on. Right. Slavonski Brod, are you any good at PS4? No, rubbish. No. Have you heard of PS4? Do they have that in Slavonski Brod? I don't know. Right. Anyway, we move on. We move on to our next speaker. Again, a general sponsor, somebody from representing our general sponsor. He was here last year standing on this stage. Yesterday actually shared a fantastic workshop as well. He's back again this year, and I'm sure by the end of what he has to say, you'll be able to take with you some great takeaways as well. Please welcome to the stage CEO of 5 and the co-founder of Shoutum, Mr. Luca Abrus.
Shout, let it all out.
Hello, everyone. Hi, how are you? I'm so glad to be here again this year to give you my talk about mobile apps. First of all, I mean, we obviously had some technical difficulties. We might again have some. So please bear with me. For this year's conference, I decided to take on the gods of demo, head on, and try to give you and do everything that you shouldn't be doing on a conference. I'll be giving a presentation of Google Slides, which is live. I'll be doing a live demo building apps in front of you. And luckily for me, I mean, I think the gods of demo had their share of fun in the previous presentation. So I might be off, I might be good, but still. First problem that needs to be solved miraculously is how to connect to the Wi-Fi, which of course wasn't the problem just a second ago, but we obviously keep the, bear with me, please. So this is part of the live demo. I practiced it a couple of times, and we'll see what happens. Okay. Another shot. No. I am. So, but I have a backup. So. I know we laughed at this at the backstage, and I figured out this will never happen to me, but obviously it did. So let's do this. All right, so far so good. Let's see. It's working. Please, one round of applause for the technology, not from me. So, hello again. Today I'm going to talk about the death of the mobile apps. This is the thing that keeps me awake pretty often as a person who is totally invested into mobile. We're running 2 companies, 2 businesses completely in mobile, and if you Google mobile apps are dead, you'll find dozens, hundreds, thousands of articles stating their case against mobile or the future of mobile or the whole thing is doomed. But, of course, second problem, it's this is great. Okay, second problem solved. So far, so good. Today I'm going to talk about Shouterman 5. So Shouterman 5, we're a team of 150 people completely focused on mobile, doing services as a digital agency and doing a product. Today I'll be mostly talking about the product and how we're tackling with the mobile apps are dead or are soon to be dead or just smelling funny but still here thing. We have been on the market for the past 10 years now, dealing strictly with mobile since the first iPhone came out. And we've learned one thing. Mobile apps are hard. What's hard about them? I mean, the competition is crazy strong. There's gazillions of apps in the app stores. The users' expectations are pretty high up. And the requirements to build those apps is extremely hard on the budgets, on the time required to build those apps. And just winning on mobile today in the first competition is not as easy as I hoped it to be when we started this whole thing. Let me back up my case with just a couple of things that we see dealing with clients on a daily basis. One graph that is the killer of all, that says that basically 80% of your app users won't come back the next day. So after they install the app, 80% of them won't be coming back the next day. You can look at it the other way, so you can crunch the data different ways, but the thing is, no matter how you crunch it, 70% of users won't be coming after the first week for sure. So you've immediately lost 2/3 or even 3/4 of your user base after the first day. So what's the problem with the mobile apps? There's hundreds of them. People are stacking them into folders on their phone, and they're not using them as much as we hoped the people would be using them. I mean, everyone's on their phones constantly, but they're not using the apps that we are building. So what's happening? Who's stepping up? People are talking about voice interfaces, where you're just moving away from being one icon on the phone to being an interface you talk to. People are talking about chatbots, which is similar to voice interface, but you just use a text and interact with a smart artificial intelligence or dumb artificial intelligence, depending how advanced the bot is. And the third one is web apps, progressive web apps. So web is fighting back against and trying to take the turf from the mobile. But things aren't as bad as they seem. So mobile app usage grows 11% year over year, which is good. I mean, it's growing, so people are using apps more and more, which is great for us who are in mobile app development. But, I mean, it used to be 50% year over year. Now it's only 10, 11%. And that's in sessions. So meaning people open up more apps, 11% more sessions in the apps. But there's one number that is really important to me. Mobile app time spent. Did you know that on the US users, every US user spends 5 hours a day on mobile. 5 hours a day playing around with their mobile apps. The problem with that is, another side effect of that is they actually spend nearly half of that time in just their one app. Whatever that app is, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, whatever that number one app, they spend 50% of that time in just one app. The game of the day, whatever they're doing, just one app. They're spending maybe 75% of their time in just the 3 apps. So unless you're one of those 3 apps, you're fighting a really hard battle. I've looked at the browser versus apps. So I figured, okay, if apps are declining, maybe the browser, the websites are gaining traction. Maybe they're starting to build up and starting to take the market share from the mobile. But it's not true. People spend 92% on mobile in the mobile apps, not on the browser. Of course, Facebook is leading the share with 19%, and the rest follow on. But the problem is, if you're building an app for your business and you're spending huge amounts of money to build it, it's going to be super hard to win on mobile and get some traction, get some engagements. One thing, when we started Shout'em, I mean, I know most of you guys here, you've been following us in Shout'em for the past 8 years now. When we started Shout'em, we were betting on the long tail of mobile. You know the long tail graph. Number of users, the budgets, and we hoped that the long tail would apply on mobile. But the thing that we've learned is that this tail part might not actually exist on mobile. Actually, this is what I think is the long tail of mobile. So there are huge numbers of people, of businesses, of customers who don't need mobile apps. People need websites. So if you took a look, if you look below and see construction, small businesses, coffee shops, photographers, even like retailers of some sort, they all need a website. So they need a website. They already built a website, and we bet at the time that they would need a mobile app as well. But in fact, that isn't the truth. The mobile apps turned out to be super expensive to build, super hard to maintain. You have those 2 platforms, iOS and Android. You used to have 3. It just adds cost. And if you time that with the engagement that is dropping down on a daily basis for the users and the competition from all of those major apps, that's why I said the mobile apps, what we figured out, are super hard. And the other thing that I'm super impressed with, on the web, WordPress is powering 28% of the whole web. So the whole web, 28% of it is run on WordPress. And that's a crazy thing for me. They started as a simple platform that wanted to help out the long tail, help out build the simple websites, and it turns out they're running 28% of the whole World Wide Web. The thing, to come back to the mobile apps, what we see is that typical time to market for mobile app is on average 5 months. Yes, you can build an app within a month, you can build an app within a year, but what we've seen on I think 70 or 80 projects that we did, a typical time to market for a mobile app, from the first moment you start to the moment you publish it, is around 5 months. And there have been numerous takes on how much does that actually cost. Of course, if you build it out, the more you go to the east, it gets cheaper. This is a statistic from Clutch, one mobile app directory that's, I know this is so crazy, saying that how much costs a house, how much does a mobile app cost. But the thing is that clients are spending budgets of 50, 100K, 200K on mobile apps, and they're not getting their returns back. Why do I think that is? We're always reinventing the wheel on mobile. So we're always trying to reinvent the same old thing and just rebuilding the whole thing for every new client from the beginning to the end. For me, as someone who is leading a mobile development organization, it's super hard to motivate people to do once again to spend a week on doing Facebook integrations, to do Facebook login, to spend a week to do the onboarding. Yeah, you've done it like 5 zillion times before, and then you have to do it again. Yes, the developers take pride in just creating it better every time and just encapsulating it a bit and just pulling out some components to be reused later on. But eventually, what we saw that 80% of our time that we were building mobile apps was used to build stuff that were already built. And basically, just the 20% is being used to build the innovative part of mobile apps, something that is actually going to make it, or your business will make it or break it. So 80% of the budgets are being spent on just the stuff that have already been built. And it's the same problem that actually WordPress solves successfully on the websites. They've given you the complete infrastructure, and you're just building your fun part, your sweet spot up there, and just using your development time to do that. And what we want to do with, what we want to do is we want to stop people from building apps from scratch. If you were to build a website, you would never start a website from scratch. You would probably use one of the CMSs or start somewhere. But then again, what we see on mobile, people are starting to build apps from scratch, on a daily basis. I personally believe that building mobile apps from scratch is just plain stupid. It wastes your time, it wastes your client's money, and it doesn't give the results that you might need at the end. After you spend like $200,000 and don't get the results that you need, I mean, you would have been much better off if you spent maybe 20% of that just on the app that you wanted to build and try to see what the results are. What we've experimented a lot in the past are cross-platform frameworks. We've done hybrid apps, we've done HTML, JavaScript things, we've played around with PhoneGap, Ionic, Angular, we've done the whole share, we've done with Xamarin, but what we've seen are the performance issues of all of those frameworks. So it's either you go native or you go home. So in that competitive market, you can compete with anything than just being completely native and just have a perfect user interface and just the smoothness of the app. Everything else is doomed to fail from day one, whatever you do. But there's one contender that we've made a huge bet on. This is from Google Trends, showing how React Native is trending versus iOS and Android in the past years. And this is the bet that we've made. So yes, we are doing native iOS apps, we are doing native Android apps, but we are betting heavily on React Native, which might be one part of the solution to this mobile app death problem. So Shout'em is a platform for creating mobile apps. That's the whole thing. We want to be on mobile what WordPress did on web. We launched the product a month and a half ago. It was I think an 18-month product development cycle that took a lot of obviously effort, and it was like a real moment of celebration after those 18 months when we finally launched a new platform. But the real moment of celebration was when we started seeing first apps being built on top of that platform, exactly how we envisioned them to be built. The idea was to be able to do everything using a beautiful templates. And if you're a standard user who doesn't need any customizations, any development, you might be as well have just used the CMS, build the app, publish it right off the content management system, and be done with it. But what we wanted to do with Shout'em, we wanted to be able that you can extend it, that you can add whatever functionality you want to it. We've done some beautiful templates, and there are 3 things that are actually new on Shout'em on V5. First one, it's built on React Native. That's the bet that we've made. Rebuild it completely. Second one is we did an extensible platform. And the third one is we created developer-friendly tools that I'll hopefully show to you today. React Native, as you might know, is based on JavaScript, but the thing is it renders the complete native UI. What we're targeting here, what we've seen is that the classic iOS and Android developers, they're not too keen to jump on React Native. They love their frameworks, they love their native way of doing stuff, but the web developers, they'll jump on React Native and build mobile apps in an instant. It's a technology that is exactly suited for them, reusing their knowledge from React.js to build mobile apps. Second of all, extensible. Think WordPress plugins. You can create a plugin for anything, extend the app, extend the platform, and just be done in an instant. We've built somewhat over 40 plugins that you could try out immediately. And everything that you see on the platform is customizable. So from the onboarding to authentication to push notifications to user profiles to the about screen, everything is an extension, and everything can be customized. And third of all, this is a developer conference, and we did a developer-friendly tool. So you can go on today and try it out on new.shout'em.com and see how it works. What we've done, we've open sourced the UI framework as well, so you could use our UI framework on any React Native app, or you could be building it on Shout'em. The documentation is up there, and our mission is basically to become what WordPress did on websites. We become the platform that helps people build mobile apps in a fraction of time and within a fraction of cost. Sounds pretty huge. So how does the development process look like on Shout'em? First of all, you create a new React Native app through our builder. I'll do exactly that. Second of all, you reuse some of the existing extensions. We have over 40 of them, and we expect the ecosystem to grow as the complete platform is open sourced. You can customize any of these components that you like, or that basically saving you your time and effort just to do the customizations you need, and basically develop anything from scratch and plug into that platform. That's the basic idea. I haven't done a live demo in, I think, 8 years. And I'm really looking forward to this. It might fail on every step of the way, but I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying your looks right now and just wanting me to fail, or I don't know, just hoping that something will go wrong and then I'll have to think my way out of it. So let me show you the demo of the new Shout'em platform. So basically, okay, internet is still working. That's great. Let me create a first app. So there are a bunch of templates that I could use. I don't want to bother you with those fancy, flashy stuff out of this CMS. I'll just use the Events app and create the app in behind. So what's actually happening right now, up there in the cloud, everything's being bundled, and the app is being created. Let me call it my Shift app. I think I didn't use that name before, so this might actually work. What's happening right here on the right part of the screen, we're using a cloud preview of the app and building the app in the cloud. While it's doing that, I'll be showing you the command line tools as well. So what I can do here, I can pull the app code. So what I'm doing here, I'm pulling the whole app code for the whole app down to my computer so I could edit it and customize it. My Shift app, this will take, of course I used that name before. This is great. Shift app 2. Let's try it again. All right. So while it's pulling the code, let me walk you through this interface. So I could add any of these extensions to the app. So there are a bunch of them that have been already built, that are pre-built into the platform from the various themes, push notifications, products, places, whatever, Shopify integrations, whatever you might need. Or you can actually, have your own extensions that I've built in the past. I haven't been, too keen on building my extensions. I've only built like 3 of them so far, but they're here, that I could reuse in any of my apps later on. While I was talking, the app has been built. So this is a live preview in the cloud of the app. Basically, it's been pre-populated with the content, and there are a couple of interesting things that I could show you here. But again, this is just a template app that I've built that is basically suited to build like an event app, like for the Shift conference or for anything else. What I could do here, here's how the CMS works. I could change the navigation to a drawer. You see here, I'm using the tab bar. I'll change it to a hamburger menu, refresh the whole thing, and demo permitting, I'll show you the new version of the app right here with the hamburger menu. So this is how it works for an average user. You can customize it, you can edit it. But let me do something more complex. Let me show you, this is an event app. There's the one thing that I've been missing in this event template, and that is like a huge, or actually a small red banner with a countdown to the conference. Sounds pretty simple. So the thing I want to do, I want to add a top bar here at this screen, showing you how much time there's left until the conference. So how am I going to do that? Cool. Let me go there and let me open up the code. So here's the complete code for the app. Don't get frightened. It's well documented, and I've learned my way around it. So what I want to do is change one of the components that I'm building on the website here, or that I've been through the CMS, is the events one. So this is the description of the events app, and what it says here, it shows you the types of layouts that this component supports. So this is the thing right here. So I could do a grid-like view of the program, and I could do a list-like view. If I do a list-like, if I refresh the app, you'll see a completely different layout of the app. So you see like a different layout that the app has been using. What I want to do, I want to create my own layout, something completely new. So what I'll do, I'll delete this and just say that this new one that I'm building, this one that I'm building will extend this one, and I'll just change it the name to say it's like grid with timer, right? The next thing that I want to do, I want to change the code. I want to add some code in there. First of all, I don't want to bother you with some details, but I'll just reuse the data that I've been using in this component, so just bear with me while I do this live. And there are a couple of screens here. So grid screen, list screen, showing different types of layouts. What you can see here, my first reaction was to go to the grid screen, but it follows the object model. It extends the list screen. There's not too much code here, so I'll go to the list screen to modify my view. One more trick before I move on with some actual development is just to reuse the data, so my new component uses the same data that the original one does. So basically what I want to do is want to find where this render function happens, so where it's actually showing the code, and I want to add my code over there. So actually I'm looking for this featured events, and I'll add my code here. So I'm doing this live, so I'll vertical. Okay. I added a view, and let me add just one. Okay, sorry, I know my developers love when I do this. Okay. So text. Just add some style, and okay. So let's add something that is colored red, bold, I don't know, 25, and sorry, let's say 40. I don't know, hopefully this works. And just add some text. So I don't want to bother you with creating an actual timer, but I want to show how this code would work. So this is like a placeholder, and I say just 1 day, 7 hours, 14 minutes, and 32 seconds till the conference. Of course, in an actual world, I would have to create a code that updates the timer in live, but you get the picture. So the next step, I'm done. I have to package this thing, and I do that using the Shouten push. So what is actually happening right now, the extension that I've just created is being packaged and pushed up to the server. Okay, let me see. Great. And now I have a new component that I've just built that I can reuse in any of my apps that shows a timer instead just no timer. Let me install this new extension into the app. And I'll install it into this My Shift app number 2. Perfect, that worked. Let me open up in the browser, see how that looks like. I'll close the old one. Save preview here. And it's now building the app. But what you should see here in the program, if I did it correctly, in the layout, there's a new grid. There's this new component that I've just added that I could use here. Another way of trying this out, of course, I'm doing this all through the browser. In a real-life environment, you would do it all locally. You would try the app locally. But there's one other way how you can test the app, and it's using your mobile device. Let me start QuickTime Player to show you how that will work. Okay, so it's here. Okay, not me, but my iPhone. Cool. So while this is being built, I can show you, this is the whole thing. We're actually building the app that usually takes like 2 or 3 times on the build server in the backend. So it's like the miracle of build happening right now. And while we're waiting for that to be completed, I can show you a couple of things more in the CMS. Basically, the themes, something we're also very proud of. You can create your own theme, or you can change the theme of the app. So there are a couple of themes that we've already built in the product. For example, this is the one that I've been using so far. But I could change it with a click of a mouse to a different theme and just restyle and reskin my whole app. And basically, what we've seen our clients do, they create their signature theme and just apply it across all of their apps that they're building. Okay, so the app is done. And let me change the layout to grid with timer. Let's see how that works. If I did everything correctly, the timer should be up there. Yes! Woo! The easier way to do it is to preview it on device. Let me open up. Okay, so I'm using my device here. What I have to do, I have to scan this QR code. Okay, it's here. And what I should actually see here is the same app, but just on my phone, which is much more responsive, as you can see here, than in this cloud preview. And that's how you customize the Shoutem app. Thank you. And the final slide, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Luka Abrus. Well done. Fantastic. The technical things that happen, I'm really lucky because the only thing, I don't have any slides. The only thing I have is this microphone. And if this goes, then we don't hear a thing. So hopefully we'll have this microphone going as it is. Yes.
Just one more thing. If you're interested in seeing how this actually works, we have a workshop starting right after lunch in a workshop place. Room.
Yeah, which is Area 55, which is basically upstairs, right to the top, okay? Right to the top, Area 55. That's where the workshop, 5 workshop will be taking place, and all the others as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time for some food. What do you say? Great. So we will have a lunch break now for 1 hour. So 1:45 back in here for more Shift Split 2017. time, only once a year, and it's a chance again to meet some of the people maybe you didn't even know existed, to meet some people that you did, and meet some old friends as well. Right, we move on now to our next speaker, but before I do, just remember we have the hashtag going. Apparently, it's on fire in Split. It's on fire. Okay, that hashtag, Shift Split, it's on fire. We're doing really well. We are going to hopefully trend across Croatia, across Europe, and with a little bit of luck, across the world. What do you think? No. Right, okay. I will get a yes from you by the end of these 2 days. Right, we move on to, as I say, our next speaker on stage. Now, here at Shift Split, we like to shake things up a bit and naturally change our topics, our themes, and the speakers that come back on the stage, that come to Shift to Split every single year in the stage here on the stage here in Split. But sometimes we actually get speakers that our audiences really, really do appreciate, and we listen to our audiences. And we listen to the people that have been before, and it's really good to welcome back people on the same stage. Not saying the same stuff, the same things, but completely different things indeed. The next gentleman on stage, he's actually a part within that category, coming back. He was here last year, and he's back here again. So if I was to say to you, would you like to learn how to publish 3D content, any 3D content on completely any device? If I asked you that, hopefully in your mind you're saying yes, that's intriguing, and that sparks something in my mind. The next gentleman on stage, he's going to tell you exactly how to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Cyril Fauvel.
Yeah, so I see plenty of people are still at lunch, so I wish them have a good lunch. For you, yeah, I'm going to explain what I did as experiment, because in my role at Autodesk, it's really about doing experiments on to see where the technology leads us for our customer. And we work, as a 3D package content provider, so we have software for construction, for civil engineering, for manufacturing, and one of the big challenge is for architects, for example, they have this sense of, that's my property, I don't want to share it. So how can they share, for example, a Revit file, which usually is very huge, on the web, and keep the IP for themselves? And we have what we call the Forge technology to do that. I'll very quickly throw it, because this is not really the intent of this talk. But it's a very easy way where you take any 3D file format and you export it to JSON information. And then you can start consuming that. So I was using that as a start of developing an experiment. And that experiment was last year, Microsoft released the HoloLens. And I was the proud-father of one of these devices last July. And I say, okay, so the main challenge for this device is really to bring 3D content on it. So why not using Forge for that? And this is what I did, and I want to share my experiment with that. But before going into these details, we need to consider different things. And the first one is, well, sure, you have new devices. Oh, sorry, something wrong on this slide. But you also have new input device. And this new input device could be very, very different. We had in the past only the command line, and we moved to the mouse. And we have other devices where we can see gestures. We had the Kinect on the Xbox. I did some experiment with the Kinect as well to make sure that we can use this, so gestures and full body gestures. So you need to provide input to your device. And lately, we had the natural user interface appearing as a development platform with tablets. So it came in the 2000s. And really, you started with a mouse, right? But now if you look at all the different opportunities you have to bring inputs on your device, this is what I came out with. Voice recognition, keyboard, mouse, gestures, game controllers, whatsoever. When you build a collaboration service, you need to acknowledge this is as important as what you're displaying, because you are going to collaborate with multiple entities on the same model. So the inputs from the different sources are as important as anything else. So you can categorize them into other things. So computer vision, which is camera reading what you're doing, which is almost what the Kinect is doing. You can do touch on tablets. You have also the audio recognition, so speech recognition or voice recognition. So different gestures you can do. On maybe in future, brain readers. I don't know if any of you were at SIGGRAPH last August, but there was a guy with like an helmet trying to read your brain to do actions on the computer. It was kind of working, but you had to keep a very close focus on what you were doing. So maybe for future. So the first thing I did with a colleague of mine was actually using the Google Tango tablet. And this is what one of my colleagues ended up to, which is combining the 3D digital model with the real world. So this is our One Market San Francisco office. And you see that while he's working, the Tango tablet can connect to the digital model and see him displayed on the tablet. So that's, I would not say geolocation because you're in a building, but the Tango is reading your environment and match that to the digital model. And somewhere in the video, I'll go very quickly through. We just go to 3D world somewhere. Just need to remember where it is. Yeah. So you can also map to 3D world and consume the real 3D data and merge the two together. That's really interesting. So before I go too much in detail, so that's the same video, but this time we moving in 3D. So we consuming the Revit model directly. But before I go into more details about this, I just want to have a feel of how many of you are developers? Couple, designers. Okay. So people who didn't raise the hand, who are you? Yeah, makers, so you do both roles? Anyway, so I'll try to adapt my presentation to the audience. I like this one because this one is very cool, so we can do simulation as well. So you do feature recognition around you, and then using a game engine, you just put water into it, and you do simulation. So you, again, you're combining digital and real world together, and you put inside a virtual simulation. This one is most interesting. So here we're starting using a helmet device, like the HoloLens. And as I said, I had one since last July to play with it. So this is a virtual visit of a house. And here we're using the tablet to show you how it looks. But we'll do the demo here with the HoloLens in a few minutes. So this is how it looks. And you can walk through the house in your virtual world, and you can really visit the house. So that's a first experiment. But you alone, yeah? It's one person visiting the house. That's great, but that's not yet collaboration. Collaboration would mean that two persons at least share the same model, and they collaborate together on doing change into the model. So that was an experiment we did last year, and it worked pretty well. So here we're using a game engine to do the display. but the information is consumed from any source. So if you have a Revit file or anything else, like Rhino or SketchUp, that's fine. You can do that. And now there was a rise of what I call the new display interface. So you heard about HoloLens because I'm going to talk about that, the MetaVision on the DAQRI Smart Helmet. You can even have a very cheap one, which is a Google Cardboard. So you take only your phone on a piece of cardboard, and you have the same virtual reality experience. So, but before that, just for fun, Autodesk was actually the first doing one of these helmets back in 1993. And at that time, we were really proud to do that. We did abandon that project a year later. But you know, a 4 frame per second device, very heavy on your head, it's very old technology. And Microsoft obviously came up last year with a lot better device. Another device, who heard about the F-35 jet fighter? Nobody? Yeah, one guy? Good. So that's the next generation of jet fighter for the US Army. And that helmet that the pilot is wearing is built by an Israel company, and it's a full AR/VR device. It's plenty of sensors, and when you wear this device, the jet disappears. Yeah? There's camera all around, and the pilot can just watch around through the steels and glass and everything, and he can see everything around his jet fighter. In a combat, it's very important for them. You obviously don't want to buy this one. 400,000 helmet, I don't think anyone can really afford it. Instead, what you can do for like $20 is to do a Google Cardboard, or if you have a 3D printer, you can print that one. So this is what we are doing before having other devices. So this is how it would look on your phone. So you have a stereoscopic view of the model, and through the glasses you can use it. And now the rise of the augmented reality. So today we'll focus on the HoloLens, but you have few others like the Meta and DAQRI. And this is how the, if you disassemble it, how it looks like. So you have depth camera, you have real cameras that we're going to use in a few minutes. You have a lot of technology coming from the Kinect, actually. So all the gestures you can use. It has speech recognition, so you can give commands to your model, and you can act on what's doing. So this is what we're going to use here. We only need to be able to speak English today. So it's not like, doesn't support French for me or Croatian for you. So you need to speak English. But the accent is not directly important. Another thing for the HoloLens is you need a Windows machine, Windows 10, and Visual Studio to develop your application. But what means collaboration? So here we are going to use, for this programming experiment, the holographic device, the HoloLens, and we're going to use all these different features from the device. So gaze, which has a cursor. So Microsoft calls that a gaze, but that's a cursor that you're going to move on your model. So gestures, this is how we can select things. Speech recognition, giving other more advanced command. We'll have some special sound so we can orient ourselves in the 3D scene. And the sharing, which will be the base of the collaboration service. So we can share the same model, and the HoloLens has a very clever way of synchronizing devices together, so you can see on the other device what one person is doing. So what means collaboration? And for me, it took me quite a while to really figure out in the industry what people are expecting to do as a collaboration service. Because today, if you ask anyone, what are you doing in terms of collaboration? It's probably like just commenting, right? Commenting is easy. You do that every day with Twitter, Facebook, on Skype. But to be productive in the industry, what kind of other things we can really do in the collaboration service above commenting? So one thing is actually sharing the model itself, but not sharing it like, oh, let me send you the file. Sharing the real model in real time, whether you're having a smart helmet, like the HoloLens, or you're using your phone, or you're using your computer. The notion of device should disappear in a collaboration service. So it doesn't matter anymore which device or technology you're using, that's the experience you're trying to develop. So sharing information, sharing resource, defining roles, and interaction. And interaction is a keyword for me. So I'll pause this one. It's more for developers. So if developers are interested, we can take a quicker look to that. I like this photo. So it's coming from a device provider. But it's really interesting because here, this is where the collaboration starts. So this is a building. And you have information coming or augmented your reality to show you information coming from different things. So here we have a pump at the end of this photo, and you have like an information red icon saying there is a problem, yeah? And then the device, this pump has some sensors on it, or your ERP system has some information to display you, because the device can recognize that pump or find that pump in the scene, then you can bring automatically information. And that information could be coming from your data center or from one of your colleagues. So the use case here usually is you have a technician who needs to go to repair something, but he got the information from someone who detected that the device had an issue. So this is how you combine information together. And you can talk to the guy can collect information, he can query more documentation, he can say to your ERP system that the problem is fixed. That's really an interesting use case. So in that regard, this is the experiment we did, which was, okay, so we have on Pier 9 in San Francisco again, an office where we have CNC machine. So we put sensors on the CNC machine to measure how much they used, what kind of usage people are doing with that. And we did build a website where we can collect information and show with coloring what people are doing with that. So that's the IoT part. And then you have the tablet, which can display information on top of the real world, and you can read that information. We also have the HoloLens now connected, so if you walk into this room, you can see that. But because now we have 3 different entry points, people can start sharing the same information or giving orders to each other or doing anything you want. Another experiment we did using another technology called VRED was actually for car designer in the automotive industry. So they can change the shapes, they can change the material of different cars, and they can discuss as a team what the car should be at the end, what kind of configuration are acceptable for this car to be released on the market. So that was this one, where you can see that people can draft curves on the car to define what they want, where they want to put stickers on other things. But my colleagues, so that was the car they were working on, but my colleagues were in an empty room. And here you have 2 persons in the same room, but there was 2 other persons in another room, and they were working together on defining what should be the right setup for that car. So that, we pass that product things, you're probably not interested. What is interesting as well is there is three kind of device. You have tablets. So the issue with tablets is they are in your hands. You can't really do anything while you have the tablet in your hand. The next one, which is very popular right now, is what we call virtual reality, which is like on the screen. So HTC Vive or the Google Cardboard, etc., Oculus Rift. The problem with that is you are in a pure virtual reality mode, which means you can't really interact anymore with your real world. So if I were wearing the HTC Vive, if nobody stopped me, I can just follow out the scene and hurt myself because I'm fully immersed into that virtual world. So how do you interact with the real world now? Using a keyboard, you can't see the keyboard, so it's very difficult here. But the experience is good because you only see what you need to see, and you focus on that. On one difficult thing is, how do I move to another place in the virtual world because I know I can't fall here. It's like you can use teleportation. So, and this is what we did, which is you say, I want to move there, and suddenly you're on the opposite side of the room. What I want to tell you here is that in this world, you need to invent all the different user interaction you want to have for a specific experience. So you can use different things like menu, teleportation, voice control, etc. So you have to define your way of navigating into a virtual world. Whereas when you, let's play this one while I talk. Whereas in the augmented reality world, you not only constrained to do teleportation, you can interact now with the real world. And that's, I think, even more important. So in the construction industry, what people usually want to see is, I'm in a room, there is a ceiling, and I want to see what I can't really see in the real world, but I want to see where they're positioned relative to my real world. So this is really what they're interested by. So here what we are doing as an experiment is a fire escape on an oil platform. So we did combine that with a game engine, but you could play a role yourself into it. So you could be inside the scene and see how people represented here by yellow bars, how they react on which path they're taking. So you can see, like, for example, this guy here is just stuck. He won't move anymore. So there's an issue in your simulation. So the first stage before we can go to the experience is how do you bring that content into all these devices? Someone here may use SketchUp, another one may use Rhino, a third one may use Revit. If for each of you, you need to find your workflow to bring this content to one specific device, it will be a lot of work. I know that one of the customers I met one day was not happy me saying, usually it takes you like a week work to bring a simple thing into one of these devices. But that's true. If you really want to have a very nice and very clear material definition into your device, you usually need to hire an artist. He will play for a week on your model to bring it. Another way is to use a different pipeline. So that was a pipeline I mentioned at the beginning, like Forge, where you could put anything there, and at the end, it's just JSON. So you would consume anything you want, because it's now a database, and you just need to build a piece of code to bring that 3D content to your device. And this is what I did. And like, I think the first presenter this morning, Christian, was saying, anything I do is public and I share it. It's exactly the same for me. I think his talk was great, saying that you need to combine things together, which are public, don't be afraid of that, and build something and then share it. So if you're interested to see that, I'll give you the URL where you can get it. So here, this is what we're doing. We were building from all these 3D package content that you can reuse very easily because it's now a database. Another way to do it is actually to do laser scanning or photogrammetry scanning. So laser scanning is pretty expensive. I think the device is like a $15,000 device to scan a room or a building. And you get a point cloud, and we can convert that into a mesh. And since it's a mesh, now you can consume it. Another way is to use your iPhone and take photos of objects, and from this photo, you can rebuild the mesh itself. So there's different way of importing content. So model preparation is very hard. This is where you're going to spend a lot of time. And if I use Forge, I don't need to worry about that anymore because I would use all this information directly from a database. So we have derivative information, which is geometry on material, the properties, which are all the information contained in the original file, and we also have the hierarchy, so we can do funny things. So we'll do that as an experiment. So this is what I'm going to show you right now. And actually, it's hard for me to talk while I do the demo, so is there anyone who speaks English and want to help me and come on stage and wear the device? So I can talk? Yeah, just come. Just need to start it, yeah. Trying to map. I need to close this. Okay, so there is a menu, which will be in front of you, so let me adjust. Okay. So remember, there will be a few seconds delay between what you see and what people see. Mm-hmm. So we'll try that. So on the menu, you should see a blue square at the bottom right. So if you move your cursor, and now you click. Yeah, you need to keep the cursor here. Yeah, that's a click. Let me do it for you. Just watch this, and you're not on it? Yeah. And now I need to do it one more time. Yeah, and it will load. So this example is actually a robot arm, and we're going to play with it a bit. So yeah, it appears. So this is what you can see. Let me put it full screen so everyone can really see it. So that's a robot, and actually we can interact with it. So in this demo, if I had more HoloLens on stage, we could have multiple persons playing with the same robot. And because the HoloLens has microphone and special sound, we can talk to each other directly, even if we're not in the same room. So what you're going to do now is to click on the robot somewhere, like here. Yeah? No? Try again? Yeah. And it just animated the robot. So now, yeah, you can work around. So now you have the robot moving. So imagine that you control the robot remotely. Yeah? Wouldn't it be nice? You control the machine. I think Christian this morning was saying the machine control you. Now you control the machine. And you can play. Can you say smaller? Just say smaller. Smaller. No, smaller. Small. No? Try again. Smaller. Yeah? Again. Yeah, so cute. Or bigger? Make it very big, like say bigger, like 3-4 times. It will become a giant robot. It will go off the roof. Again. Okay. Yeah. So we'll stop this demo here, but you understand now, if you connected with multiple people, you can start interaction, you can start playing, you can... If this demo had commands to change material or change the model, we could. So this demo doesn't have. So let me do a gesture for you. Yeah, watch here. There should be something. Yeah. Can you put the cursor on the top right corner where it says close, or yeah, undo the gesture? You should close the window. Yeah. So I'll do again this. You should have a menu in front of you. No? Yeah.
There it is.
So can you select now the black one? Yeah. Click on it. And wait a few seconds. So now we're moving to the manufacturing world. So this is a piece of whatever. It's a crane hook. But this time, I'm not sure if you can see, but can you see the little reddish tooltip which follows the cursor? No, you can't really see it. So just imagine there is one. You should be able to read it on the device. So this is what we call metadata. This is information we extract from the digital model. And you can query any of this metadata. So while you see the model, you can say, what's your volume? Or what's your area? What's your whatever? What's your model? On this crane hook, actually, you can say, can you say explode? Yeah. Remember, there is a slight delay between what he sees and what we see because of the connection here. Because we have this hierarchical information from the original model, we still know how things are assembled together. So we can explode the model. And just for fun, my director, when I show him this demo, was in a plane, right? And he was saying, explode! All his neighborhood was like, what's this guy doing? Yeah? Can you say explode in a plane? I was like, come on. Anyway, can you say combine? So it will bring back the... And now the model should be reassembled. And if you click on something which is not red, and you say select, yeah, anything not red. Yeah, I'm a poor programmer. I just made the selection red. So if it's red, you can't say it. Anything. Just say, no, say select. Yeah, so you can see on the white axis that you have a reddish line surrounding the object. So now you can select object and you can move them, you can put them anywhere. So you can now interact with the model. So watch me and say menu. Menu. So you should see two images now. Can you go on the house and say load? So now we're going to move to the construction world with a house. And now we have a house. So make it very big, because I think what is interesting is you can do a visit of the house. So you can say bigger. A bit more? One more? Yeah. Okay, go in now. Just walk in. And show the kitchen to people. Yeah, basic wall, okay. Where's the kitchen? In your back. That's the saloon. That's the entrance. Stairways. Yeah, right. Watch your step. Yeah, here is a kitchen. So you see now you can kind of do a visit. Try to find the restrooms. The restrooms. Just try to walk and try to find it while I talk. So now we saw that in manufacturing, we can interact with objects. Now this guy can just visit a house, and we have a big stage so he can move around. It's near bedroom if it helps. So you can almost do anything you want. And what is nice now is if you're two people visiting the same house, you can get avatars moving around you. Or you can have an assistant telling you what this is, or you can ask questions. Because if now you combine machine learning, you can talk to the machine, and the machine can tell you what you're interested by, or how things are made, or whatsoever. Isn't it cool? Nobody want to try? So we're a sponsor for this event, so we have a table. If you want to try all these experiments, you're welcome to go to our table. We have HoloLens where you can try things. Yeah? Good. Thank you for your help. I think it's worth for the demo. Okay, so just to finish what I was doing, do you have any questions? So all the code, again, is public. It's also published on the blog, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have if you want to use that code for your own purpose. Yeah, there was a question?
What I wanted to ask, a few times me and my colleagues used, Oculus? You ready? So a few times me and my colleagues use Oculus, and we noticed that we got like huge headaches from using the actual device. I guess we got like sensory overload or something like that. Did you actually had to accommodate for that, or did other users also got it?
So with the HoloLens, and even more with the Dacry Smart Helmet, the Dacry Smart Helmet is bigger. You'll get also headaches, but not for the same reason. It's because it's heavy. So it's like you put like a kilogram on your head on the whole day, and you're like, yeah, okay. So the motion sickness you're talking about, you won't get that with any of this device because you're still in your real world. So even if you see holograms, you still see your real world, so your eyes and your brain still connect to your world. So whatever happens, you won't get that. But if you wear, let's say, if you wear the HoloLens 8 days long, it's like you're having an helmet all day long. So if you're used to that, no issue. If you're like me, like wearing it like maybe 20 minutes maximum per day, but one day you start 3 hours, yeah, it's like, so you're like, it hurts a bit. It's a physical thing this time because it's quite heavy. So I know all of them, they're working on having like all the hardware here on just the holographic display here, which will make that very, very light. But yeah, that's an issue today. So any other question? I said there was a URL, so I'll just put it there. If you go to GitHub, you can't read it. And I'm not connected. I'll give it to you. If you search for Cyril F on GitHub, you'll find it. This is where I post everything. Any other question? Yeah? One person? No? You don't want question anymore? Okay, we're out of time. I'll come to you and you can ask. So thank you for your time. I hope you still enjoy the rest of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cyril Fauvel. Remember, questions. If you do have a question, I'm sure over coffee he'll be able to answer as many questions as you wish. Right, so we move on now to our next speaker on stage, in fact. So this is all about learning the best methodology to create the best product. So this is a gentleman from basically Silicon Valley. He's going to show you and share with you insights from Silicon Valley and share with you those here on stage right now. Please welcome to the stage Senior Director of Product Heroku, Mr. Ike DeLorenzo.
I hope they got. The TV told me something.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming. I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about building software as a product and using a methodology that treats the software like a product so that you get the best results. And I'm going to start with a bunch of product about why it's a product, and then we're going to go into like exactly what you need to do as a developer and a development team to keep that in mind and modify your process so you can iterate really fast and build great products. I don't think there's anything special about California or Silicon Valley, but this is the sort of thing that people there are doing. So I wanted to bring some of this here to add to the great work that's going on here, and maybe you guys can find some usefulness out of it. Okay, so the first thing is, this idea of SaaS, the S is for a service, but it's not really a service. This word is kind of wrong. It's that if we're building software, it's much more like the washing machine than the laundry service. You want this thing to work automatically. You want it to never need servicing. You want it not to be special. Everyone gets the same one, and they make their own controls and modifications. It's really not a service, and the more software is like a service, the harder it is to code, the more complex the code, the more complex the deployment process, just the higher cost to run it. And you find software that is written to be a service oftentimes not succeeding in the market. The other thing that is becoming surprisingly important is to have a high amount of diversity on a team. So on a product team, it really, really matters to have extremely diverse team because they're going to spot things and they bring different skills and different viewpoints to the product that is for everybody. If you were just building a piece of code, all you'd need is a bunch of like young, straight white guys to sit in a room and write working code. But when you think about it as a product, there really is a huge advantage. And there's been a lot of studies in Silicon Valley about, especially by Salesforce, Apple, Google, about the actual number of bugs that are reduced when you have women on the team and people of color and people who are not traditionally on software teams. And there's a whole slew of reasons why this stuff works. The other thing is that a development team is not just developers anymore. More and more, it's all about the user experience. So your designers are part of your team. Managers who approve things. Increasingly, legal has to evaluate stuff really early so that it can be released. And then, of course, the developers are super important too, but they don't work on a team unless they're communicating with the other people. So I'm going to show you, like, on a code level in GitHub, how all these people can communicate. This is also true for the industry. So you have some companies that are extremely high finance, like Google or Apple and Amazon. We hear about these people all the time. But that often isn't where the real innovation occurs. The real innovation often occurs in small companies that are extremely resource constrained, and they find really creative ways to build these products. And then they often sell themselves to Apple or Google, who couldn't figure it out themselves. So, like, the software universe needs both types of teams, teams that are highly financed, teams that are resource constrained. And I'll show you how that factors in. Okay, so the landscape for SaaS. This is, over the past 3 years, certainly over the past 5 years, this landscape has become just exceptionally noisy. There are so many products, there are so many players, they appear and disappear at an incredibly high rate, and there's an increasing demand for a high degree of iteration. If software is released like twice a week, for some venues like the media, that's actually slow. So you're releasing software every day, 4 times a day. Heroku releases software about 3 or 4 times a day. Bug fixes, features, modifications. And what's interesting now is that there's incredible security concerns, I'd say over the past 2 years, and you have to build that into your development process. It's not something you can like innovate, worry about security at the end. That obviously does not work. So all of this adds up to product agility. I love Oreo Company because they are always releasing horrible new products that are just designed to maybe stick, like Red Velvet Oreo, or fail. And they just release and release, and they see what fails, and then they just cancel it. But they have like a core methodology. You know what an Oreo is. They know how to make these things in the factory so they can pump out new versions and try them in the marketplace and see which have what's called market pull. When you guys are building software and you release it, you can kind of feel the market pull. You feel people hitting the website. You feel people downloading it. If you don't feel the market pull, all the push in the world is not going to help. And you know these other things. Be very, very fast. And importantly, be ready to integrate. Because like it or not, there are big players like Google Calendar or GitHub in the DevOps industry where you're obligated to integrate with the biggest player in the industry. And you have to build that into your development methodology. This means that that remote service will have APIs that you have to keep up with. And you have code dependencies that rely on those APIs. They'll have to be separate and testable in your continuous delivery process. So things that sound like, oh, only the product guys worry about this, it's actually the developers that need to worry about it and change their process to match it. Of course, scale, which is much easier now because everything is in the cloud, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Okay, so this is what we're going to come to at the end, that all of this stuff that sounds like it's for marketing and product, it's actually for DevOps. And DevOps sort of leads and drives the process. So when you're starting a new company, when you have a mid-sized company, when you have a large company that's trying to innovate, you want to put resources where your value add is. So a lot of times it's purely in the user experience. There isn't a lot, in many cases the app is just a layer of user experience on top of code that is the same function that's being performed by a competitor. It's just whose user experience is better. And features and user experience are really linked. So you should spend all of your money, all of your pizzas on experience design. Software design is really important too. Your code base is your value. And what I mean by that is more and more, we heard Christian talk this morning about like very complex image recognition services and how you can sew these into your app rather than building them. That's part of the software design. What's the core stuff we're going to build? How are we going to deliver our user interface? And then what are the key core services we're going to depend on? And in what ecosystem will they reside? Are we going to be using all Google services? Are we going to be using all Amazon services? Also, we're spending tons of time on. Interestingly, the actual development of the software is sort of in the middle. There's a lot of stuff that you can outsource, and you do not want to outsource people writing your code, I don't think. I think certainly not for innovation. But you do want to outsource people working your methodology. How does continuous delivery work? Am I going to build my own CI, run my own Jenkins server, or am I going to go to some great company like Circle CI or Travis and outsource CI to them? So you split it where you do the stuff that's you, and you let well-recognized processes like CI and Travis do CI and continuous delivery. The software development process, this is the pure CD, the DevOps process, what used to be called the build manager. This really should be automated. If a team of 7 to 11, let's say the maximum agile team that works is 11, if you're spending 1 or 2 of those guys doing builds and deploying code, there's an issue. That revenue is probably not well spent. And then the purest of DevOps, just deploying stuff to production and managing those deployments and handling logs, absolutely something you shouldn't condition yourself. So in short, I certainly remember the days when if you had the coolest like Puppet, Chef, local environment that was auto-configured, that sort of matched production, it was like super thrilling and you could run it on your machine. That's not as cool anymore because it takes tons of time and resources. And there are cloud services that can manage this all for you. I think the biggest development over the past year and a half is the ability for cloud services to spin up very ephemeral environments that absolutely match production. So you see this in Docker, it's obviously how this works in containers, but you also see companies like GitLab and Heroku able to spin up ephemeral environments for testing stuff, for running pull requests that are exact duplicates of your production environment. That you should be doing. The thrill that's in now is just turning those services on. It's thrilling because you can spend your time coding and building your product. The coolest thing, I think, about it is you free people from worrying about and reacting to the sort of baseline security that everyone needs to care about in their development process. You know, software is not invulnerable to bugs. You're always going to have to do patches. But the development process itself is another vector for attack. You know, like how secure is staging? If they can get into staging and you promote from staging to production, did you just promote an exploit? So securing that process is really important. And that's on a human level. Some programmers probably should not have the ability to deploy production, and some programmers should. Okay. This is, I think, the coolest time and I've been at this a long time. It is just the coolest time to be a developer because the developer tools industry is growing so fast that a really unique thing is happening that these companies are not competing. The market is growing so fast, there's enough customers for Travis, for Circle, for Heroku, for AWS, for Google, that you don't see the sort of like cutthroat dog-eat-dog competition you see like say in social media companies. Like Snapchat is fighting to a death match with Facebook over the next 8 people who don't have some sort of social media environment. DevOps is totally different. It's growing so fast that everyone can sort of cooperate. And I can tell you I handle all the developer experience stuff at Heroku, and we have CI and CD. I have lunch with the head of CI and CD for Travis, for CodeShip, and we talk about like what features we plan to develop next and what users would like. We are not at all worried about like, if you succeed, I'll fail. It's not a zero-sum game. And you guys are the beneficiaries of that because you're the developers. So we're working really hard to make sure all these tools integrate and letting you choose the tools that matter for you and the libraries and the other services that you want to sew into them. So here's an example of that. We're also doing things to make it not just inclusive and like all rainbows for everybody, for the sort of privileged people who are in this room, who are like working developers, who make enough money to come to a conference like this, who can travel to Split. There's a huge untapped market of developers in the third world, in Africa, in countries that have differing levels of education, and even like in the United States, in the Deep South, where people don't have a $2,000 MacBook. So we're doing things sort of like this where if you don't have a powerful computer, if you have a $200 Chromebook and you can't even run, like you certainly can't compose environments with verisimilitude on the machine, these DevOps companies are just moving everything to the cloud. Here you see the console in the cloud in case your machine just can't handle it, or in case you're just not the type of person who wants to configure a local machine, but you have a great idea for some software. So these tools are not just designed to be like, take the work out of stuff for you. They're designed to be incredibly simple. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the major workflows and which ones I see trending and which ones I see sort of trending down. There are a lot of companies that can do the workflow part for you, and this is continuous delivery. This is basically your code pipeline, from development to staging to prod, and maybe other steps like QA if you use them. And okay, so where am I going to go to have a cloud service that's going to structure and secure this whole thing for me so that I spend my time in my code editor, either in the cloud or on a machine, and perhaps GitHub, my version control system, and then all this stuff is taken care of and secured. So for a long time, GitFlow, this is a methodology that's championed by Atlassian and some other companies. GitFlow has been really popular. GitFlow basically, I assume most people here are familiar with the Git version control system. Successor to Subversion, it's certainly where you should be managing your code, and GitHub and Bitbucket are great options. But you can use both of these with most of these dev tools. The GitFlow methodology means that you create a pretty numerous number of branches. You're running simultaneous feature branches all at the same time. That's cool if you have a lot of developers necessary for each branch, and staging and testing servers are pretty rare and pretty expensive. That is just not the way things are going. Development and staging servers are getting cheaper, and typically teams are getting smaller. You don't have like 3 guys to work on each feature. And you want to test it with the people I talked about, with designers, with managers, with stakeholders, with legal, before it deploys to production. So GitFlow, the problems with GitFlow were addressed by GitHub a few years ago with GitHub Flow. GitHub Flow, you can just see, it's one line. It's much, much simpler. What you do here is you create a feature branch, you test the hell out of it, you iterate, you make some pull requests, you discuss it with your colleagues, and then you deploy it to production. If production fails, you back out. So it's already starting to sound, I can see some people in the audience like, what? It's already starting to sound like this is not a risk-free proposition, deploying this to production. If you're a version control system, this looks like a great idea because backing code out makes sense. But again, this doesn't make as much sense in the last couple of years when ephemeral environments are ephemeral, and especially disposable environments are just really cheap. For a few pennies, you can spin them up, deploy, test, and then spin them down. Okay. So we have all the companies I mentioned, GitLab, CodeShip, Circle, all of them have similar methodologies. Because I work at Heroku, I will tell you about how Heroku proposes you do this. But all of these companies have really good options. So the key thing here is that everything you do, you deploy and test it, even pull requests. So if you guys, how many people, show of hands, like actually use pull requests in the audience? Okay, good. So when you make a pull request in GitHub, typically you make the pull request and then you pass the code around to your colleagues, and they sort of look at the code, speculate how it might run, and then either approve the pull request or ask for changes, you iterate a bit, and then you merge it into the feature branch or into master. What more modern methodologies add are the ability to actually test that code. And you'll notice now in GitHub, we've been working with GitHub on this. If you use a product like Heroku or GitLab or a few others, when you create a pull request and you've configured the CD environment, you'll see a line in GitHub that says a temporary deployment has been created. And you can click and actually test the code. And the vendors such as Heroku and GitLab and others are spinning up these so-called review apps. This methodology assumes that very cheap, very ephemeral clones of production are available, and this requires that you operate in the cloud. You're kind of getting away from works on my machine and moving to the cloud. And this also dovetails with what I talked about earlier. If you are in Ghana and you're developing an app, you may not have like tons of expensive hardware locally. You'd use it in the cloud. Okay, so I'm going to just go through the process really quickly, how this works. You're in Git, you have a master branch, and you're going to create a feature. So you create a feature branch. And you make some changes, and you commit them. What Ephemeral App Continuous Delivery is recommending is that you create a pull request immediately so that it has an identity and your team has a way to talk about it. The coolest thing about that is because now this review app has a URL, you can send it to your designer, you can send it to the legal department. All these people can actually test the pull request. And then you'll notice the GitHub interface has gotten a lot simpler. Same with Bitbucket. Legal can actually go to GitHub and say, this looks like a copyright violation, before the code is even deployed to a feature branch. This, I'm sure you've all heard this, that Google says, and other companies say, that the sooner you catch a bug, the cost of the bug decreases exponentially. Here you're catching the bug at the first iteration of the pull request, and you have a more diverse team to catch that bug. You have people, hopefully, of different gender identities, of different races, of different roles, legal, to recognize that something is a bug. You create the review app I talked about, and every time you update the pull request, GitHub talks to GitLab or talks to Heroku and says, update the code, build and deploy this code again, and notify everybody that the code has changed in Slack or HipChat. They get a thing that says, hey, this pull request has changed. The pull request you care about has changed. Click here to see the latest version of the code running, and click here to see the code running, to see the pull request on GitHub. Everybody weighs in. Hopefully, the programmer reacts to the reviewers and changes the code and makes it work. And the branch is ready to merge. This also is automated. This is why it's called continuous delivery, because every time you do something, the software is delivered live. It's delivered to a live running environment. And when you merge that branch, when you merge into master, many of these systems, Heroku included, will build and deploy the code automatically to staging. This is a really big deal. You have all the data you need to test in staging. You have the latest version of the feature. You could roll it back in the unlikely event that it doesn't work. And you can test against all the other services like these image recognition services or 2FA services. You could test it in a real environment. When it works in staging, the key thing here is that you do not rebuild. You promote the compiled artifact. And for those of you who are familiar with the 12-factor methodology, this is a 12-factor compliant way to do it. If you're not, check out on the web 12-factor app. I'd search in Google. There's a bunch of rules for building 12-factor apps, and they are very, very helpful. So here, you promote the code that's already compiled, and you move it to production. So there's no chance of, I built it again, it's a little different. It's the same. And you promote to production. And so then the new app is in production. So you could see how if you do this, you could actually deploy to production pretty safely, maybe like 15 times a day, as some companies do. The Financial Times deploys, I think, 20 times a day to their web presence. Okay, I'm going to really tempt fate, since I have time, and show you a live demo of this happening. Of course it's going to fail because this is a live demo, but we'll try. Okay, so this is what this thing looked like. This is Heroku's version. Again, I'm showing you this one because I know it, but there are many competing products that are equally good. So you see here that it's linked to GitHub. 14 million daily active users on GitHub. It's pretty clear that GitHub is the center of gravity for development, and I think there's about 4 to 6 million daily active users on Bitbucket in a much more corporate market. Also, like a big center of gravity in the version control system. You don't want to force people to switch context between version control and then maybe their CI environment and their CD environment. You could stay in GitHub the whole time. You'll get messages. You could stay here the whole time, depending on your role. If you're like an engineering manager or director of engineering, probably look at this thing. And there are a lot of companies that have this on a giant screen in their office in the engineering section or in the engineering pit so they can see what versions are deployed, where are they running, how can I use them. All right, so I'm going to actually code on stage. All right, right now you can see that this is the repo that is attached here. And I'll describe what each of these columns mean. In this case, on the right, we have a bunch of production servers around the world. One's in Germany, one's in Japan, one's in the United States, and we have a staging server that we use. For simplicity here, I have one staging server. On the left here, you can see all the review apps. Every time I create a pull request, the environment generates a review app, and it's fully testable by the whole team. So I'll show you that happening. If I go into GitHub here, first, the coolest thing about this is there's lots of things you can do with the app. And one of the things you can do is see it run in a browser. So let's see this run in a browser. It's not an exciting app, but it's in Go, so it compiles very fast. All right, so that's the app. Let's say I want to make a change to that app. I'll go to GitHub. Here's the repo. And I'll change something really, really silly. And I'm not using, I apologize, I'm not using Code Anywhere, although I would. I'm coding directly into the interface here, and I'm going to make this purple. And I'm going to open a pull request. Those of you who use GitHub, you recognize this interface. And this is submitted to GitHub, and I decide to open a pull request. The coolest thing here is that, notice when I made the pull request, the deployment environment recognized that I made a pull request. It knows how to create staging into production environments because there's a manifest attached to it for all these systems. And it starts building the code, adding the image recognition add-on, adding the Postgres database, adding Rollbar, adding anything you need to make a fully fledged environment, and it builds it in a second. It's just not that fast to manage those sort of things, especially if you consider schema changes on your local environment. And then the cool thing is you can actually see what it looks like. And you can send it to legal. You notice I changed the top to purple. It's purple. And you can send it to design, and they say, oh, okay, that looks great. We can deploy that to staging. So we know, because we're GitHub users, that when something is worth merging into master, that you merge the pull request. And if you're a nice person, you leave a comment. So everybody comments. And notice, too, that all the actions I'm performing, you can configure this so in Slack, maybe in the channel that's for the team that's working on this app, all this stuff shows up. Hey, somebody made a pull request. Here's where you can look at it. Okay, so I've commented. And everyone's approved. Let's assume there's a bunch of comments, and I merge the pull request. So you'll notice the app just vanished because I'm done with it. The thing that's great for resource-constrained teams is you just paid for that entire development environment for maybe a minute, in this case, maybe a couple hours in a real-world case where the team's working on stuff. So it's incredibly cheap. You're paying typically by the second for these things on Heroku or on AWS. And you'll notice, too, that we've integrated CI into the process. So right now, continuous integration is running because I've integrated the CI system. There's one level of authentication. I can control who gets access to staging, who can submit runs to CI, who can see CI results archivally. There's a lot of permissions around this in modern systems. So you don't have to run a Jenkins server, submit the job to it. Jenkins breaks down. It has 200 add-ons. It's really complex. And you can see here that CI has passed, because that wasn't much of a change. The cool thing here is that it's all in the same environment. And more, you'll see developers electing just to have a packaged development environment. One reason they do that is, I don't know about here, but in the United States, the average tenure for a developer is 18 months. So every 18 months, you lose a developer and they go down the street to some other company in San Francisco. It's part of what's driving it. You want to be immune to developers leaving and taking knowledge with them about the development process that makes it hard to onboard their replacements. Here, it's all a recognized package. You go to GitLab, you read the docs. You go to Heroku, you read the docs, and honestly, you usually don't even need the docs. It's so obvious. You could teach someone, where's CI? It's the tests tab. Where do I put my tests? In Go, they're in the normal place under function_test.go. Same for Python, etc. So let's go back to the pipeline. And so we can see here that we merged to master, and because we merged to master, that change got deployed to staging, as I described earlier. And if I bust the cache, hopefully I remember how to do that. Oh, I hit reload by accident. If I just take a look at the app in the browser, and I force reload the page, you'll see that the banner is now purple. The code that I just edited a minute ago and discussed with my team is now in staging. So in staging, you do the same thing. Slack tells everybody there's a new version in staging. The environment you don't have to worry about building. The manifest does that. It keeps parity with production. I can talk to people afterwards about like, well, how do you manage data? How do you move data down? There are ways to do this. That's a longer conversation. So right now, to me, as like a long-time IT and software person, this is the most amazing part of the demo, even though it's so simple. Right now, I'm going to promote this slug to production. I'm going to take this code that's already built, and I'm going to make it run in Germany, Japan, 2 US servers, and in a common runtime, so the public sort of environment. And yep, I want to deploy to all these places. So you now take the code that's already built, and you'll see that one by one, depending how far those locations are from Croatia, the code deploys. And you can see that if I open the code in the browser and defeat the cache, that it is purple. So let me go back to my presentation. Okay, live demos don't always work, so I'm happy. We are a little under time. I'm happy to take questions if you have them. I also want to say that the developer evangelism people at Heroku have sent a mountain of t-shirts, like they look like this, they're the same t-shirt I'm wearing, that are available at check-in. If you go down to check-in, you can get a great t-shirt and other Heroku stuff. And I also have, if you want to catch me afterwards, we make available sort of an unlimited number of compute hours to certain companies that are doing things towards social good, or they have an innovative idea, or they are in an area where that's not like in San Francisco. And so I have those codes to give people if you want to come after. Even if you don't have these codes and have just like tons and tons of unlimited free stuff, there's still a lot of free for all these services. You know, Amazon gives away free stuff, Google gives away free stuff. You can use CodeShip to deploy to both of those environments. Heroku gives away a free 100 hours for a month, which is a hell of a lot. And so you can try this stuff right now, and it is not complex. It's designed so that everybody who's from an assembler, the type of person who writes the minimum code and just sews services together, to somebody who's like a hardcore Java person who wants to write it all themselves, they can use the same methodology and focus on the assembling, the coding, that kind of thing. So I will ask for questions if there are any. And if you don't want to ask them, like now. Yep. It's really easy. I mean, a lot of people start on Heroku. You get this pattern of, you guys probably all know Heroku, we've been around forever. So you get this pattern of people who start on Heroku, and it appears to be less expensive than Amazon. It appears to be more expensive than Amazon, sorry, because compute cycles are a bit more expensive, some database services are a bit more expensive. The theory is that you're going to use far less people and have less security problems, so you stay on Heroku. We do get companies that get very, very big, such as one of the big car sharing services that I'm sure you know. And they get so big that they are now spending many, many millions of dollars a month. And so they can afford to hire IT people. It's really easy to move off because your code is SQL, your database is SQL, your code is Go or Java or something else, and you're using really well-recognized services like Rollbar, like New Relic, and you can move that whole package to the new environment and choose a different continuous delivery system, or in some cases you're so big it actually does make sense to build your own. But we have plenty of people move off Heroku every day, and that's great. Like, we want people to innovate and do cool stuff on Heroku. We have many Fortune 500 companies who stay, but when people leave, it like often makes sense. Oh, yes?
Sorry. Okay, thanks. So the demo you showed us is quite cool, and at the moment it works great with GitHub. But blocker for example, my company is that Bitbucket it's not supported as much as GitHub. So my question is there a plan in the roadmap, or like when can we expect to have the same integration with Bitbucket?
Yep. So I hope this is being recorded. I am also, my last job was as the PM of Bitbucket. So it is a product that I absolutely love. I love when people ask this question. Yes, we are going to support Bitbucket in the near future. Just when I take it up the chain, I can say, we got a lot of questions from the audience about Bitbucket. You know, we got to do it. You had a question?
Thank you for the great talk. So my question is very similar to the previous one, but more about the things like when you create environments, disposable environments, just to test a pull request, so to have something that you can easily show everybody. I guess this is very well integrated on the Heroku platform itself, but right now, is there any way to spin up, for example, I don't know, serverless things or AWS or DigitalOcean or whatever other architecture you use in the company?
So there are great products like you guys probably know about GitLab, a great, really cool European company that is growing so fast I can't believe it. And they have just introduced review apps. It's actually former Heroku people who went to GitLab who are building some of the disposable environments there. And they work in a very similar way. It's a bit more configuration. It's more maintenance because Amazon in general is just lots of manualness. But if you slog through that, you can do absolutely the same thing. You might not get like a really pretty board that looks like Trello and does all that sort of stuff, but you can do the same stuff. So this is interesting. I don't know in the near term if we're going to deploy to environments other than the Heroku environment. This is sort of like, this is always a tension in software. Like if you have an Apple application, you have really high reliability and you know it's great, but Apple is really strict about what they allow in their marketplace. This is a similar thing. We're not quite as crazy as Apple, but when we control the deployment environment, we can do lots of things to replicate it and to dispose of it really efficiently. Now, having said that, we have a lot of customers who use Amazon Postgres, who use lots of Amazon services that are connected to Heroku deployment environments. And in many cases, the app is just sort of a thin UI over the database. It's really the database you care about. We're happy to have you use Amazon or another database vendor. Okay, you guys, please, if you want all the stuff that Developer Evangelism gave me, go to the reception area so I do not have to cart it all back 5,000 miles to California. That would be awesome. And because I want you to have it. All right, thanks a lot, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ike DiLorenzo. Fantastic insights. Great. Again, you know, the questions that you may have, you might not have them right now, a little bit later on. Again, a little bit later this afternoon, this evening. If you catch Ike, I'm sure he'll be ready to answer some questions. Right. Now, before we go on further to our next speaker, as you know, there are quite a few things happening. Different things are happening in this building. One of those things is the mixologist, the bartender, basically, shaking up things I never thought you could shake up. So I've actually asked him to come and join us. Madin, put your hands together for Madin. Right, so Madin, opa. Right, Madin, you are a mixologist, right? And I'm really intrigued. How do you? Okay, look, it's some people thinking I'd like to do what you do. How the hell do I start? Hey. Right, how do you get into doing what you do? How did you start?
So basically, like every job, you need to start from the scratch. So you start with washing glasses, Then you pray to God, somebody gives you a shaker or a bottle. Then you try everything out, start mixing. If your customers come back, you can do bartending and mixologist.
So how long have you been doing it then? A few years, 5, 10 years, 20 years? You've been doing this for 20 years? Right, okay. Is there anybody here, does anybody here know how to do what Marin does? Would anybody like to know how to do what Marin does? Nobody, right. Okay, Marin, show us what you got. Go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Marin. Thank you so much. Wonderful. You know what? DJ Rhea. Have you seen DJ Rhea? She's right on the top of the balcony. She sees everybody below. We have to look up high. She's up there all day. I think a little bit later on this afternoon, we should bring her down on the stage. She can tell her story. What do you think? I think that would be a good idea. Right. We move on now to our next speaker of the afternoon. And this is all about scaling user interfaces. Please welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christoph Reinartz.
Yes, hello and welcome to my talk, Design Systems Engineering and Scaling User Interfaces. I start with that picture. That's me at work, no kidding. You might know this famous historic picture. She is currently repairing a tire of a plane while it's flying. And this is how I felt very often the last 5 years. This picture and my talk have something in common. Both are based on a true story. Before I start with my talk about our journey with introducing, implementing, concepting, and rolling out a design system, I would like to first introduce you a bit into that topic. This graphic by Nate Baldwin tries to visualize a bit what's behind a design system. In general, design systems have an impact on the whole organization, not only on its development teams. Nevertheless, in my talk, I will most concentrate on the engineering sides of design systems. So you can see it's about components, a style guide, process, UI layer, assets, and then the more design parts, design principles, design language, and UI toolkit. Yes. Let's start with a few definitions first, which I will use throughout my talk. The first one is a CSS framework. You might know what this is about, but nevertheless, it's a production-ready front-end code, which should be modular, scalable, and in the best case, it can also be very easily integrated into a continuous integration environment. As an example, this is the CSS framework from Scooter, Dropbox from Scooter. The next definition is the style guide. As a design system is purely assets and code, you need something to demonstrate how the UI patterns work, with some references, with some help, how to use them and when to use them. That's what we call a style guide. Again, a Scooter from Dropbox. Here are some components described and additional information. If you would scroll down, you would also see some already how it would look like and the representation of that pattern. A pattern library is, for us at Trivago, the repository which we use to share the assets, and it's also at the end the repository where we build our UI from. The design system itself is then the entirety of all this stuff. So it also includes the processes, it also includes the people involved, and it's basically the ecosystem which drives the unification of products. Let's have a look on some popular design systems first, which are out there. I'm pretty sure most of you know Google Material Design. I think I don't have to tell you so much about that, which is a very complex and works on all devices. I just think Google did a quite good job, and I think it was also one of the first ones. I personally also like the Lightning design system from Salesforce. It is very good documented and also inspires me and inspired us a lot at Trivago. VMware has recently launched their Clarity design system, and Shopify did the same with the Polaris design system, which they have, I think, released 1 month ago. So, but why do we actually need a design system? As said, I will not talk so much about the parts which don't affect code. I think it's pretty obvious that the design system has a positive impact on your branding, on your corporate identity, but that's not what I would like to talk about today. So I would like to give you some reasons why we thought that's something we should also have a deeper look into. At first, the more consistent your design is, the more consistent your code will be. And we wanted to remove a bit of clutter in code and design, which I will show you later what happened with our code base. And with that, of course, we wanted to improve code maintainability and reduce technical debt. Of course, all that leads to then also to a better maintainability of the application. And we became really, really slow 2 years ago in 2015. So we needed to rethink how we can create a sustainable base to actually scale our products better and also faster. Let's go back to 2012 when I actually joined Trivago. This is the specificity graph of the CSS base. I have never seen something like that before, and they basically hired me to fix it. The maximum specificity here is 412, and CSS was never invented to draw skylines with those graphs. But that happened. The code behind that looked a bit like that. I don't know how many of you write CSS, but if you once write CSS, never do it like this. It was very, very heavily nested inside SCSS, which we use as a preprocessor. And you had very, very complex selectors, which of course also were not really reusable. This was the UI in 2012 behind that code base or behind that graph, and we started setting up a dedicated front-end team. I have to say as a background information that Trivago at that time was quite small, with around 200 people, and most of the developers and also the developers who have developed the front end were mainly full-stack developers. With that, I would not say that a full-stack developer is bad, but in some cases, especially if you scale up applications, it might help if you have people who are a bit more concentrated on front end and can also a bit specialize on that. We set up the team. We did a lot of smaller facelifts for our application. We tried to create the first guidelines. And in the beginning of 2012, our graph actually looked quite better. We still had some peaks in the beginning of the style sheet, which are always bad because it can then lead that you later have to override them. But in general, you can see that the specificity really reduced to an average below 100. This was the UI, how it looked like then in the beginning of 2012. But the graph was better, but we had severe issues with our application, which I would like to show to you now. The first one that we built, a small Frankenstein with sprites or icons. You might know that at that time, SVG was not that widely supported, so we used still an image sprite, and what we have created was that. So it's a huge, huge image sprite. Actually, there are 7 image sprites which are just combined. And you have, if you look a bit deeper, you will see that there are also a lot of redundant icons. And I remember that we tried to remove one of those icons from one of the sprite sheets. Then we released, and then we found out, oh, this was the wrong sprite, which we adapted, and we had to flush our CDN. Yeah, this was not really, really maintainable. Also, the source files were stored on local machines of designers, and so it was really hard to maintain, add, or remove icons here. And we had a lot of CSS, so basically we wrote a lot of CSS. We wrote so much CSS that there was one time when we couldn't even release anymore, because you might know that older Internet Explorer Internet Explorer browsers have a limit in the amount of selectors they can pass. I think it's 4,096, and if it's more, then the browser will just stop rendering or parsing the CSS and applying the styles. Actually, we introduced check after we found out that some of our pages didn't work anymore in Internet Explorer 9. So we thought it might be a good idea to at least have that check. We also had a desktop-first approach, which caused a lot of work for the mobile devices, and there was a lot of load. I remember that once even the whole UI crashed, not only because of CSS and HTML, there was also other stuff involved nevertheless. And of course, if you don't have a style guide or any guidelines which people should follow, then you create the 50 Shades of Grey, which we had at Trivago in our code base. These are the 50 Shades of Grey just for font colors which we had in our code base. I have also to say that all those graphs, and for example also this graphic, is produced with CSS stats, which really helps to somehow give you better metrics on your front-end code. And that happens, for example, if you don't have a style guide, and people will say, oh, I wanted to have a bit more grayer than your gray or whatever. But the bad thing is that didn't not only happen with gray, it also happened with green. And we use green of somehow to generate revenue, because with green we forward, that's our call to action button, where we forward our customers to the partner sites. But we also learned the more green you have doesn't necessarily mean that you generate more revenue with that. We also already had 12 shades of orange, and I'm still not sure where we used orange at that time, but we already had 12 colors defined. Same with blue. So basically you can see that we had this throughout all our colors. And because not having a single source of truth, not having a style guide, not having a design system, led that we reinvented UI code all the time. As an example, that's our footer which we had on our company pages. Then we had a similar footer on our members area. We had a completely different footer on a site application, which I think in that case was our hotel manager. And then we had again another footer on our main product. So in the worst case, it could happen that you somewhere clicked on our page, and with every page reload, you had a different footer. So this is already bad, but of course, now just imagine that somebody wants to change the footer and wants to add whatever QR code or whatever into this footer. Then you have to integrate this not in one footer, but in the worst case in 10 different footers, which also, of course, slows you down and leads not to more maintainability. All that led to an overly complex CSS and DOM structure, with also led to a lot of confusion in code and really scary comments. So the next slide is really this is actually not fake, that's actually how it looked like. So this is one of the excerpts of our STSS files, where you can basically see that after each declaration there was a comment. Check why set index is so high. I love the second one, which is there are no mix-ins because it will blow up RTL. RTL are our right to left platform, so it could happen that if you change something here and then a whole platform apparently blows up. And also a lot of other questions, green equals gray, and do we really need that or do we don't need that? So there was a lot of confusion. So we had some severe issues with our UI layer. So we started in the beginning of 2015, where we already have been 5 people which are dedicated to UI frontend, and we started to create the initial base of a design system. First, we added the components into Confluence, so in our knowledge, and we started to really build the base of a CSS framework. Actually, in the past, we had gained a lot of learnings how to not write your frontend. So we applied all that what we have learned. Let's shortly talk about process and integration. Because the inconsistency which we had created was of the fact that we had something which I like to call JPEG to Jira task-driven development. We also developed a lot on the live system, so it actually looked like you had a Jira task. Then you attached a JPEG file to it. And then the result was something like, So we had to think about how we transform the workflow. So basically going a bit away from this full stack environment and also specialize a bit and create the base of such a system. For that, we set up 2 teams which work closely together on creating this initial version of the design system. So the core digital design team, which took more care of the design principles and all those more design work, while the UI UX engineering team more concentrated than on the code side, setting up the framework, talking with designers about feasibility of new components, and also going a bit in designing in the browser and all those stuff. Because actually there is a lot of which is in between design and development. So CSS, HTML, JavaScript is maybe more on the development side, but nevertheless, HTML, CSS normally affects both sides, the designers as well as the developers. So we thought, what are all these topics we have to take care about? It's about usability, accessibility. Also, we have to think which JavaScript framework, about performance, integration. And so we started scaling up our team even more. And hired people who take care a bit of ownerships. For example, if we talk about accessibility, then we also talk about usability, and the person who takes ownership there also needs to know about HTML5 semantics and all that stuff. Or animations, it also goes along with usability, so having one kind of animation set that you don't have the issue that whenever you have an animation, it's differently defined or behaves differently. And we also had to think about how do we actually integrate that into our system. As a process for developing modular interfaces, we chose Atomic Design from Brad Frost, which is an approach for building modular interfaces. And also it helps you for better naming and to create a naming which designers understand, product owners understand, and developers understand. There's a short example just to show it to you. So Atomic Design is based on atoms, molecules, and organisms, and then templates and pages. For example, atoms could be just, in that case, the label, the input field, and the button. From that, you can then create a molecule which then combines the atoms up to an organism, which is then the whole header of the site. So we created a very, very initial version of a design system with a team and with using Atomic Design. First, we built that in Illustrator, so the designers started to set up that in Illustrator. It was a huge file of 500 megabytes, but nevertheless, it helped to unify the first product or do a first setup of a design system. So this was very, very easy. So we built components like form elements, buttons, tabs, icons, a grid system, typography, of course a header and a footer, navigation elements, so basically everything which you needed to create a simple website. And this is how it then looked like in our initial version. That's still the untouched version of Pattern Lab.io, also from Brad Frost, which we chose for our pattern library and for our environment. So we had created that, but now also a bit under the radar. But somehow we now had to pitch it to the company and make everybody aware that we want to do things now differently. I'm normally not at 10:17 in the office, but at that day I was. And you can see me here explaining to the people at Trivago how Atomic Design works, where it will help us to create a more modular interface. I also showed all those inconsistencies, errors, which I showed to you before. And then somehow we got the stake from the management that we could try out that on a first product. So this was a bit about the process. The first product which we actually chose before directly implementing that into our business-critical application, the Trivago Hotel Search. We chose that. That's what we call our company pages. This is where we present our company, where you can find job offers, you can find how our business model works. And this here, actually, maybe it does not look that bad, but it was not responsive. It was a horrible mix of Bootstrap 1, 2, 3. And I always was afraid that when I went home in the evenings, that the 90s would call me and ask to have the internet page back. So we thought it might be a good product, also because it was not that complex to integrate the design system. This was the first version then, which we applied on that design, on that product, and people really liked it. We started then to roll out that applications to more smaller microsites and products which we have in our portfolio at Trivago. And nevertheless, at that point, we then had integrated that, we had adapted some products, but we still had our main product, the Trivago Hotel Search, which was a really, really historically grown product, and somehow we had to create or build that base into our core product. So in 2015, we then had our CSS framework, and we did a really, really large scale CSS refactoring project with 15 people involved. At that time, we were 10 people, and also 5 other people helped us. It was a really, really great project, which took 4 weeks, and we basically implemented the base, really only the base of that new system into our core product without changing the visual behavior. Just to show you what we did and what has changed, so the old CSS core was built on Reset CSS, the new system on Normalize, Content Box was replaced with Border Box. We moved to a mobile-first approach, which caused us to rewrite basically all media queries. Also, we put the media queries inline and not having them in separate files. We removed the image sprites and went to embedded SVGs. And we applied some methodologies which help you to scale up your front-end code, especially your CSS code, much better, which there is inverse triangle CSS, a block element modifier, which is a naming convention, and object-oriented CSS to help you to reuse classes way better. Also, we moved away from a static, which is the build process, which is integrated in Symfony, which is a PHP framework, which we use at Trivago. And we basically moved our whole front-end build stack to Node, which also allowed us to first introduce post-CSS and plugins to post-process our CSS. So, as a reference, again, the graph, how it looked like before the refactoring. And now you will see in the next slide how it actually looked after the refactoring. You can see that all those peaks in the beginning were removed, and everything after that was basically refactored without changing the visual behavior of the site. So from that point on, we had a CSS framework, a really neat, stable, and solid CSS framework. Nevertheless, we still had done this refactoring, which again only removed or optimized the CSS base, but it didn't change anything to the visual behavior. That's our business critical element, which we call our item element. So if you search for a hotel on Trivago, you will get a list of hotels. And this is the element which we then thought, okay, now let's tackle a business critical component on our side. So we had integrated the new code base, but especially in such a large-scale environment, you would never, ever release something or rebuild something or change the layout of something without actually test it. So then we started to actually rebuild this component, and this is the first time at Trivago that we introduced the design sprint. We really applied everything which we have learned. We built this new element on atomic design. We prototyped it inside the pattern library. We went into meetings, discussed, and really a really close collaboration between designers, product owners, and developers. And we committed on something which then looked like that, which we then put live in a very, very short time frame. So you can also see that the content structure changed here. So on the left side, you have the focus on the content access, on the right side, on the prices. We released that, and this was also the first time when we basically were able to show to the company that all that what we have invested actually pays off. So what you can see here in the slide, if you see in the last line, you will see 5, which means that the first initial version of that relaunch went live with 5%. So we will also be very careful because it can impact conversion. And if you, as you can see, the numbers on the right are the conversion rates. So when we released it, the other number here, the 11, are the days. So we had it live for 11 days, and the conversion was -8 and -6. So really, really, really bad. But because we were so fast and we had now a modular system, we were really able to really, really fast iterate on that. And then you can see that we put the next version on with 3 days, 5 days, and so on. So basically, in a very, very short time frame, we were able to iterate that element very, very fast until we had a neutral conversion. And this has actually a very, very high impact on our development speed. So then we moved over to the other components and started to rebuild more components. For example, our header, or what the other thing is what we call our item list control, which is above our item, our search result list, and where you can filter and share stuff and also have the map access. We also rebuilt then some sub-applications which belong to the Trivago Hotel Search. That's what we call our member area, where we can favorite hotels and later can also look into that and log in. So that was now a bit about components. Now I would like to show you what we did to our assets. I already mentioned that. There was this huge image sprite which we had in 2015. And now I would like to show you how it actually looked like in code. So here you can see that I highlighted the stars below the hotel name, which were an image sprite, and this was the code which we have used for that. So I don't have to talk so much. You basically see that the margin wide 4 pixels is overwritten with a margin wide 4 pixels, and yeah, this was really not. It also continued. So basically, this was 2 pages of style inspector, which was needed to for this image sprite, which was again that. After the refactoring, we had actually embedded SVG, which only used that amount of code. And then we moved even a few weeks later to a complete inline SVG approach, as we also dropped support for older Internet Explorer at that time. So nowadays we have not this image sprite anymore. We have a clean SVG library, which is in Git. So if we want to change an icon, we don't have to search for the sprite on a local PC. So it's everything in Git with a version control, with a history, so that we actually can see that. We also provided, it's still an MVP, we also provided a view for those icons for our designers so that they actually can search and actually know or find those icons and can reuse them in their mockups. This was a bit about assets. And we also had these issues with the shades of gray, blue, whatever, so basically every color. So we also created a new color palette, which is also accessible. And at that time, it was not allowed anymore to grab the color code from a JPEG file, also because our process has changed. I did this, I think, a few weeks ago. So you can see in 2015, there were 60 unique colors, which we have now reduced to 28. So basically more than 50%. Of course, we also had to put some effort into documentation and into a code style guide. For SCSS, we use Zastock, which is kind of the same which JSDoc does for JavaScript. So we basically document our design system variables here. These are the variables which we used until a week ago for right to left layout. We also moved that now to PostCSS. So this also helps then people in other offices to basically understand a bit better and avoid that they use custom values. We integrated StyleLint, which is a really, really good SCSS linter, which is also very customizable, to also help new people who jump in to follow those guidelines, because you make it very hard for them if you create a design system and you don't have a proper documentation. So you can, for example, set up some rules. You can basically avoid that people use the units they most like. So you can here have a whitelist here of units which are allowed. We also forced with that check that the background color and the font size always has a variable assigned. And this is automatically triggered if you do your pull request. And this is just helps people to follow the guidelines and makes the interface consistent, because it's also not that people do that unintentionally. It can just happen if it's not properly documented. We also did a lot of effort, put a lot of effort into template documentation and created our own standard Twig doc. Twig is bundled with Symfony, so it's still our main template language. Also, we are now going a bit more into client-side rendering, but this is still what is widely used at Trivago. You can now see here again is this pattern library, which is nowadays also very much customized. Nevertheless, we have to work a bit on the layout because the designers don't really like that so much at the moment. But nevertheless, you can basically see you have your primary button, then you have Twig doc, which is written inside the Twig file on the top, and then the parser reads it out and puts the information into the pattern library so that you actually can see which variables are used or which parameters can I pass into this pattern. So this was a bit about documentation. And the last part of my presentation is a bit about what went wrong and why. In the beginning, which I showed to you with the core digital design team and the UI UX engineering team, we basically had a very centralized approach for building the system. It worked very well for the refactoring as well for the initial version, but it did not really scale, especially because also of acceptance, and it was also very hard for us to understand if you build something in kind of isolation without people really involved, then it happens something that you build a system for them without knowing their needs, and then you basically ask them to use it, and then you have, of course, also some resistance because you might not have thought about their needs. So nowadays, we have still a centralized team which takes ownership of the guidelines and tries to coordinate that a bit better, but we actively asking people to contribute. So basically in the feature teams, people are contributing to the system and also challenge the system and give us hints what works for them, what doesn't work. And so at the end, we can now say that we built a design system together and everybody can use it. Also something which went wrong. I just found a CSS class and thought, oh, why is this in here? Let's remove it. Famous last word. I did that, and 10 minutes later, half of the company was standing behind my desk and was complaining. They were right, because actually 97% used this deprecated class, and only 3%, I think this was my code I have written, used the class which actually should have been used. This was also the moment when we thought, okay, now we have somehow to stop also with this rebuilding and put the effort into documentation, which I have shown to you before. The scope, is the scope too big? In the beginning, we were really passionate about this project and thought we somehow can create a design system which can integrate it in every of our applications. I have to say that all of our applications are different. So there are mostly not two applications which follow the same front-end stack, and also on back-end side there might be some differences. So I just wrote or painted that on a whiteboard, and everybody was super confused when I showed that to them. Actually, when I see it nowadays, I'm also confused what that means. So I went over to my digital design team and asked them whether they can make it a bit, or simplify that a bit so that people actually can understand that, and they came up with that. So a very simplistic version which actually also people could understand what we actually were searching for. As said, all these applications on the right, it could be a WordPress, a Jekyll, or our Trivago Hotel Search, which is running on a Symfony, and we thought we maybe can create something which works for all those applications. That did not really work properly for all applications. So at one time we decided, okay, we have to see what works for areas of product and what not. So we scoped it a bit. Here's a visualization, again with the help of designers, on how we achieved that with our admin tools. So we have at Trivago also, I think, 18 to 19 internal tools, which for our metrics and other stuff, which were also completely inconsistent. And the important part here is the pattern lab loader. So we created a Symfony bundle, which automatically grabs the CSS as well as the templates for those applications and automatically includes them into the applications. So nowadays, for our internal tools, we have just one package which we update with all this front-end code and can automatically integrate that into the applications and relaunch them very, very fast. So all of these 18 applications, as said, can be automatically updated with those pattern lab loader. And we are nearly finished with our SCSS components, which I would like to somehow open source maybe in 2017. As said, we are still working a bit on a more client-side driven components, which are very, very complex in our application, but that's something where we are on. One learning which we also had was about managing dependencies or how to set up and split it up in packages. In the beginning, Daisy and Trivi, I'm not that good at naming, that's our pattern library repository, and in the beginning, we had copy and paste at large scale process, so basically people somehow copy and pasted that out of the system, which worked a bit because we work very close together, but at the end, of course, that's something which doesn't really scale properly. So we moved that out into a package. So we moved all the CSS, the template, JavaScript, whatever, from this repository inside a package, which we called Trivago Core Patterns, aka TCP. And Composer then helped us to automatically integrate that into the applications. But then it happened that this package became bigger and bigger and bigger because there was basically everything in. There was all the CSS for all components, all the templates for all applications, and it became very, very big. And I can just remember that end of last year, we basically produced, I think, 5 or 4 breaking changes. So basically, we released 5 major versions a day, which was also not very sustainable and didn't help. So we moved into a monorepo approach with our design system, and we introduced Learner, which helps you to have one repository and publish packages from that repository. So that's how it looks like in our Bitbucket. You can see I'm here in the source SCSS folder, where we then have, for example, the TCP grid, which is the Trivago Core Patterns grid, as well as the objects, settings, which are just the variables, so we split it up a bit. What Learner does for you is it actually helps you very much on maintaining that. So I'm here on the master branch, you can see everything is up to date, and the Learner ls will then actually show me which packages are inside this monorepo. As you can see, it lists already the new TCP SVG package, which our new icon packages, and all those other packages. We then also realized somehow that it gets a bit complicated to maintain changelogs in such a system. So there is something which is Commitison, which helps you to automatically or write better commit messages, and it has also a Learner changelog adapter. So basically, if you add your stuff and you don't commit with git commit, but you invoke that command, and then it gives you somehow a wizard. The great thing about this wizard is that it also detects which commits basically affected one of those folders. So in that case, I did a small change to the TCP grid, to our grid system, and it automatically checks, okay, you only have touched this package inside the repository, and it then helps you to create a changelog, which also, or a git log, which then has a suffix, and then you can basically also pass that later and create a proper changelog out of that. And then you can release it with Learner publish, which is here hidden behind a script, and then this will also basically give you a wizard and helps you to have a better wizard for maintaining the versions. Learner then published all that to our internal NPM enterprise, where you can see you have all those packages now here, and actually we moved now away from having this big monorepo, and then we had this big Trivago core patterns package. Learner now helps us to really specifically publish modular parts of the systems, and then actually the applications can only pick what they actually need. And this also, of course, reduced a lot of breaking changes. At the end of my presentation, I would like to give you some metrics, because all that stuff, especially because it's so long-term, it's somehow also difficult to prove whether it adds business value or how much it improves conversion. But it's not only about conversion, it also has a lot of other stuff. For example, something like that, if people come to you and say, hey, we saved 2 weeks because we used our system, then of course it's something which people have more look on, and of course every product owner is happy if he can save 2 weeks on a project, because there is already a system which fulfills their needs, and they can then save a lot of time while building the applications. Nowadays we have 16 contributors for the system and 12 teams using it. Also 15 public applications using it, so I excluded the internal applications. And now I can show you a bit about our portfolio. So we have different applications here. On the left side, you see, on the upper left, you see our tech blocks, and below is our Trivago Hotel Search, and is a Trivago Hotel Manager, some microsites. Again, to zoom a bit in, again, this is the tech blocks and the Hotel Manager. There's a Room 5, which is also another block. These are the company pages here on the left, how they look nowadays. So from 2015 to now, we already facelifted them, I think, 5 or 6 times, which also again shows how much this actually makes our development better. And if we have some time pressure, or there's really an urgent project coming in, or we need something for a marketing campaign, we can also share that with external companies, because it's documented, so you don't have to work at Trivago to somehow understand that. And this also helps to be actually faster. I'm done with my talk. Thank you for attending it.
Thank you so much, Christoph Reinhardt. Right, guess what? I think it's time for a nice, warm cup of coffee. What do you say? I'm sure you agree with me. Or even a cocktail, perhaps. So we're going to have a half an hour break. Back here once again at 4:30 for some more Developers Delight. 4:30 back here on the stage.
I've been working in technology for about 20 years, bouncing back and forth between engineering and product management. Basically, I was always the most technical guy in the business meeting or the most businessy guy in the technical meeting. But about 10 years ago, after my team spent about 2 weeks fixing all of the problems that I introduced while doing a lot of last-minute coding ahead of a product launch, I dedicated my career to stop being a shoddy developer and instead decided to focus on helping engineers, designers, and product managers bring their visions to life. Like everyone else, I've pushed agile development processes at virtually every place that I work. I've worked at companies very large, like Microsoft large, and very small, like startup with 4 people small. And these are some of the insights that I've gained, and I hope that they are helpful to you. So the concept of agility and then agile with like a capital A are such a frequently discussed topic. And at this point, elements of agility are present in almost all types of software development. But when a company or a product team proudly announces, oh yes, we are agile, it can seem that the common element between all of them is that they just simply don't practice the, quote, classic waterfall development process. And that is to say, they don't make an exhaustive specification, they don't get it approved by all the stakeholders, they don't have a fixed budget, an ironclad ship date, then enter this project, go through the exact formal, predictable phases of design, development, and test, then ship it, all without ever making any changes to the original plan, regardless of whatever new details come in. But the truth is, that is not actually how waterfall planning ever really worked. When I was working at Microsoft in the 90s, that was really the only applied model for software development. And while it's definitely true that the elements usually described in the literature about how waterfall worked, it's really presented as like a way of doing business, and it's just a rhetorical straw man, like a false counterexample to show why it's so important to stay agile. Because no one would suggest that being like inflexible, destined to fail, like those are the good approaches. So what exactly, when we say we're being agile, what are we trying to actually be agile about? What level of flexibility are we hoping to achieve by adopting this model? And what does that actually mean? So today I want to talk about a set of questions. These questions are just designed to be thought exercises, and they are based on my own experiences, lots of successes, even more failures. And whether you are the CEO of a company, the head of engineering or product development, a scrum manager, a development lead, or one of the people who actually does all the work, I hope that they provide some insight and value to you that you can take home and apply to your own career. So in English, when we're in school, there's this turn of phrase that we always learn about how you investigate a crime or you do a research paper, and it's called the 5 W's and the H. Who, what, where, when, why, and how. Now, this as a rhetorical device is very good for its original purposes. The very order of this list kind of affects our thoughts and can get in the way of prioritizing the questions that you need to ask yourself frequently, before, during, and after a software project. So the order of the questions that I'd like you to think about is why? Like, why are we doing this? What are we actually trying to do? Who would participate? How are we going to actually do it? When will we do it? Where? I suppose is also a good question to ask in some cases, but if you're asking like, where's my team, or where are we, maybe you have other problems that you need to address first. But for leaders of projects, a lot of time can be spent talking about what's going to happen, or when, or how much it's going to cost. But the commonly overlooked question is why? Why are we doing this? So for projects large and small, that question is extremely important. Whether it's a new feature, a point release, a brand new product line, understanding the why can be the most important question to ask, especially in an environment that is attempting to truly be agile. So some bad answers that you might get if you ask why: oh, well, because the marketing team wants it, or oh, because it's really important to the sales team, or because it'll drive shareholder value, or oh, because this is really new technology, it's really cool. Now, those might sound like kind of throwaway answers, but I've actually heard those come to me when I ask the question myself. And so it's really important to get down into the weeds a little bit at the appropriate level for your own audience and for your own project to answer this particular question. So is it to do whatever your widget does, but better somehow? What is better? How do you measure that? Is it some mechanical goal like, reducing crash rates or increasing signups or reducing the bounce rates or shortening load times? Is it to satisfy like the perceived whims of your management team or your shareholders or something? More often than not, the answer to that question, why, is either poorly formed in the first place, poorly communicated, or frequently both. So if you find yourself at the head of a division or just working on a project, you should be able to understand why this particular project is entering your life. From there, you should be able to associate this project with a set of performance objectives and all those fun management terms, or maybe a series of strategic initiatives that your company is working on. But you really have to sit down and ask the question, why? Because you'd be surprised how often you'll get really crappy answers, and it's not because people are trying to be funny, it's just they don't actually know why. They're doing it, well, because I was told to. And for example, if the purpose of your project is, to reduce load times, you would be I don't know, maybe you wouldn't be surprised, but I never cease to be surprised at how often no one has actually asked the users if this load time is an actual problem. No one has actually set up a way to measure it in real time to find out if they're getting any better. No one has asked the architect or the testers if this particular approach would address the root of the problem. They just sort of declare that, reducing load times is a big project for milestone X, and off we go. And no one says, well, why? So a long time ago, I worked at a large comparison shopping site. I went through a lot of versions, starting from a site in 1997 that had a whopping 30,000 items on it. And then it grew to have like 1 million items by 1999, and it grew and grew until it began to sort of exceed the limits of SQL technology at the time, at least what it was capable of back then. And so our engineers, very clever, we thought up new ways to build indexes, ways to get things faster and faster. We kind of pushed that up to 2.5, maybe 3 million. But this was at MSN, and there were millions of concurrent users every day. So really, to get anything to go any faster would require technology that we didn't really have at the time. And so this was all happening, behind the scenes while our business partners were busily dreaming up this idea that we would have the world's largest comparison shopping site. And so it wasn't just the thousands of merchants that were actually working directly with us and submitting their data feeds. The idea was, well, we would integrate Amazon, and we would integrate eBay, and we would go with PriceGrabber and CNET and all these other comparison shopping sites. So the number of potentially searchable items that were going to go into our catalog ballooned all the way to 30 million. And so I was very early in my career at this time, so I didn't really have visibility into the, every little part of the problem. But the business development process worked, and we signed these deals with the major companies. The categorization engines started to figure out how to get all the socks together and the shoes together. The matching engines found the different digital cameras that were the same model and put them together so you could compare prices. And it was inching along. This was probably an 18-month-long project. But there was this one piece of problem that kept getting bigger and bigger and taking more and more engineers and more time and ballooning cost. And it was to disambiguate search terms so that you would know what catalog to put the search results into. So as I said before, 2.5 million was kind of the upper limit. And so the idea was if someone searched, we would say, oh, they're searching for a book, send them off to the book catalog. There were about that many books. It worked out just fine. Well, the problem was this disambiguation engine, it didn't work really at all. I mean, if you searched for China, did you mean the country? Did you mean like a book about it, a movie about it, a poster about a book that had the movie in it, the wrestler, maybe some actual China that you were going to serve food on? For pretty much every search term, there were a variety of pretty reasonable alternative meanings that it would be possible for the learner or for the searcher to want. And so we did this over and over again. The team got bigger, and we had like this was like 2002, so we had the very early versions of machine learning, trying to get it better and better at guessing. But the problem was there was no way to guess perfectly because you just didn't know what it was because there were obviously many potential answers. So that missing question was why? Why are we doing this? Because the what was clear. There were too many items in the catalog, and we had to figure out how to do it. But we had to have that opportunity to back up and say, why are we doing this? And it turned out, not surprisingly, the approach was very obvious. We would simply show a couple of results from each of the catalogs, and you, as a searcher, you'd be like, oh, I was actually looking for China in home and garden, and you'd click, and off you'd go, and you'd do your thing. And now this approach seems obvious in retrospect. I mean, Amazon works like this today still. But in 2003, it wasn't until we sat down, asked that question, why, that our engineering, design, and program management teams were able to actually find like a sensible and scalable solution. So my next question is, you've got this vision. You hear it. Can it be over-communicated? I mean, many leaders at every level, they can kind of get bored when they talk about a vision or an end state. I mean, it's understandable. It's easy to get bored. You talk about the same thing over and over again. But it's very important to remember that most people, they're not listening. They're not listening to you. I'm not saying that you're boring. I'm not saying your presentation isn't awesome. I'm not saying that you didn't do a good job of like connecting with your audience. They're probably paying attention, maybe. They're probably at the meeting, hopefully. But even if they're there, sitting up, looking you in the eye, paying as much attention as possible, at best, they're retaining like 30% of what it is that you're trying to communicate. So what do? You kind of have to tell the story over and over again to different audiences, different ways. You have to ask people to tell the story back to you. That's a really effective way to figure out if they actually heard what you're saying. And then once you get to the point where people get a little annoyed that you talk about this vision a lot, that's when you start to think, okay, we've communicated this vision sufficiently that people are actually beginning to turn it around and think about how it applies to their own work. There's this old story. It's in like most major religions have a version of this, lots of fables. But it's the story about the blind men and the elephant. And the story goes that there's these 3 blind men, and they approach an elephant, and each one of them is examining what's in front of them. And then they come back to the group with their analysis of what they saw. So the guy who stood in front of the trunk says, well, an elephant is a long tube. It moves around a lot. It can suck up water. It can pick things up. The guy who was standing in front of the leg says, oh, it was a column. It was built to support a very heavy weight. The guy who was standing next to the ear was like, oh, it was very soft, and it fluttered in the breeze, but there was no breeze. And then they get back to a group, and they just argue with each other about what it was that they saw. So in the story, then the prophet or the old man or the king or whomever shows up, and he says, oh, it was an elephant. And then it was like, oh, thank you. You really helped. But for us, we always have to think about the problem the other way around. Because you can come in and you can describe to everyone, hey, it's an elephant. And most of the time, people won't understand what it is you're talking about because they sit in front of their part of the elephant all day, and that's all they think about. So you'll have your privacy lead, and all he's going to think about when you're talking about your project is how this potential project is just going to create a leaky sieve of information that's a terrible threat to personal privacy. Or your security lead will think about how it's just a disaster from a denial of service attack perspective, or whatever it is. It's completely normal. You work in this field. This is what you think about all day. So you have to think about how to bridge that gap. You've got to think about how your vision actually could apply to the folks and then help them connect your vision to theirs so that you can realize that goal. A few companies ago, I was tasked with, this is another build a very large catalog kind of project. It was about building a listing site for land. Again, this was a while ago. This was before Zillow and Redfin. But in the United States, at least, there were a lot of market pressures that were helping push companies like Zillow or Redfin or some of the other large real estate companies to create these massive databases of searchable primary real estate. But there was no pressure to create what was a very common scenario, which is people would like to buy a plot of land somewhere. And so the idea was born, and I was hired to this company. I think I was the 12th employee. It was called LandWatch. And it already had like a few thousand listings that they were getting from various sources, but they had this great vision. that we would have searchable, browsable, natural language enabled, map enabled way for you to find the perfect property for yourself. And I would get up and I would dutifully explain this vision to the designers and to the engineers, and to everyone was, oh, it's fantastic, and the investors loved it. And when I would present this vision to the actual people whose job was to get the listings, they would just look at me and sort of squint and nod, and then just kind of go back to what they were doing. And to this team, this vision just sounded like a bunch of marketing fluff. They couldn't connect with what it was I was talking about, and I had to sit down and figure out why. Well, it turned out that for this particular type of property listing, 99% of the information that you might actually find useful was not present. There was no picture, there was no map, there was not even an address most of the time, or even really like a description of how big it was. Because these kinds of properties, they would come on the market and they sit there for a long time because nobody wants to buy like a little piece of land until someone says, oh, that's my perfect land. So realtors didn't put that information into the services, and most of the services weren't set up. They were set up for primary home real estate anyway. So they would have forms like how many bedrooms, how many baths, et cetera, but they didn't have any way for you to even input information about these land listings. So we had to take a different approach. We had to figure out what to do to get this data, and in the end, we ended up working directly with realtors and directly with people who owned property and wanted to sell it. And eventually that grew to LandWatch, which was the largest source of, and most popular source of land listings in the United States. In fact, it was recently sold to CoStar for quite a lot of money. So it never would have happened, though, if we hadn't taken the time to really understand what the underlying elephant in the room was, if you will, to really figure out how to get that vision to resonate with the individuals who are responsible for building the underlying building blocks. Now, if you're on a team that always meets their obligations, always hits the budget, never misses a deadline, there's no management, there's no drama, congratulations, you are very talented, or you're surrounded by talented people, or you're very lucky, or maybe all of those things. But for a moment, let's assume that there's something wrong with your team, or it's a new team, you're trying to form it, but you're looking at a project, you're trying to understand why it's not working. The key really is to understand the roles that are required for success, much more so than the names of the people or the titles that they have. It's not until you really sit down and think about what roles are truly needed for success will you be able to understand if a team is sensibly staffed. So for agile development, we all love working with small teams, right? But if every project were perfectly funded, you would have a dedicated product manager, a dedicated scrum master, you'd have a lead designer, a development lead, a QA lead, the right number of security, privacy, regulatory folks, whatever. But that never actually happens. So you have to ask yourself, what roles are actually important to the success of this particular project? Now, I'm not familiar with a ton of projects that don't require someone or a couple of people to serve the role of Scrum Master. Somehow, the work needs to get scheduled, tickets need to get written, they gotta get prioritized, someone's gotta assign them, the trains have to run on time. And if your project is fortunate enough to have a dedicated Scrum Master and those things aren't happening, it's easy to figure out where the problem is. But most of the time, you won't have the luxury of a dedicated staff to do just that thing, but you'll still see that the Scrum Master role is being satisfied in some fashion. You'll have, the dev lead will be prioritizing the tickets, team members will be taking their own notes and making the individual components more understandable to others. It's kind of a group effort and, things move along and it works great. But as individuals, they're all contributing a piece, regardless of their title, they're contributing pieces of this role. So sometimes, though, you'll have a project not going well, and there is someone with that title. Say, for example, you've got designs, but the designs aren't helpful because you have a designer. Now, maybe it's because the designer is actually pretty terrible at their job. It could be. But it's pretty uncommon in the professional world. Usually, the designer is actually quite talented, but for some reason or another, they don't know enough about the specific goals of the project, what the user scenario is that's being addressed, what the target audience is, what the core requirements are. Whatever it is, the failure of the design is rarely because the designer is talentless. It's usually because they're being fed information that is not sufficient for them to make designs that are actually useful. But it doesn't, I'm using design as an example because that's one of the most common gaps, but you could have a gap in database design. You could have a gap in automated testing. There's just that role or that piece of knowledge that happens to be missing that's also important to the success of your project. And when those two things are out of alignment, it can be very hard to get things on track. Now, I can assure you in advance that if you go to your management team and you say, I'm sorry, this project is off the tracks, over budget, over time, but if we had a full-time designer, it would work perfectly. 95% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, you're not going to walk out of that meeting with like a commitment to hire that designer or hire that database lead. You'll go back and forth with your leaders. You'll discuss the time. You'll discuss the budget, blah, blah, blah. Things will happen. But the only thing that's for certain is the designs will continue to suck, and time will pass, and the project will either slow down or the quality will continue to drop until some breaking point occurs, and usually that, unfortunately, if it's a startup, is the failure of your company, or if it's a larger project, it's like the failure of your particular team. No one wants to be part of that. So you really have to focus on figuring out what specific gap is from a role perspective and focus on making sure that that is accomplished by yourself or by someone else or by a bunch of people in your group rather than thinking about how the title can be filled. Another example of a common gap between title and role is one of leadership. Surely on paper, almost every project has, at least sometimes two people, someone who is, in charge of the project. Insofar as that's their title maybe, or, every time the email comes out, it says, Bob's in charge or whatever. But if that person doesn't have the support of the group, they will frequently not be able to accomplish what it is that they've been asked to do. And if things go off the rails, it'll usually get way worse before it gets better. And there's a lot of reasons this could happen, but the most common reason is that there is an actual leader in the group, just someone with a natural personality of leadership, and there is some tension between that person or persons and the person who is ostensibly in charge. So you might have a situation where there's the real leader and then the named leader, and they just kind of have this quiet, snarky battle between each other, saying, oh, those plans are dumb, don't do, and nothing happens. Nobody quite figure out why, because yes, there is a leader, and no one's being over the top unprofessional. It's just creating a gap. So how can you figure out who in a group is like a natural leader? And I don't mean natural leader like Napoleon Bonaparte or something. I just mean there are people with personalities that, maybe someone says every day, hey, you guys want to go to lunch? And everyone stands up and says, sure. Okay, or maybe there's someone who, when things get stressful at the office, everyone goes and talks to that person about how stressed they are. Or maybe there's someone who, typically coordinates the happy hour after work. Those people are doing those things not just because they enjoy going to happy hour, but because they have certain parts of their personality come out as natural leaders. And if you can build rapport between that group of people and the actual leader, you can actually get those folks to work together, get them all on the same page, establish just a little bit of camaraderie, a little bit of rapport, and you can make that disconnect between the project leader and the natural personalities get minimized, and the leaders will help push the objectives of the team right along with the leader of the team who has a real name. So at my last startup, we were tasked with essentially rebuilding from scratch a platform capable of sustaining 13 million learners who wanted to take on a new language. This wasn't a small task, and each time we would review the backlog and go through the task of describing like the next piece of the puzzle that we need to put together. Inevitably, some question about scale and the fact that we would need this to immediately be able to scale, because we weren't starting something from scratch with like a long ramp up. We were taking an old product and switching over to a new one. So we needed to hit that scale immediately. There was always this voice from the back of the room who would frequently pipe up with, like an expression of disbelief or doubt. He might say, oh, that'll never work, but he'd sort of mumble it under his breath. And, this was nothing major. it's not like he was being disruptive or unprofessional, and these were legitimately challenging problems that we were solving, but he was a natural leader. And so his casual quips would have an outsized effect on the other members of the group. A couple of times he would be absent from sprint planning, and I sort of noticed that it was a little bit less negative. So I took him out to lunch, and I talked to him about this concern. And at the next meeting, when a concern about capacity came up, he just sort of cracked his knuckles and he said, "It's not a problem. I'm sure we can figure that out." Now, this wasn't even his problem to solve, but his confidence was just as infectious as his doubt. And so even though it wasn't his issue to solve, just him changing that tiny little behavior helped the group work together to feel more positive about solving the problems. He was a natural leader, and recognizing his role instead of focusing on his title, he wasn't the dev lead, he was just a good guy who was trying to solve problems with the rest of us. It helped us get that particular product out the door. And by the way, we did reach performance at scale the day we launched, and I don't think it would have happened if he hadn't changed his approach. So at my current company, we have adopted the Scaled Agile framework. I'm very pleased with the success that we've had. It's been about 2.5 years. We've been seriously embracing this approach, and by seriously, I mean our engineering lead presents at Atlassian conferences, our program and product management team. I mean, we're deeply involved. If you'd like, you can go to the Atlassian website and watch videos that the team produced about how to do Agile at scale. Because bringing together our global team, at times we would have 20 concurrent sprints going on simultaneously. This was not an easy feat because all these projects are deeply interconnected. But the toolbox that SAFe gave us has been extremely useful. We also have really gone out of our way to embrace, and I noticed one of the other speakers was talking about this, enabling technology for DevOps and just making all of the plumbing happen without too much of a hassle for everyone so they can actually focus on solving the problem in front of them. There are other competing frameworks that are quite similar. People ask me, is method X better than method Y? But in reality, there are so many reasons that it would work. It's 6 of one or half dozen the other. Your job is to just understand what it is that this piece of the framework actually, what is the point? So, we do the stand-up meetings, we do the system demos, we do the inspect and adapt workshops. Why do we do the stand-up meetings? Because it's healthy to stand up, because it's better than sitting. We meet every day because we want to see everyone else's funny t-shirts? No, we stand up because if you sit down, it's easy for a meeting to go on for too long. You stand in a circle, you talk to each other. If it goes on for longer than 15 minutes, someone is oversharing or your team is too big. There are reasons that these elements of Agile exist, and that's actually the important part. You could totally have a stand-up sitting down. It's better to stand up, but if you sit down and you remember what the point of it is, it can totally work just fine. One of the things that we have had real good success with are the inspect and adapt workshops. But you have to make sure that those aren't turning into just an airing of grievances where there's a lot of circular discussions and unfocused venting of frustrations. You actually have to buy into the idea yourself first and then everyone else that this is actually going to work, and then make sure that there's enough trust and respect between the team members to make these inspect and adapt workshops very helpful. I've been at companies where the after incident report, that's what they call it in the military, was referred to as a post-mortem, which literally means after death. These meetings, and not just because of the horrible name, were characterized by a lot of what I would like to call blame storming. There's finger pointing and anxiety and embarrassment, but there's no real change, there's no improvement. But with inspect and adapt workshops, where especially at my current company, it's not just that we have the buy-in of everyone involved. We practice this pretty regularly. I think every 4 weeks we have a huge one for the company, and then every 2 weeks we have it at the sprint level. And the outcomes, sometimes it's very tactical. We just change the way JIRA tickets flow through the system, or we make check-ins easier. And sometimes they're strategic. Some of the information has come back, has helped me or my management team change our behavior, even changing our hiring processes. These workshops, you have to be very open to the outcomes and think of them as something that is designed to be productive, and the likelihood of it being productive becomes quite high. You have to remember that it's not a contest of heroes and villains, but rather a group of people who collaborate, work together, all towards a common goal. The essence of good timing. I notice that I have 1 minute left, so I'll be quick. Don't take too long to make decisions. You also need to establish milestones. And you really have to make sure that scope, resources, and time help you stay in reality. But remember, it works both ways, right? A project never finishes before it was supposed to, almost never costs less than it was supposed to, and almost never has more features than everyone thought that it was going to. So as you're going through those negotiations, remember that each point of the triangle may be the one that needs to be looked at, and that point of the triangle might be the one that you care the most about. But once you start thinking about agility as like a state of being and a state of working, and not just remembering to go in and, adhere to the frameworks perfectly, you'll find that you can flex and change in the right ways for your business. At the beginning of this chat, I asked everybody exactly what it was you were trying to make more agile, and I hope that you can apply these questions about why a project exists or what it was you were trying to achieve, et cetera, to make things a lot better and a lot more productive for yourselves. Success is always a team effort, and anyone who tells you that it's about one person or using a single tool, they probably have an agenda, or maybe they're trying to sell you something. So you've got this. You guys are all great, and thank you so much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Broussard, well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Excellent. Again, and I've said this earlier on before, I'll say it again, Peter, I'm sure you catch him over coffee a little bit later today, tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be happy to have a chat with anybody who's interested in what he's just been sharing. Okay, we move on now to the next speaker. Again, the hashtag is keep. Actually, I would like to know here, tell me, how many people here are actually on Twitter? Twitter. Have you heard of Twitter? Yes. Who's on Twitter? Not many. Instagram? Seems more popular. Okay. LinkedIn? Okay. So Twitter is not that popular. I keep promoting Twitter, carry on trying to push that forward. We've got a lot of things going on there, and I clearly see not many people are on Twitter here at all, which is absolutely fine, but that's fine. Remember, in the exhibition area, still opportunities to win lots of prizes. Very simple. Just go over to the booths. Speak to the people there, okay? That's what they're there for. Speak to them. Check them out. Check out what's going on there. And hopefully, again, there'll be something certainly of value. Right, we move on, as I say, to our next speaker of the afternoon. So you're going to hear now, we're actually going to go on a little journey back in time. So back in time, looking at different design patterns, trying to figure them out, the complications of those design patterns, which will help you make sense of the data flow today. And the gentleman who's going to share with you his insights and exactly what's that all about, please put your hands together for the development lead at HackerU, Mr. Ryan Cristiani.
I'm usually used to being like the loudest person in the room. I think my indoor voice is my outdoor voice, so it's the same voice basically. So yeah, my talk today is going to be on data flow in JavaScript applications, but mostly also kind of taking a look at design patterns, taking a look at a couple different ways we would do data flow in a JavaScript application, and understanding the history from some of these patterns, looking at how we get to Redux from maybe looking at PubSub and where you can go from there. So a little bit about me. My name is Ryan Cristiani. I'm from Canada. You can follow me, rCristiani, on Twitter if you'd like. You're going to see some hot tweets like this one. Praise to those who clean the lint trap, skull to those who don't. If you live in a rental apartment, you got to clean that trap. Come on. Also like this, just a general thought, how good is coffee? No? It's okay. I am actually, so when I submitted this talk, I was the head instructor and development lead at HackerU, but now I got a promotion. I'm the CTO at HackerU now, so that's pretty cool. We are a Toronto-based boot camp. I don't know if there's, or if you know what this idea of a boot camp is, but basically we take students from week 1 to the end of 9 weeks, and we teach them what they need to know to get started in a career as a developer. So we focus on front-end development. We spend 6.5 weeks on JavaScript. We teach React and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm from Toronto, but it's pronounced Toronto, no T at the end there. Yeah. Back in January of 2016, I started this little video series on YouTube called Let's Learn ES6, and it turned into a book, so you can check that out. Actually, if you follow me on Twitter, you can get a 50% off discount code for that. I also do a video series called Let's Code Along. You can see me over here, this tiger. I mean, it's the guy over there with the pants on. I was trying to think if I should wear this look, but it was too hot, so I wore my best jorts today instead. Should I have done the pants instead? Oh, okay, well. Maybe should we stop here and I'll go get mine from the hotel? Anyways, what we're going to talk about today is what is a design pattern. Explore some common patterns if you're a JavaScript developer you might not have known you were using as a pattern. We're going to look at PubSub, we're going to look at Flux, and we're going to look at Redux. If you are not a JavaScript developer, that's okay, because there's still a story here for anything we're doing in terms of development or design or anything like that. So what is a design pattern? How many people have heard of this idea of a design pattern before? A couple people. Cool, actually more than I thought. Cool, so a design pattern is a reusable solution to a common problem. So there's this quote here, each pattern describes a problem which occurs over and over in our environments, and then describe the core solution to this problem such that we can use it 1,000,000 times over without ever doing the same way twice. So this was a quote from a man named Christopher Alexander, and he's actually an architect. So he wasn't, at this time in the 60s, a developer, but he was an architect. And if you can imagine, in architecture, especially like architecture like this, there's a lot of common patterns we do over and over again. So his idea, his pattern language movement that he started, actually started to influence programming languages in the 1960s and beyond. And patterns, again, really help us identify problems and help us pick appropriate solutions to these problems from like a trusted catalog of abstractions. Again, could be in programming, could be in architecture, could be in design. We see this, and I think a couple talks just before mine, we were talking about design patterns. Material design, for example, is a design pattern. So here's a really good quote or example. For instance, in Alexander's work, bus stops and waiting rooms in a surgery center follow the context for the pattern, a place to wait. So there is a pattern there. There's a kind of catalog you pull from. Has anybody seen this book before? No? A couple people. So this book's called Design Patterns, Elements of Reusable Object-Oriented Software. It's commonly referred to as the Gang of Four book, basically because it was written by 4 people. But this kind of got into print, got onto paper, a lot of design patterns that were being used in software. It was printed in 1994, and a lot of these patterns are still in use. So if you want, I highly suggest picking this up. It's actually a really, really good book. It's sort of like a required reading for design patterns. The book breaks these patterns into 3 categories. So there's the creational patterns, so stuff like factory pattern and the singleton pattern. There's stuff like structural patterns, stuff like the facade. How many people have used jQuery before? So jQuery is a huge example of the facade pattern. Basically, you do something like .add class to add a class to something, but in reality, there's a ton of things happening there that we do not see. There's a facade in front of it. Another example would be something like the decorator pattern. And behavioral patterns is the 3rd category. And the observer pattern, which we're going to kind of look at a slight variation on, is one of those. So the examples in that book, however, are in C++ and Smalltalk. So if you can't really wrap your head and reason about those, there is a really great book by Adi Osmani called JavaScript Design Patterns, which takes a lot of these patterns and a couple ones that are specific to JavaScript and breaks them down for you to read. So highly suggest getting this. And in fact, you can buy this book on O'Reilly, or it's just free online. So if you wanted to do that, you can go ahead and grab it. Just search Learning JavaScript Design Patterns. So let's look at a couple examples of patterns that you might not know you've been using. How many people have ever written code that looks a little bit like this? No, nobody? Cool. Well, where I work, where we teach students, this is something we show our students fairly early on because as you're starting to learn JavaScript and then as we kind of progress, your code has to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we use this kind of namespacing pattern to organize our code a little bit better. We have like something like an app object where we can kind of apply our properties and methods to. Really, it allows us to just simplify our code and prevent sort of spaghetti code from happening. It solves a couple really simple issues for us. Prevents the issue of name clashes, so you should always think about the fact that your code is not the only code or not the only JavaScript running on the page, so you want to try and like contain that. We do that by preventing the pollution of global scope. Introduce one app object and let everything else kind of live inside of that. And then, of course, it's a solution to spaghetti code. Here's a pretty common one that I think now that ES6 modules are out, less people will be using this for the purposes of using it, but the module pattern. Basically, we have a little person here. There's a function that wraps it. Inside of it, there's a variable called age, and then it returns an object. What this pattern lets us do in JavaScript is produce this idea of privacy. We didn't have this ability in ES5 and before, but using this pattern and through the power of closures and functions, we can actually get this to do what we want. So the idea is that you kind of create this privacy, but implement the interface, the object that you want to interact with after. So if you take a look again, you can see where it says let age. That would be private inside of this, but the returned object is this public interface that we get to work with. So again, it allows us to create privacy and allows us to define our interface. So those are some examples of patterns if you've been writing JavaScript, even a little bit of JavaScript you might have seen from time to time. But let's talk about managing state. How many people have seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? If you haven't, this is another good reason to follow me on Twitter. Probably in about a minute, I'm going to auto-post the video that goes behind this. So funny. But managing state in our applications can be kind of frustrating, right? It's kind of like a Pepe Sylvia crime wall situation. Basically, if you've ever been, when they're in a crime series, they go into like the serial killer's apartment and there's like red twine. Actually, I guess it's the other way around. They're trying to find the serial killer and they just have red twine everywhere and they're like, this person's connected to this person. It can kind of feel like that when you're managing state in your application. So let's look at the pub/sub pattern. So this is a variation, a popular variation on the observer pattern. I didn't want to show the observer pattern because there's a lot more to it, and I want to kind of keep this as kind of easy to understand as possible. It's a very simple kind of event system. It allows us to create our own events. So what it really is an object that has two methods for us, a subscribe and a publish method. And the idea is that we can publish actions or events, and we can subscribe to those actions or events from anywhere in our application. So clicking a button could publish something. Maybe like some sort of counter could listen for when that has been clicked on. There's going to be a bunch of code here, but again, don't worry too much about the code. Worry about the idea. So here's the publish method. It's actually very simple because I'm going to show you another method, and that's it for pub/sub. But the publish method takes an event, it takes some data, and basically looks through a listener object. If that thing existed in there, if that event existed in there, run the function for it. If not, no big deal. The subscribe is sort of the same. You take an event, and you take the function to actually be run when this happens. So, okay. This is an amazing demo, so hold on, wait for it. Are you ready? No, it's okay. There's like 2 more of these, and you're going to have so much fun at the end. Basically, you click on the add button there or the subtract button, and it's just publishing an event. Wait, I have to click back over here to get it to go again. Boop. So if you hook it up, this is the kind of nice thing. We can hook up something to subscribe to the increase event. And when some data gets passed to it, we can do whatever we want with it. And when we click on one of those buttons, we could publish, an event. So in this case, an increase event could be a decrease. It could be actually whatever you want. You can come up with these names, and you'll hopefully see the path we're going on here. So you publish an event, and anything subscribed to it will listen and then update. So what is the core concept here? Well, it's starting to allow us to register components specifically to events, and more importantly, it's starting to allow us to decouple the data from our views. I see a lot of our students writing JavaScript where, inside of this function, it does the same thing as that function, just to get the same data they want. But if you have this sort of system in place, you can start to decouple that information. How many people have heard of Flux before? So Flux is a really popular pattern introduced by Facebook. I think it was like 2013, I think. And it solved a pretty famous problem for them. If you were ever, and here's the video, I'll post the links, link to the slides later, but they describe the problem in this video, but I'm pretty sure I remember seeing this, that in the top right-hand corner of Facebook, there's like a little jewel that they call them that are like your notifications, and when they started to introduce messages, you know, your messages, the data had to be registered in this thing, it had to be registered in your messages, and then on the big view for all your messages, so there's like 3, 4, maybe 5 places that, you know, hey, you have a notification, had to be registered. And if you think about Flux, it's a huge, or sorry, Facebook, it's a really, really huge application, and you're gonna have a lot of JavaScript. And if you have to kind of like change your JavaScript code in all these different places, it's gonna be a big problem. One thing I actually really want to point out is that although Flux is famously used with React a lot, Flux can be used just with anything. The example I'm going to show you, another amazing example, will actually have no React in it at all. So it promotes this idea of a single directional data flow. So the idea is going to be that we're going to dispatch actions to stores. So Flux actually introduces a couple of things here. So we had a publish and a subscribe method on our pub/sub object before. Now what Flux does is introduces a stores and an actions and a dispatchers kind of idea. The dispatcher, again, think of that as the publisher. You're publishing some sort of event or dispatching some sort of action. So again, the idea is you dispatch actions to your stores, and then any store listening to it, or sorry, any component listening to it will handle the data change. So it looks like this. Dispatcher goes to the stores. Stores will make the data change. That will go to your components. Everything will update. Pretty cool. And then maybe somebody initializes a new action, and then I don't have a loop, but it just loops back around. So now, if everything is listening to this store, you have this great way to make sure that everything is updated. So one of the really cool things that Flux introduced was this idea of stores. There are multiple stores in Flux, so you could have a store for a counter or messages, you could have a store for new feed items, you could have a store for, well, whatever you wanted to. Fruit, I guess. It's a fruit store joke. Groceries? No? It's okay. There are many stores in Flux, and you have to implement your own. But again, we're taking this data out from our components and just kind of putting them into one central, or many central places. So a really quick example is a classic way to implement a store with in Flux would be using Node's event emitter and using ES6 classes to just extend it. Basically here we're just saying, use the event emitter. It's a really easy way to sort of just create our own events and like admit an event, so publish an event, and set up a counter value inside of our store. So again, it allows us to sort of decouple our information. So it actually maybe still looks a little bit like this because there's multiple stores, but we're getting rid of that frantic guy who's just like not sure where everything's going. There's still this kind of structure. Again, to have this actually work, you could dispatch an action. Again, think publish an action. You could have something subscribe to when that store changes and get that data back. And of course, you have to register something there if you wanted. You have to register your action handler. So what is going to happen actually when that action occurs? So with the pub/sub pattern, you just kind of get the data and do what you want. But now with Flux, and we'll see this again with Redux, we actually have to figure out how to handle this flow for everything, how to handle this data change for everything. So in this case, we take an action, and if it's an increase, we want to add to the count. If it's a decrease, we want to remove from the count. And then there's a fun face if it's a default. Handling the action change is up to us. So in our case, what we're doing is we're simply increasing the counter and then saying to everybody, so we're admitting here, hey, we changed something. So anybody listening for that change is going to get updated. Right? How many people got really excited when they saw this? They're like, this is going to be, what if it did something completely different? I was toying around with like, you'd click the button and then like something else would happen, but got to stay true to myself, you know? Anyways, another example. The whole point of these examples is that when I show you or release the code on Twitter, you can actually take a look at the 3 examples. There's a pub/sub, Flux, and a Redux example. They all do the same thing, though. That's the idea there. So all actions, anytime you click on something, anytime you dispatch an action, all actions are passed to all of our stores, which is kind of nice because if we have multiple stores, we might want to have specific actions work on maybe potentially multiple things. Again, now we're getting to this idea of breaking out our data. And it helps us like loosely couple our system. Instead of everything being tightly wound up together, we're breaking it apart a bit. So an interesting idea here is that now that we're kind of looking into this more, this introduces this idea of the law of Demeter, also referred to as the principle of least knowledge. Basically, it's a decoupled system really embodies this idea. And I like this as a way to think about it. It's like only talk to your friends. So in that kind of system, objects should only talk to their friends and not their friends of friends. Slightly antisocial, so like maybe you've gone to the bar, you talk to like your one friend and you're like, I'm gonna go home and go watch some Netflix. But the idea is you're not spreading yourself too thin. You're kind of keeping it really tight. So then we have Redux. How many people have heard of Redux before? Cool. So Redux is super popular. Again, really commonly used with React, but really importantly, you don't have to use it with React. Again, the example I'll show you, no React at all. So what Redux does is it takes that Flux idea and actually introduces a few new things and changes some others. So one of the key changes that instead of having multiple stores for all of our data, we have one store and all of the data lives inside of there. So it introduces, instead of these action handlers, this idea of a reducer. And the reducers are the things that decide how we'll change our data for that whole store. Again, one big store for everything. So the reducers take all of the actions and allow us to decide how to change our state based on them. And the store is now just one simple object. So instead of having many objects, so if you remember, again, we went from just sort of being able to publish and subscribe something to subscribe to something. Then we went to this idea of being able to subscribe, but we're dispatching actions that are changing the data for us. And we have these stores that hold the data. Now, with Redux, we have one store and reducers that handle that change. So now we're actually really getting into that single line of information. No? I mean, I put it on brand. It's like the purple color. Where's my mouse? It's really hard to see. Right? Thank you. Thank you. I was really worried that you would not find those enjoyable as I found them to make. So again, a reducer kind of looks like our action handler. So if you take a look at this code, and if I go back quite a few here to our action handler, it looks very similar. So this is an action handler. You take an action, you decide what to do with it. In this case, deciding what to do with it involves calling functions, calling different methods on our store to do what we want. If we go back to the reducer, what we have is a function that takes state, actually, and the action. So with the reducer, you take the state as it is. So up here, again, we have state equals 0. That's a default property with ES6. You should probably follow me on Twitter so you can get that discount code. Pretty cool. Anyways, you take the action, and then we return the state. So the really cool thing here is instead of calling other methods, other functions for this, we just return the state how we expect it to be. In this case, we're doing a really simple number. We're just changing it, increasing it by 1, up or down. But if you had a large set of data, objects or arrays or whatever, you could do all that stuff in there as well. So to create the store, so unlike Flux, Redux actually allows us, or gives us this ability to create the store. It has all of that stuff written for us. And stores have 3 methods on them. But let's look at this. There's a method called dispatch. Maybe think publish. There's a method called subscribe. Well, think subscribe. And then there's one method called getState. GetState is basically how we can just get our state. And that's, again, getting that single object state. So you dispatch an action, and you pass it some data or a payload or something like that. And then you can subscribe to anything that you want. So in our case here, we're not using React here. So we don't have like any fancy Connect middleware or anything like that. We just simply have the App Store. We subscribe. And notice we don't even subscribe to a specific event here. If you notice in the slides before, there was like counter store on change or something like that. And we had to say what event we wanted to subscribe to. In this case, we're just subscribing to everything, and we can get the state for it. So again, as we've kind of like been exploring these, or when I was writing this talk and exploring these, you start to realize that all of these things sort of build on top of each other, and all of these things include ideas, and actually maybe introduce new things to you. So one of the really cool things that Redux introduces is this idea of immutability. When we alter our state, inside of a Redux reducer, we never want to mutate the original object or array or value. We always want to return a new copy of it. This is really helpful for debugging later on, but this introduces this idea of immutability and pure functions. How many people have heard of this idea of a pure function before? Cool. So pure functions are functions that functions that have no side effects. So you can pass them some values, and they'll predictably always return you the new thing, always the exact same way. The idea being that if we pass it an array or an object, you might actually alter that, and then it'll alter that object, if somebody else is using the exact same object somewhere else, to an undesirable state. So a pure function would create a new array or an object from the past data. So really easy example of an impure function would be something like this. Let total equal 0, and then you have a function add that takes a and b, but inside of add, we make total equal that a and b. Really, really simple thing. And again, when I'm teaching students, this is something that comes up a lot. This is something that happens a lot. But in this case, you're changing total, and somebody else could be using total and not have it what you expect it to be. In this case here, we have a function. It takes a and b, but it returns a new value, a plus b. So this would be considered a pure function. We could pass a number to this all day long, and this wouldn't change our code. So that's what we do inside of reducers. When we have some sort of action that comes into it, we always just return something new. In this case, we've just done a simple number, but if you had an object or an array or something like that, you would always want to make something new from it. So for arrays, maybe array from, or you're slicing it. For objects, object.create. You always want to return something new. Yeah. The core idea here is that pure functions help us write maintainable and predictable code. So in this case, and in the case of Redux and managing our state, we want to make sure that we can always predict where it's going to be. And the really cool thing about this is because we have these new versions of it, we can see the old versions. So with Redux, you can always use the time traveling feature in it to actually see how your application has worked over time. So when I was actually reading the docs for Redux, I came across this thing that they have in there called prior art. So if you actually look at the documentation, there's a prior art section for Redux where they kind of go through, so Dan Abramov goes through sort of the places that Redux came from, the ideas that kind of like drove Redux. Flux is sort of talked about there. He also talks about like Elm. Elm is a really big driving point for stuff in Redux. Mutable.js, and there's a couple other things that I had never heard of before. But if you think about it, these ideas, this idea of Redux, for example, didn't just come out of nowhere. These weren't like completely brand new ideas that were just like one day someone's like, this is how it's going to be. No one's ever done it like this. There's a bit of a history to it. There's a bit of a prior art to it. Has anybody seen this episode of Futurama? It's probably my favorite. It's the one where Fry drinks 100 cups of coffee and then he stops time for a second. No? You definitely watch that one. So quick recap, a little bit quicker than I thought here, but patterns are everywhere. You might not see them now, but as you kind of build applications more and more, you'll notice you keep doing the same things over and over again. And you might want to consider, hey, is this a good pattern, first of all, or a bad pattern that I keep using? And in our case, we looked at how the pattern of PubSub, Flux, and Redux have this similar lineage, this similar history with them. So take a deeper look into these ideas and where they come from. Again, go check out the Redux documentation. You can see the prior art section. You can see where these ideas came from. And you kind of reading that and exploring that more might help you come up with a new great idea. Yeah, you might learn a thing or two. Thanks. Yeah, so there's a little bit of extra time because I am super fast at talking. So if anybody has any questions, please let me know. Yeah. Oh, hold on one second. Let him.
So is this based on functional programming?
Sorry?
Is this functional programming?
So I think a lot of the ideas of immutability is functional programming, where you're kind of constantly just taking data and like changing it, transforming it. But it's not necessarily functional programming, like the data flow. A lot of the stuff you do in Redux is more towards functional programming, yeah, but PubSub not so much, and so on. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan Cristiani. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. You know what? I'm going to do it from down here. I'm going to do it from down here. Actually, I'd love to know what the view's like from up there. How does it feel being up there, looking down at everybody down here? Is it a good view? It's a good view? Thumbs up? Great. But you guys down here, you're quite happy to be down here, aren't we? We're good, yeah? Yes, we are. I will get a reaction by the end of these 2 days. I will keep trying. I will keep trying, and hopefully, right at the end, you will answer me. Right, so let's move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker, in fact, is right now ready to jump in and share with us his ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, very simply, Mr. Luciano Mamino.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great. So before starting, just a little note. I have the slides already online. You can see the link in there, so you can follow them on your device. Maybe I will show you some examples of code. So maybe there is something that you want to look better and take your time maybe to do questions afterwards. So you can check the slides in there and follow the presentation. So who is Luciano? So I'm a full stack engineer working in Dublin with this company called Planet 9 Energy. I will explain later on during the presentation what we do. I'm also very active on GitHub and Twitter, so please follow me there, engage with me. And I also have a blog where I talk mostly about Node.js and JavaScript and web development. Surprisingly enough, I also have a book about JavaScript, about design patterns, or more specifically about Node.js design patterns. So it's pretty much inspired by the book that Ryan was showing before by Adi Osmani, but it shows more in depth how to achieve those classic design patterns and new design patterns in Node.js. For example, there is a lot about streams. That is something that is not very common in front-end JavaScript. And as well, I have coupons. You don't need to follow me on Twitter for those. But also, I am the co-founder of this newsletter called Full Stack Bulletin. It's basically targeting full stack web development topics. So from, let's say, front-end design to back-end, but also DevOps. And it's free. It's a weekly newsletter. You can sign up if you want. And the interesting thing, for the sake of this talk, is that totally open source and built on serverless. So probably after this talk, you will be curious to know more about the implementation of this specific thing. Okay, I swear from now on, I'm going to stop promoting myself. So let's see what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to divide this talk in 2 parts. In the first part, I'm going to talk about what actually serverless is. So we're going to see a bit of history, the definition, and then we're going to see what are the advantages and some things related to cost, like how much it's going to cost to have your own serverless product, or how serverless actually works, and then we are going to see 2 examples of code. The first one, where we are going to use purely AWS Lambda, and in the second one, I'm going to introduce the serverless framework. Then in the second part of this presentation, I'm going to talk about how we use serverless at Planet 9, the company I work for, and why we decided to use serverless. So we're going to see what is the current architecture we have, and then some common concerns that you generally need to care when you build a new application how they apply as soon as you start to move everything into serverless. For example, security, quality, monitoring, logging. And finally, I'm going to show you some new feature that you can use as soon as you tackle into the serverless land, like step functions. So let's start with the first part. What is serverless? By the way, how many of you ever seen this picture before? I guess nobody, right? Oh, maybe one. OK, anyway, it's better if you didn't, because I'm going to let you guess later on which company was this. But let's make a little exercise. Imagine that you are in 1996. Let's say that internet was already there and the web was getting some traction. And basically, you were founding a new company, maybe a nice search engine, or maybe an e-commerce for books, for example. And pretty much at the time, the experience was something like that. So, OK, guys, we have the web application for this, and we need to host it somewhere. What does it mean, host it somewhere? Yeah, we need to buy physical machines. We need to plug them into our own physical electricity network. We need to plug them into our own networking layer. We need to be sure that we constantly have networking, internet, we have power. And what happens if, for some reason, there is no electricity for one day? We need to have our own backup facilities and everything like that. And then what's worse, imagine, or maybe better, depending on your point of view, you get very, very good at your business. You get a lot of traction. You start to have more customers. So you need to scale this application. And what it means is that you need to order new servers. Maybe it takes 1 month just to get the machine there. Then you need to plug it again. And then you need to increase your electricity and everything like that. So basically a very slow and tedious process just to get the machine on which you need to run your code. After more or less a decade, things got a little bit better as soon as we had those guys from those bookshops that become something bigger. And what happened is that they realized that they had an enormous infrastructure, and they were just using it basically for, I don't know, 5% or 1% of the full power that they actually had. So their idea was, OK, maybe we can use this as a commodity. We can start to sell our computing power as a service to other people. And this is basically what happened, and this was essentially the birth of the cloud computing. And at this stage, there was an enormous potential on building things online, because you can easily scale and up and down as much as you need. And you don't need to worry about all these concerns, like having your own machine, having electricity, having networking, and all these kind of things. But I have to say that still it wasn't perfect, because every different provider was giving you different machines, different operative systems, different ways to just deploy your app and run it and scale it up and scale it down. So after different years, we got this new invention, which was Docker, and all the different variations of Dockers and containers, let's say, that removed another concern, that is, how do we structure our application in such a way that can easily deploy it in every cloud provider? But still, even with containers, you need to care a lot about infrastructure. So the next evolution is serverless, and is today. And what it means is that you don't really care about infrastructure, and we will see later why. But you just care about writing code, writing function that just runs in the cloud, and you don't need to worry how they run. So I really like this comic. I don't know how many of you have seen it before, but basically it tries to describe the idea of when somebody talks with you the first time about serverless, and you know that in computing there is no such application if there is nothing like a server there, right? So in this comic, you basically have this product manager probably, or somebody which is not IT, that is going to complain with the guys, oh, you told me there was no server, but what are these cables and hard drives and everything else? And this is just to introduce the next slide that tries to explain what serverless actually is. And serverless is not that there is no server in there. Basically, it's the absence of the server concept while you are building the software. And this is a definition by OutZero. You can read the full article in there. It goes more into depth about what serverless is and why it exists. But basically, if you want my definition, the idea of serverless is that as a developer, you are not concerned anymore that much about how your application is going to run. And you are going to spend most of your time in writing business logic code, so something that actually delivers business value for your company. Another important definition, because probably you heard about serverless, and sometimes you understood, okay, it is a framework or is something else, or is a way to build applications. Actually, there are two different concepts called serverless, so sometimes can be a bit confusing. And one is actually the way, the architecture of building application in such a way that you don't need to be worried about the underlying infrastructure. And another thing is a web framework, or actually it's better to call it a framework for writing serverless code, which is actually called serverless itself. So that's why it's confusing. You can find the framework on serverless.com if you want to know more, but we are going to see a demo later on. So, okay, let's see better what are the advantages of using this serverless as an architecture concept. So I already told that the first big advantage is that you can focus way more on writing business logic and not code that just defines your infrastructure. Then another crazy big advantage for me is that you have virtual infinite autoscaling. And what it means is that the whole infrastructure that you don't know much about below the serverless process automatically can scale up and down if you have more traffic in your application. And this is a huge advantage because you don't need to worry about all the constraints in your application to allow that the performance are always the right ones that you need, and that you are not going to pay a lot of money because you are allocating a lot of resources that maybe most of the day you don't need. But we will see this better later on. And another advantage that is more or less a consequence of the infinite autoscaling is that you only pay for the invocation and the processing time, which basically means that if you have an API, let's say, that runs only once in one day, and the execution lasts 100 milliseconds, you only pay for 100 milliseconds computing. You don't need to allocate a resource for one day and pay 24 hours for that resource. So the question now probably you are already asking yourself is it cheaper to go serverless? Well, of course, as everything in IT, the answer is it depends. But I'm not going to give you this as a definitive answer. I'm going to try to make an analogy to make you understand if it can be cheaper to go serverless for you, for your specific use case. And the analogy is with cars. So basically, there are different ways you can use a car. You can be an owner of a car. You can have your own car. And this is more or less like you have your own servers and your own infrastructure. Or maybe you don't use a car very often. Maybe you just go on vacation, I don't know, 1 month in a year, and you just want a car because you want to travel a lot. Maybe you can rent the car for that month. And this is more or less similar when you rent some cloud computing power for deploying your app. And then there is another layer of granularity, let's say, that is when you just need to move in the same city. So maybe you're going to use a car, I don't know, for 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. And for these cases, you can use one of those city car sharing services that are getting very famous worldwide. And this, to me, is pretty much similar to what serverless does. The caveat of this example is that there is a study that tells us that cars are parked 94% of the time. And I think this analogy works because we all think about our services as something that needs to be available all the time, and all the time you get a lot of traffic. But in reality, most of the applications don't need to be super high available 24 hours every day. So basically, the question that you have to ask yourself, if you want to understand if serverless is cheaper in your case, is how much do you use your car? How much do you use the service? How much people uses your service? But if this analogy is not enough, I'm going to give you another example. So I made here an estimation using this website. You can see the link in there. And basically, this website allows you to compare the cost of different serverless providers. And you just need to define the number of executions that you expect to run every day and the average time that you expect every execution to take. And then you can also define the memory that the machine that gets allocated for you
will get. So with this example, I simulated that we have an execution every second, which I think is reasonable for most of the average businesses. And with this simulation, we are going to spend less than 40 cents of dollars every day. So if you are more or less in this case, I think it's going to be cheaper to go serverless rather than allocating a full server just for you. Okay, but what can we build with serverless? So we are starting to understand what serverless is, but maybe we want to get more into what kind of application can I actually build with serverless? Well, my answer is that you can build almost any application. For example, you can build mobile backends, and this was historically the first, let's say, application of serverless. You can build as well APIs and microservices. You can build data processing pipelines. You can also build webhooks. For example, if you want to integrate some custom feature with GitHub or Slack or other services that you are already using in your company. And as well, you can build more complex integrations like bots or IoT backends, or even you can build single-page web applications. And we will see later on how. So again, let's try to understand better serverless from another point of view. Let's try to understand how it really works from a mindset point of view, let's say. And there is a paradigm, and the paradigm is event-based. So basically, a serverless function can only be triggered by an event happening. And I'm going to show you some examples to make this clear. The model is more or less if this, then that, which means if something is happening, then do something else. And an example can be if a new CSV file is saved in the object storage, if you're using AWS, let's say S3, then you can trigger a Lambda that processes it and save the result of the processing into a database. Or another example, you want to build an API. So if you get a request into the URL/products, you can trigger the Lambda that is responsible for retrieving the products from a database and creating a JSON response. Or as well, you can create also cron-based Lambdas. And basically, the example can be, if it's 2 a.m., we can scrape weather forecast information for the next days. So there are many cloud providers out there that you can use today to build your own serverless architecture or your serverless application. And all of them are very interesting. The first one is even open source, so you can actually read the code on how they built the auto-scalability, how they use containers and all these kind of things to actually give you a serverless infrastructure. And you can even deploy this into your own servers if you want to have your own servers and host your application there. Then AWS Lambda was the first one and the most famous. And in the next part of the presentation, I'm going to use this to show you some examples. It's not necessarily the best. It's just the one I am more confident with. So be sure you check the other ones before you take a decision on which one you want to use. Also because all of them, they support different languages and different tooling. So maybe if you are already on Azure, probably it's going to be easier to use the serverless equivalent in Azure. So what about JavaScript? Because today, everything seems to be about JavaScript. So basically, JavaScript is the common denominator in serverless land, because as some languages are supported in some platform and not in others, like for example, PHP is supported only in Azure as far as I'm aware, but not in all the other platforms, JavaScript is supported in every single platform. And you can use it both on the front end and the back end. And that means that when you use it on the front end, you can build single-page application, and in the back end, you can use Node.js to actually build the logic that is triggered in a serverless function. And there are different advantages why JavaScript has been adopted in all these different technologies. And basically, one of the first is that you can have very fast startup times, because the V8 machine that is Node, it starts very fast, at least compared to other implementation like Java. And then you can use all the libraries that you are already familiar with and that are published on NPM. So that's another big advantage. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can use already all the modules that you use every day. And then as well, you can support other languages or dialect of JavaScript like TypeScript, ClojusScript, or ES 2015, or Elm, or whatever compiles to pure Java, or transpiles to pure JavaScript. Okay, but now let's get into the code. So let's see how a Lambda looks like on AWS Lambda and using Node.js. So basically, a Lambda, as the name suggests, is just a function. So you can export it in your own module, and it has a specific signature. It needs to accept an event, a context, and a callback. So the event describes all the data that is coming in as an input, and basically is the result of actually an event happening somewhere else outside your Lambda. Then there is a context, which is just a collector of metadata. So it's an object that you can use to, for example, check how much memory this Lambda function got allocated, or how much time you have left before your Lambda gets stopped. Or, for example, you can set other configuration things, like if you want to wait for the event loop or things like that. And of course, the callback is something that you need to call when the execution is finished to return either an error or a result for that Lambda. And we will see an example in a moment. Actually, let's build now a very, very useful example, which is an Hello World API. What else? We don't want to build counters with buttons, right? So if you are in AWS land, you are going to just log in into the console. You are going to go into the Lambda service. And basically, there you will see a big blue button saying, let's create our first Lambda. When you click in there, you basically have a guided procedure where you can choose all the options that you need to write the Lambda code. So the first one is the runtime. You can use different versions of Node or even other languages like Python or Java. And in this case, we are just going to use Node 6.10. And then you can select a blueprint. A blueprint is basically like a template where you will see some code already written for you. And in our case, we want to pick the Hello World one because, of course, it's the most similar to what we want to write and probably the simplest one to understand. Then we need to select the trigger. Trigger actually means what is firing an event for the Lambda to be executed. And since we want to build an Hello World API, so a REST API, we are going to select API Gateway, which is the AWS service to build API-facing services. So as soon as we select API Gateway, we can configure more options. One is the name of the API, and then you can configure different deployment stage. Like you can have, I don't know, QA or test. In our case, we just want production. And then you can specify what's the security layer. We are going to specify open, which means that everybody in the world can just call this API, but you can use other level of security, like, I don't know, you need to have an API token, or you need to be authenticated, or stuff like that. But we don't need this complexity for the sake of this example. So after this, we just need to specify a name for this Lambda. We can also add a description. And then we can finally write some code. So let's see the code that goes in there. As I told you, a Lambda is just a function that accepts event, context, and callback. And let's see how can we use these three elements to actually implement our logic, our business logic. The first part, you will see where we are declaring a variable called name. And with this name, we just want to fetch a parameter coming from the query parameters of the HTTP request, where basically, if there is something called name, we can use that, and we assign it to name. Otherwise, we'll just default to split. And then we just build a response object that represents more or less an HTTP response, where we define the status code, we can define some headers, and then we define the body. And in our case, we want to return a JSON response. So we are going to use JSON stringify, where we have message and then hello name. And finally, when we have done that, we can return. So we completed the execution, we completed the logic of our function, and we can just say callback, and the result is response. If we wanted to return an error, of course, we needed to specify that where we have null, and we wouldn't have a response. But we are not worried about errors at this stage. So, but before we can actually run this Lambda, there is one last thing that we need to be worried about in AWS land, and this thing is security. As everything, if you ever needed to use AWS, you need to define to the very nitty-gritty details what is about your security, what is your security model, who can execute what and with which permissions. Luckily enough, in our case, we just want to implement an API, so it's not very complex because we can select a policy called simple microservice that already has everything configured for us. So when we click next, we are done. Finally, our API is there, it's ready to be executed. And it's very small in there, but you probably noticed that under the writing API gateway, you have a URL, and that's the URL you can actually call right now to invoke this API. We will see it in a moment. Before doing that, actually, I want to show you that with this guided procedure, AWS created the API gateway configuration to host this Lambda, which basically means that when we go to /hello world API, everything is mapped in a way that is going to create an event that is going to trigger our Lambda. And you can as well do more elaborated things like associate a custom domain at this stage, but we are not going to do that. So let's instead run this Lambda. This is not a live demo, I'm not brave enough, but let's assume that I'm typing this in my command line. So basically we are doing a curl request to this URL, and the first time we are not passing any parameter, so the response that we get is a JSON object that just says hello split. Instead, in the second case, we are passing a query parameter called name equal wonderful people. So this time we just get message hello wonderful people. Very simple, right? Okay, let's recap what we have been doing so far. First thing, we just logged in into the AWS dashboard, then we created a new Lambda using a blueprint, then we configured the trigger using API gateway, and finally we configured the Lambda, we wrote some code, and then we hit publish. After all those steps, our function was ready to be executed. You probably noticed that there was no local testing. We assumed we were the best programmers in the world. We just typed some code in there, and then we deployed. We didn't even know that if our JavaScript was correct, right? And as well, that it was a very tedious manual process because we needed to log in and type here and there and change things manually. So if you have to develop, deploy, and maintain, let's say, 50 different API endpoints, you need to do that 50 times. And it's very error-prone at some point. So there is a better way to do this. And it's the serverless framework. So let's do again this exercise to build this hello world application using the serverless framework. The first thing we need to do, of course, is to install the serverless framework, but it is as easy as just saying npm install global serverless. And then as soon as you do that, there is a new executable in your machine called SLS, which is just a shortcut for serverless, that you can use to do different things. And if you want to see the list of all the commands that are available, you can just run sls-help. So at this stage, we are ready to create a new project. And basically, a serverless project, most of the time, you just need 3 files. So we can create a folder calling it Hello World API. We move into this folder, and then we say, OK, let's create 2 files, actually. One is handler.js, and one is serverless.yaml. As you can expect, our handler.js is exactly the same code that we just wrote before into the AWS dashboard. So we can just copy-paste that content into this file. But there is a new file, and the new file is the serverless.yaml, which basically is just a configuration file that allows us to describe all the steps that we have been doing manually before
in a nicer way, in a way that you can actually version control and you can easily share with your colleagues. You can review changes and do a lot of things that makes this API more maintainable. And the important things in this configuration are that you need to specify the name of the service and then a provider, because actually serverless frameworks supports different providers, not just AWS, but you can use it also for OpenWhisk and Azure, and the support for other platforms is coming as well. Then you specify the runtime, and then you can specify a list of functions in this project. So we just want one Lambda function, call it hello world. The handler is going to be specified in our handler.js file. The function is hello world handler, and then the event is just an HTTP endpoint that you can query using the get method. But what about local testing? Well, with serverless, we can do local testing. And to do that, we just need to create a file. And this file is called event.json. And basically, what happens in this file is that you describe the same structure of the event that is going to be passed to your function when you are going to execute that in production. In this case, it's an API, so we just simulate a query string parameter, what is the HTTP method, and the path. Of course, you can create different events if you want to test different scenarios in your application. So in this case, we just want to simulate a local execution where we have the parameter name assigned as Tim Wagner. And then serverless give us an option to invoke the function locally. So we can run SLS invoke local. We specify the name of the function and the event file. And basically, we are running the code inside our Lambda without even having deployed that yet. So in this case, you get a response where you have status 200, headers, and the body of our execution. OK, now let's say that we are happy with this code and we want to deploy it. So with serverless, it is as easy as just running SLS deploy. And what will happen behind the scene is that serverless will do everything that is needed to deploy our application. For example, creating a zip file, creating the CloudFormation structure, and if you have security details, it's going to create all the policies and all this stuff for you. And at the end of all this deployment process, you will just get the URL there at the bottom, and you can just invoke it. OK, so let's recap again what we have done using the serverless framework. We just installed it. Then we created an handler and a serverless config files. Then we tested locally, which is optional, but of course, you are probably going to do it if you build a complex API. And then we just launched deploy, and our API is up and running. So that's all for the first part. Now I'm going to show you how a real company is building everything, like a real product and a complex product using this serverless technology. First of all, I'm going to tell you what is actually Planet 9. Planet 9 is an electricity provider in the UK, which basically is solving two main problems that there are in the UK, especially if you are a big consumer of electricity, like, I don't know, company that with as their main business, they, I don't know, froze food, so they have a huge consumption of electricity, and the full business depends on having electricity available. So the two issues that they have is one, that it's very hard for them to access the wholesale market of electricity, which is basically like a traded market where you can buy power as you do, I don't know, forex exchange. So basically you have to do trading to get the electricity at the best prices. And it's very hard for companies to do that. As Planet 9, we actually have a full platform to do energy trading. The second issue for them is that it's very difficult to get insights on the bills, because basically they pay, I don't know, millions of pounds every month of electricity, and they just get a bill saying you need to pay £1 million this month. Why? You have to ask, and you will get your response after 3 months if you are lucky. So you are not very flexible to understand why you are spending that money and to see if you can use some strategy to save money. And Planet 9 has a billing platform that allows this customer to get all the details that creates the bill up to the half-hour level of granularity. So they can go to a specific alpha hour in that month and see, oh, I'm paying this amount because I exceeded my capacity in this very moment. So probably I can turn off a fridge for half an hour next month and save money. So this is one of our dashboards that more or less shows you the level of visibility that they can have into their bills. So every one of those graphs, you can zoom in, you can go into higher level of details, but it's just to give you an idea of what the company is building and the level of complexity that there is behind. And it's actually a big data company, and I'm going to give you an example. So the example is meter readings, which is basically the amount of electricity that you are consuming, and this is for a customer for a single year. And of course, the example that I'm giving you is just, I don't know, probably 2% of the amount of data that we need to store to solve all these problems. And basically, assuming that we are storing meter readings for every half hour, because this is the granularity in the UK market. We have, of course, 48 half hours every day for 365 days. Then every customer, they can have from, I don't know, 1 to 100 meter reading points, which basically is the machine that collects the meter readings. Depending on the size of the customer, this number varies. But we can say an average is 25 meter reading points. So for every half hour, we have to record 25 numbers. And then this data changes up to 24 times every year, because there are settlements and all sorts of complex stuff in the energy industry that forces you to keep 24 versions of this data during a year. So for every single customer, we need to have all this data just to collect the meter readings. I'm not very good at maths, but I can tell you that this is a chocolate ice cream load of data. So why a company with such complex behavior decided to go serverless? I think it's a very unconventional thing to do at this stage, because serverless is not very famous yet or not that much used. It's getting traction. So it was a bit of a brave decision to say, OK, let's go serverless. And as well, in our company, we didn't have much experience with serverless. So we were kind of making our experience with this project. And there were few requirements that were important for this decision to have been made. And one is that we have, as a company, a limited number of full-stack engineers. And we want to be able to, even with a small team of developers, to write and deploy quality code as fast as possible. And not just that, since this is a startup and there are a lot of learnings and a lot of things that we just write and then we see that they don't work for the market, so we need to scrap them or change them or rebuild again from scratch. So we wanted a facility to experiment different approaches over different features and be able to roll in and roll out different things very easily and fast without worrying much about the underlying infrastructure. And of course, since we are engineers, we wanted to try this new cool thing called serverless, just to see if it works and if it's fun for us. But probably the most important thing was that as soon as you have serverless, since it's a totally managed service, if something crashes on AWS, we don't care. We don't get call at 2 a.m. at night. They will do whatever it takes to restore the machines and be sure that the service is always up and running. So this is our current infrastructure. So basically, we have the blue box represents the serverless LAN. So everything that we are physically hosting on a serverless infrastructure. And we have a web-facing part where we use CloudFront for CDN and S3 to host all our assets, so CSS, HTML files, JavaScript files. And there we host our applications as React and Redux applications. Then we have a backend part, which allows us to create APIs or backend jobs like cron or things that happens as soon as you have new data on the background. And we write all this code using Node.js. And to do that, we use AWS Lambda and then API Gateway to expose some Lambdas as API. And then, of course, we will need to have some messaging features, so we use SNS and SQS.
But I have to be honest, our company is not entirely serverless because we have things that are not very easy to do without servers, like keeping a big data infrastructure, and we wanted to use Cassandra, so we have our own setup for Cassandra. As well, we have a relational database, and even if we use RDS, which is almost fully managed by AWS, you still need to be worried about some infrastructure concerns. And then, since the serverless environment is still very early, there are not many tools for doing code quality deploys and stuff like that, and we will see it in a moment. So we needed to come up with our own solution that is based on Rundeck and integrated with external providers like GitHub, CircleCI, and Auth0. So, but I want to show you an example because this was one of the questions that I got most of the time when I was talking with somebody that didn't know serverless and wanted to understand how can you build a complete application that is composed by a front end and a set of APIs in the back end using only the serverless paradigm. So we actually do that. The screenshot that I showed you before is as front end just an index HTML page that loads a React application, and then all the data exchange is done through an API. So the static part, so the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, as I told you before, they live in CloudFront and S3. And that's what we call serverless web hosting, while the APIs lives in API Gateway and Lambda, and we call them serverless API. So if you are logging in into our platform using a browser, what will happen is that the first request is going to go from the browser to Planet9Energy.io into this CloudFront distribution to fetch the files that constitutes the front-end application. Then the browser will bootstrap the React application, and it will start to make API requests to the API below. So our front-end can be very easily cached. It doesn't require a server behind the scene. It doesn't need us to manage the HTTP requests only for the front-end part. But to achieve this setup, there are a few little details that you need to configure in order to make this thing work. So the first thing is that if you have a static application, so basically you have just files, and you can access those files with URLs, you have no logic behind the scene to manage cases like 404, people trying to access a resource that doesn't exist. What happens is that if we have a service called billing, for example, so you go planet9energy.io/billing, for sure there is no HTML page or resource called /billing, right? So we just want to trigger the React part of the application that lives under the billing root. So in reality, what should happen is that we reload again the index page, and then React Router is going to figure out that it needs to load the billing part. So in order for this to work, you can just set up the index.html page as the error page in the S3 bucket. And this is one trick that you have to do for the front end to work. But there is a second trick that is when the browser actually makes a HTTP request, you will notice here that the domain is different. So this is not going to work unless you set up the CORS HTTP headers, which allows the browser to understand that that subdomain is safe to use. So every HTTP response from our Lambda needs to contain that access control allow origin header. But now let's move on into another topic, because when you do serverless, some things that are very easy and we have been doing them for many years, suddenly you have to do them in a different way. And most of the time, the reason why we have to do them in a different way is because serverless is stateless, which means that you execute a function, which is a pure function, as Ryan was describing before. So basically, we just have input, and we need to produce an output without generating side effects. So if the user, so if this Lambda is executed because a user is clicking a button, and then this user is clicking again the button, actually, we don't know when we execute the Lambda if the same user was clicking that button before. So we need to do different things in order to maintain, for example, authentication. And authentication tries to address the problem, who is the current user? And in order to do that in a stateless environment, we use Auth0. that allows us to use JWT tokens, and then a specific feature of AWS Lambda that is called Authorizer Lambda. I'm going to show you how it works. So let's see this example. We have a user that is trying to log in into our front end by just specifying his username and password. And then our React application just takes these values and sends them to Auth0. Auth0 has an API that allows us to check the credentials. If the credentials are correct, basically we receive as response a JWT token that is saved in the browser using the local storage. And from that moment on, every API call will include the JWT token as part of the information sent to the server. Then there is this other abstraction layer, which is the authorizer function. It's a sort of middleware that you can put in front of all your APIs and catches every request and can do different things. In our case, we use it to validate the token and extract the user ID. And if the token is valid, then we can basically redirect the call to the API and basically call that function knowing who is the user that generated the call. A very similar problem is authorization. And if you want to understand better what it means, I can give you this example. If you have a user called Podge, can he trade for a given account? So can Podge trade for account 17? If you read this question closely, you will see that there are three important words. One is Podge, who is the user. One is trade, which is the action that the user is trying to perform. And one is account 17, which is the resource on which the user is trying to perform the action. So this is a model that you can use almost everywhere in your security concerns, in your authorization concerns. And it's a very common model. You see it even in applications that are not necessarily serverless. So to address this issue, we came up with our own implementation of an ACL module that is actually used in every Lambda. So every Lambda imports this module. And it's built on top of existing open source technologies like Node.acl and Next.js. And we use Postgres as persistence layer, so as a database to store those security information. And if you want to have a simplified way on how the database looks like, you can see this table where basically we have user, action, resource. And if there is a record described by user, an action, and a specific resource, it means that the user has the right, has the privilege to execute that action on that resource. And we can even do fancy things like using star to say every user or every action or every resource, like Luciano can delete everything. How it looks like. So I told you it's a library that we have to import in every Lambda. And then this library allows us to have methods like function, actually, like can, that we can use to say, can the current user trade for the specified account? And if the response for this action is false, it means that the user is not authorized, so we just need to throw an error and stop the execution in there. Otherwise, we can just proceed and run the business logic. So there is a bit of boilerplate code, but this allows us to be very flexible and manage authorization in every place that we need to do it, and to a very granular level. Another topic regarding security is how you manage sensitive data in a serverless application. In regular applications, you probably will use environment variables. And actually, with serverless, it's not very different because you can keep using environment variable. For example, you can export a connection string, which is sensitive because we have a username, a password, an host. So whoever has this connection string can actually access your database. So you want to protect this information from being leaked somewhere. So the way you export it is just by running export in bash. And then the way you use this variable in your code, you just need to access the object process.env. So with serverless, you can easily map existing environment variables in your machine into variables that gets deployed as well into the serverless land. For example, you specify there close to your handler the environment connection string, and that syntax there with $ and curly brackets basically is saying, use the environment variable that I have in the current machine. You can do more complex expression if you need to. But the idea is that when you launch SLS deploy, serverless will take care of copying that value that is resolved at runtime into the serverless environment. So basically, you don't need to commit that information into your repository. You just need a safe machine where you can store all this information, and that's the machine you use to deploy. But then when you go to the AWS dashboard, you will see all the environment variables associated with that Lambda. And again, it's clear text. So if somebody has access to the dashboard, they can still see that information. You can add another layer of protection, which is called encryption helpers, which basically allows to, even there in the AWS dashboard, to see an encrypted string instead of seeing the real value for that variable. So let's move very quickly into another topic, because we just have about 10 minutes left. And another important topic is quality. So when you move to serverless, how much does it impact the developer experience, which for me means how easy it is to write unit tests, to write functional tests, and to easily deploy your code. So I will say that with unit tests as well, there are not many differences if you are used to write Node.js apps. And there are some advices that I can give you, but they are basic advices, like you need to split the business logic into small testable modules. You have to use dependency injection if you have external resources. You have to do mocking when you write unit tests so that you don't keep instantiating resources that are not the ones you want to test. In our case, we use Jest, and if you never use it, I advise it because it has a very good mocking framework already built into the testing framework. And then, of course, you need to be a good developer, and I'm for 100% test coverage. And if you want to be fancy, you can use the Nyan Cat test runner. With functional tests, instead, things get a bit more complex, because functional tests requires you to run code without any mocking. So you run examples of the functions you want to actually test. So one way that we found out, since we want to run the functional tests locally before committing our code, is that we can use SLS invoke local inside a test. So we write our Jest code, and inside the Jest code, we just say, run as a sub-process SLS invoke this function with this input. And then we receive the response as a JSON object, and we use that to make assertions. For example, if we run this API locally with this input, do we get 200 as result code? But it's not always that easy, because if you have external dependencies like databases or other AWS services, you can use Docker to simulate them, let's say, or have a local version of that service. But sometimes if you use SNS, SQS, S3, there is no Docker container that implements that, or at least there is no official Docker container that does that. So sometimes it gets tricky, and you need to come up with weird solutions just to be able to simulate a specific external dependency. So another important topic is continuous integration. And this, if you follow the talk from Aiki from Heroku, this is kind of a version how you can do continuous integration if you are in serverless. And we use Git Flow, even if we don't use the version that Aiki was showing, where you have, I don't know, 10,000 branches at the same time. We try to have very few branches and very short-lived branches, like 3 days maximum. And every branch is either a feature or a fix. And basically, as a developer, you just need to create your own branch, implement the feature or the fix, and push code to GitHub. Then what happens is that GitHub triggers the CI, and the CI is CircleCI in our case. And CircleCI will automate all the quality checking that we can do. So linting the code using ESLint, unit test, building the project, functional test. And then if the commit is on master, which basically means that this is the result of a pull request that gets accepted and merged into master, then CircleCI creates a deployable artifact. How do we move this artifact into all our environments? So basically, we have this local environment where we just build code, write code, and test it locally. Then when we are happy, we just say, OK,
move it into the new branch on GitHub. What happens is that we trigger Circle CI into this test environment, and we might create an artifact if we are on master. Then we have an interface built using Rundeck that allows us to take this artifact and deploy it into one of our environments. So we can deploy it to dev, to QA, and to production so that we can do all the quality assurance that we want. And actually, Rundeck allows us to also to deploy our React applications into S3 buckets. So we have it either for Lambdas and for front-end application. So another important topic is debugging. This is how it feels to do debugging in serverless. Basically, you cannot do debugging. But what I mean by that is that you cannot do live debugging. So you cannot stop the execution of a Lambda function and see all the values at that stage and then step in or step out into all the different functions, see the call stack and things like that. And this is, of course, because it's something that gets executed online and you don't have much control about that infrastructure. So then how you are supposed to do debug? A lot of console logs, if you love that. Or if you want to do something a bit better, you can use the debug module, which is the same used in Express. And basically, the debug modules allow you to do a smarter console log, because by default, everything that you print, you will not see it, so it's not logged anywhere. But if you want to actually debug a specific module in all your application, you can just enable with an environment variable the logs only for that portion of the code. So basically, you can say, if I think the issue is in the database, I'm going to enable the detailed logs only for the database layer. So it doesn't get confusing, and you don't need to see hundreds of thousands of messages and find what you're interested into. And we stream those logs into CloudWatch and Logly just to have a dashboard that allows us easily to analyze all the logs. Then one last topic, and this topic is step functions, which is a new feature offered by AWS, which basically solves different issues that you have while you are developing Lambdas. And one of the issues that sometimes gets very hard to combine different Lambdas. So you can see them as microservices. So if you want to make you want to create interactions between microservices, like this service needs to get information from this other service in order to do its job. It gets a bit complicated with Lambdas. So with step function, you can solve this issue and orchestrate different AWS Lambdas. And the way you do it is through visual flows. You can see some examples in there. And these visual flows gives you the ability to describe different execution patterns, like sequential execution, like upload a file and then delete that file. Or branching, so you can say, if the uploaded images is a JPEG, then I can do something. Otherwise, I can do something else. Otherwise, if it's not supported, I can just trigger an error. Or you can even have parallel execution. So you can say, for example, while I am processing this photo, I can do in parallel the extraction of the metadata, resizing the image, or, I don't know, running a facial recognition engine. For us, it's very important to have this facility, because as a business that works in an environment that is very regulated, we need to care about what in the industry are called business flows. So whatever happens in the energy industry is something that is the result of executing a flow, but as a logic flow, not as a programming flow. Which means, for example, when we talk about trading, you need to do a number of steps, and depending on the outcome of every step, you can go one way or another. And before step functions, for us was very hard to visualize what was happening during every execution of this code. Now, every execution is recorded, and we have this nice graph that allows us to click everywhere and see, okay, this was the data that we got at this stage. This was the input, and this was the output. You see you have some tabs there on the right. And then the green fields means that you are going through that path, so you can actually see which path has been taken. And you can also have exceptions, so you can see exactly in which building block you had the exception and all the details of that exception. So if something happens, it's very visual, and you can immediately understand what's going on in there. So if you are interested in more complex use case for serverless, I really invite you to have a look at step functions. So just to finish off, some lesson learned, and then I'm going to quickly go through a recap of what are the pros and cons of serverless. So the first thing is that you need to think serverless as microservices, or probably even a lower level of granularity, which is commonly defined as microfunctions. Then there is another issue called cold starts. There is a link in there, so if you have the slides, you can click and see more details. But basically means that your function is not always live, and every time there is an event that triggers this function, it might need to be bootstrapped. So sometimes your app might not be very responsive the first time that somebody is invoking it, and there are a number of tricks to, if you need to be always super responsive to avoid the cold start issue. Then you need to be aware of soft limits, which basically means that in AWS, but in any provider, you can do things only to some amount. Like, for example, you cannot run more than 200 Lambdas in parallel. So you need to be aware of all those limits just to prevent weird situations to happen. And then another important thing is that even if you are not caring that much about infrastructure, if you are building a complex real application, probably you will have a database, probably you will have external services, so you still need to be aware of connecting different things, which to me is still a level of infrastructure. So for that, you can use proper tools like CloudFormation or Terraform. So quickly recapping all the pros and cons. One pro to me is agility. You can develop features very fast, deploy them, see if they work, and you don't need to worry much about scalability and all these kind of issues. So basically, we are focusing on delivering business value and not much about the architecture of the product. Then auto-scalability, you get that for free, and you don't need even to worry how it works, unless you really want to know all the details about performance. Then the service is managed, so you are not get any call at 2 a.m. at night, because if AWS Lambda is down, they will do whatever it takes to bring it up as fast as possible. So you won't even notice if there is some technical issue there. And there is also a very smooth learning curve. So if you are starting now, you will see that it's very easy to build your first serverless application. And I hope the demo was giving you enough background to do that. And of course, pay as you go. So at the beginning, you will likely pay 0 or very close to 0. And then if your application scale, you can see how much it's going to cost you. The cons, instead, is there is no live debugging. Local development and testing sometimes becomes difficult, just because if you start to use all online services, it's very hard to locally simulate those services. And then there is still a lot of service or functions orchestration, so it's like building microservices. It's handy in some ways, but becomes difficult in other ways, and you need to be aware of that. And then servers are still there, so you don't need to think, magically my code is running. You will still have some concerns about servers. Again, this is, I think, the last cons. There is a lacking set of tooling and best practices, but this is just because this technology is new. So we need time as developers to come up with tooling and best practices so that we can build serverless better and better. So I want to leave you with one last question, which is, should I switch to serverless now? Well, my answer is always, it depends. But what I encourage you to do is to build your next little feature or next little project with serverless and just see if it works for you. And if it works, maybe you can start to think to migrate some application, some core part of your application that requires a lot of scalability into serverless. But don't move everything straight away. Try it yourself and see if it works for you. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luciano, Mamino, and Super Mario. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We've come to the end of day one. Now, here's the thing. If you've enjoyed today, if you've enjoyed what you've heard on stage, in the exhibition area, the workshops, if you enjoyed that, guess what? We're going to do it all over again tomorrow for day number 2. So let me just remind you once again, this evening, there's a very big party going on at the Central Club, just opposite the theatre, I believe. Starts at 9 o'clock. Remember, make sure you have your your name tags, your badges with you to get inside and then put them in your pocket as you dance the night away like this man here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy yourself this evening. Hope you've had a good day, and we'll see you all again tomorrow, kicking off here at 11 o'clock on this stage for Shift 2017. Thank you so much.